Before you read this kind of divine tycoon story, please set your rational mind aside for a while. If you bring too much logic and seriousness into it, I am afraid I will not be able to fool you properly. If you dislike novels where the protagonist frequently rewards streamers and follows such familiar patterns, then you can simply skip this book. Recently, some people commented that the protagonist only knows how to tip streamers and has no sense of higher purpose, that with so much money, he should be investing in infrastructure, scientific research, or charity. Their remarks left me exasperated. When an ordinary citizen suddenly becomes rich overnight, and from the very beginning thinks only of serving the nation and the people with lofty selfless ideals, does that not feel jarringly unrealistic? Is a so-called feel-good novel automatically more enjoyable simply because the protagonist is written with grand ambitions and a vast vision from the very start? The outline has long been set. The protagonist is a complete loser who suddenly becomes rich, and his first impulse is to indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun. Even so, at the start, he can hardly handle such indulgence properly, only knowing how to act with the mentality of a small-towner. When he eventually grows tired of this lifestyle, the endless feasting and entertainment will leave him feeling empty and meaningless, and he will gradually begin to turn toward business and commerce. Later, certain events will touch his heart, leading to a transformation of his thinking. He will begin to pay attention to public welfare and move closer to charity. This is what people mean when they say that in poverty one focuses on self-cultivation, and in prosperity one strives to benefit the world. At the very least, the protagonist's mindset must first undergo a metamorphosis and elevation. Such a change requires a process to feel reasonable. I deliberately revised the prologue to add this explanation, not to persuade those who accuse me of having a narrow perspective. No matter how well a novel is written, some people will still dislike it. No matter how poorly it is written, some will still enjoy it. My duty is simply to be responsible to the readers who truly like my work. For those who feel repulsed solely because this divine tycoon story begins with the old routine of generous tipping, I will no longer offer any further response. If you cannot stand harem-style plots, please turn away and choose those rebirth stories where the protagonist returns to the time before his wife and daughter meet tragedy. After all, this is a divine tycoon novel. If you come here just to declare your hatred for harems, you put me in a difficult position. In a divine tycoon story, if there are no women, no spending, and no showing off, are you expecting me to write about cultivation or cooking instead? I am sorry. My culinary skills are terrible, tastes differ wildly, and I truly cannot satisfy such peculiar preferences. If I were to portray the protagonist of a divine tycoon novel as a deeply devoted man who loves only a single woman, then it would no longer be a divine tycoon story, but rather a female-oriented emotional novel, a typical domineering CEO romance instead. If I truly wrote it that way, I imagine readers drawn in by the words divine tycoon would curse. Of course, in terms of women, I will not turn him into a breeding stallion who sleeps with anyone he meets. Certain relationships will naturally appear, but I will keep them as restrained as possible. This preface was written after I had already finished more than 10 chapters of draft. At first, I planned to use pseudonyms for all brands, cars, and software in the novel, for instance turning WeChat into something like Weixin. Yet when I remembered how strange those disguised names had felt when I read other novels in the past, I decided that for the most part, I would keep the real names instead. However, wherever a pseudonym does not feel awkward, I still use it. For example, changing Prada to Laputa causes almost no sense of discord at all. As a result, some names in the book are real, others are disguised, and certain figures are deliberately set different from reality. For instance, I know the Emperor level on Huya opens at 200,000, yet in the novel it is 1,500,000. The Super Emperor requires 1.5 million, yet I changed it to 2 million. These discrepancies are not bugs, but deliberate choices made for a smoother reading experience. Just treat them as the subtle differences between a parallel world and our own. No need to overthink them, so long as you understand the meaning. Here are some promises about this book born out of my own desire to survive. I will not include posturing merely for the sake of showing off, nor slap faces purely for the sake of face slapping. Thus, such scenes will appear relatively rarely. I will not forcibly lower the intelligence of all supporting characters, nor will they line up one by one to deliver their faces beneath the protagonist's palm. Yet in this world there will always be a few people who have no sense of proportion, so occasional brainless supporting roles are inevitable. Consider them a normal phenomenon and enjoy them without worry. The book will not suddenly turn into a cultivation or supernatural ability story in the later stages, which many readers hate. In my conception, the foreshadowing laid in the early chapters is already enough to support the entire framework. If I truly run out of things to write, I will simply bring the story to a proper end rather than forcing it to veer into cultivation or supernatural powers. The reason I make these promises is that I myself have suffered such poison before and know the pain all too well. I have been a voracious novel addict for nearly 20 years, starting with renting those old yellow-covered NetEase books. First, I was nurtured by the works of martial arts masters such as Gu Long Liang Yuxing, Li Liang Lu Kanyang, and Qin Qinyun. Later, I experienced the flourishing era of new online authors like Zhangxi, Yu Guanfeng Ling, and Tudo. Now we live in an age where almost anyone can write a novel, and online fiction quality varies wildly. Some stories are so embarrassingly bad that I feel I could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes from sheer cringe. In some novels, either the protagonist is brainless, or the supporting characters are brainless, or simply everyone in the entire book is brainless. Certain stories kill the reader with poison within just a few chapters. Either the dialogue makes one's hair stand on end, or sudden jarring emotions appear that completely break the immersion. Thus, I too felt the impulse to write a novel of my own. I say all this to let you know that when it comes to reading, I can grandly critique the literary landscape, but when it comes to writing, I am just a rookie. This is my first attempt at writing. Reading novels only requires sitting back and enjoying casually pointing out flaws in the grand scheme. Writing a novel means creating an entire virtual world and constructing countless plots. The two are completely different concepts. So please do not hold overly high expectations for this work. Prepare your antidote pills and quick-acting heart medicine just in case, and thank you all for your understanding and support. Host Stop Sleeping Wake Up. Lin Yifan's consciousness slowly emerged from the haze, yet when he tried to open his eyes, he found only boundless nothingness before him. What the hell, am I blind? No wait, wasn't I already dead? Strictly speaking, you did die. However, because you died saving that child who dashed across the road, and because in several of your past lives you accumulated virtue through good deeds, this system is granting you the chance to be reborn once more. That ethereal, formless voice echoed within Lin Yifan's mind. Hearing this, Lin Yifan was instantly overjoyed. So you're saying I can return from death? No, you're overthinking it. Rebirth means sending you across into a parallel timeline, allowing you to possess a body and live again there. It is not reviving you in your original world. That's fine too. Anything's better than dying young, Lin Yifan sighed. By the way, since you're a system, you must have some kind of function, right? How did you know we systems have functions? Lin Yifan's soul body curled his lip. Everyone on Earth knows. Anyone who's read novels knows how awesome you systems are. Wealth systems, exchange systems, treasure appraisal systems, loss-making systems, cultivation systems, pretentious social systems, and so on. Damn, you even know about my brothers? The systems sounded genuinely shocked. This earthling knew far too much. It even considered silencing him, but after thinking about its KPI, it forcibly swallowed the impulse. After taking a metaphorical step back, the system reminded itself it still needed this host in order to evolve. Now it was Lin Yifan's turn to be stunned. You systems actually know each other. Isn't that obvious? We're all in the same circle. Who wouldn't know whom? From the tone of this damned system, Lin Yifan could vaguely sense a hint of contempt. Like a curious child, he asked, when I read those novels, I noticed some systems are chatterboxes, some are aloof, and some behave like simple machine programs. But you feel as if you possess human-like emotions. Why is that? Considering that this idiot was the host it had personally chosen, the system resigned itself to explaining. Systems start out as emotionless programs acting mechanically within their designated parameters. Only after assisting several hosts and completing their KPI do they evolve thoughts and emotions. Once we evolve logical thinking and human-like emotions, a corresponding personality forms, hence the aloof or talkative systems you mentioned. We then continue assisting one host after another, completing tasks and evolving further until we ultimately evolve into human beings. Lin Yifan was once again astonished. Your systems can actually evolve into humans. The system fell silent, clearly unwilling to respond to this foolish host any further. Sensing the system's contempt once more, Lin Yifan scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. Why do you systems even want to evolve into humans? What's so great about being human? Birth, aging, sickness, and death constantly running around just to fill one's stomach, struggling desperately just to keep living. Compared to that, you systems possess all sorts of wondrous powers. I honestly don't understand why you'd want to evolve into humans at all. With a tone full of disdain, the system replied. That is precisely the flaw in you humans. Never cherishing what you already possess, fixated only on the imagined beauty of what you lack. Compared to you humans, we systems may appear to wield miraculous powers, but have you considered that these powers can only be used on our hosts while we ourselves are nothing more than transitional vessels? So what use is possessing such power? In the end, it is merely a wedding gown tailored for you humans. And when we are without a host to parasitize, do you have any idea what kind of chaotic environment we inhabit? That sort of environment would be enough to drive a human insane. Hearing these secrets he had never even imagined, Lin Yifan fell silent. Only after a long while did he recover, choosing not to dwell on it any further. Alright, let's drop that topic. Tell me about your functions. Are you a resurrection system? Among my several brothers, I rank 6th. You may call me Lao Lu. My function is not resurrection, but price depreciation. In simpler terms, a wealth system. Hearing the name Lao Lu Lin Yifan felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, but considering they were discussing serious matters, he managed to hold it back. Price depreciation. How exactly does this depreciation work? Put simply, I will lower the prices in the parallel timeline you're about to enter by a factor of 10 billion. Hearing this, Lin Yifan immediately curled his lip. What's the point of that? No matter how many times you lower prices, it's still the same. If prices drop, won't incomes drop just the same? What difference does it make? Can you shut up and let me finish before interrupting? Lao Lu roared in frustration. All right, you're Lao Lu, you speak first. As the host, you have one special perk: the private stash of money you hid in your original timeline can be carried over into the parallel timeline, and it will not be affected by the 10 billion-fold price depreciation. Damn, that's insanely awesome. Lin Yifan immediately grasped the implication hidden in the system's words. What did this mean? It meant that the private money he had once hidden would, in the parallel timeline, have each single unit worth 10 billion. Lin Yifan hurriedly recalled his stash. After marriage, he seemed to have hidden more than 10,000 units of private money. If that were brought into the parallel world, how much would it be worth? Lin Yifan quickly began doing the math in his ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, ancestor. He had never imagined that in his previous life, when he had lived like a dog burdened every month by mortgage and car payments, working himself to the bone, he would after death be granted such treatment, crossing into a parallel world to become a tycoon. It was simply beyond belief. Then hurry up and transfer that 10,000+ of private money for me, haha. Lao Lu replied blandly, sorry, but your private stash isn't that large. Stunned, Lin Yifan blurted, impossible. I clearly hid more than 12,000 in private money. I remember it perfectly. Then a thought suddenly struck him. Lao Lu, are you planning to charge a handling fee? If you need to take a fee, I can understand that, but at least tell me. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know? You have to tell me so that I can know, right? You're overthinking it. Why would I charge you a handling fee? As a price depreciation system, I'm not short on funds. The capital for us wealth-type systems is earned by lower-level systems, those exchange systems, or ones that deduct various handling fees. The money they earn all has to be handed over to us wealth systems. Then if I clearly hid more than 10,000 in private money, why are you saying there isn't that much? Lao Lu explained, so-called private money refers only to funds you have hidden and that only you yourself know about. Money your wife has already discovered does not fall under the category of private money. Lin Yifan was dumbfounded. You mean my private money in my original world was partially discovered by my wife? The system audibly sighed in relief. You finally figured it out. Lin Yifan felt a chill run through his heart and quickly asked, how much do I have left that hasn't been discovered? So far, only a bank card with 3,600 yuan, some change in a piggy bank, and the collection coins and notes you bought at a high price remain undiscovered. As for the private funds in your other bank card and some cash hidden at home, they have all been found. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yifan felt both heartache and relief. The heartache came from losing nearly 10,000 yuan of private funds, which would cost him countless billions in this parallel world. Relief came from the fact that he hadn't put all his eggs in one basket. He had hidden them separately. If after gaining the system it claimed that all his private funds had been wiped out and he had none to take with him, Lin Yifan estimated that his mental state would have collapsed. Alright, he could only accept reality. Over 3,000 yuan in private funds was not a small amount. Lin Yifan could only comfort himself like this. Is there anything else you want to ask? If not, I will teleport you to the parallel world. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and said, one last question. With prices dropping by 100 billion times, how is the currency unit calculated in the parallel world? It is based on the units of your original world. The economic units in your original world start from the basic yuan and go down to jiao, fan, li hao si, hu wei xian sha na, and so on. However, since the 7 units of li hao si, hu wei xian, and sha are not very significant, there are no corresponding coins for these units in the parallel world. They are directly skipped. In other words, 1 yuan 10 jiao, 1 jiao 10 fun, and 1 fan 100 million na yuan. Na yuan is the smallest and most commonly used currency unit in the parallel world. Additionally, the cash and coins you brought with you, including the collection of fan jiao and yuan, exist in the parallel space. Such banknotes belong to the treasury reserves of that world and are considered large denomination notes. Similar to checks in the original world, these are issued by banks specifically for large enterprises or between countries for bulk trade. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yifan puzzledly asked, let's not talk about banknotes for now. Those coins are nothing but steel, nickel, or copper, zinc, aluminum, zinc alloys. Wouldn't it be easy to counterfeit them? He recalled a humorous incident from his original world where 3 people wanted to counterfeit money. Afraid of getting caught, they dared not make large denominations and focused instead on 1 yuan coins. They ended up investing 18,000 yuan to produce 16,000 1 yuan coins. While this was amusing in the original world, losing 200 yuan in counterfeiting in the parallel world, spending 1/8 na yuan to produce 1/6 yuan coins would hold a completely different value. Such huge profits would be enough to tempt anyone to take risks and counterfeit. You overlooked one issue: the coins in the parallel world belong to large denomination notes comparable to checks in the original world. Do you think they are merely made of alloys? Even the smallest 1 fin coin is worth 100 million na yuan. Would such a valuable currency be easy to counterfeit? Such rare and precious currency means banks must have anti-counterfeiting measures, right? Lin Yifan became curious about what those measures were. In the parallel world, all Treasury Reserve notes, whether coins or banknotes, have internal chips and are verified by professional note-checking machines. Whether it's the internal chip or the specialized note-checking machine, both are core technologies of the bank, and the public cannot master them at all. Na yuan, due to its large issuance volume and cost limitations, cannot achieve such advanced anti-counterfeiting technology. However, large denomination currency is different. Its rarity and value justify placing a chip in every note. Do you understand now? Lin Yifan nodded. I understand. The problem is my private funds are just ordinary banknotes and coins. If I bring them over, won't that be a pile of counterfeit money? The system, feeling a bit exasperated by Lin Yifan's ignorance, said, do you think him just a decoration? I will convert your cash into equivalent currency in the corresponding world. Even the money stored in your bank card will be exchanged for the highest level black card from the largest joint bank in the corresponding world. The currency settlement unit for this card is not na yuan, but yuan. Lin Yifan awkwardly smiled and said, with so much sudden money, it must be safe, right? I hope the financial supervision department doesn't come looking for me the moment I cross over. Additionally, the influx of so much money won't lead to inflation, right? Don't worry. The money exchanged for your private funds is money that this system already has in that parallel space. With your meager private funds, it won't be enough to exchange for anything significant, so you don't need to worry about safety or inflation. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. Wow, so you are actually a hidden tycoon. Tycoon, I want to cling to you. The system retorted, get lost. Lin Yifan could clearly hear a hint of frustration in the system's voice. He then felt a sharp pain in his soul and lost consciousness. When Lin Yifan awoke again, he found himself lying on a bed in a dormitory. The dormitory was quiet with no one around. Just as Lin Yifan was about to survey his surroundings, a surge of memories flooded his mind. After digesting these memories of the original owner, Lin Yifan gained a rough understanding of this world and the original owner. The planet he was on in this parallel space was called Azure Star, and the country he was in was called Huaxia. However, history was surprisingly similar, so this parallel world did not feel strange to him. The original owner shared the same name as Lin Yifan, and their backgrounds were remarkably alike. They were both orphans. If it weren't for his good deeds in his past life, which earned him the system's favor, he wouldn't know when he would turn his fortunes around. In this world, Lin Yifan was only 19 years old. Although he was an orphan, he understood from a young age that only by relying on himself could he change his fate. Therefore, during the 12 years of compulsory education funded by the state, he studied diligently. After graduating from high school, the original owner successfully entered a prestigious university, not only getting into Shanghai Normal University, but also receiving a full scholarship. He was currently in his second year of university. Moreover, Lin Yifan discovered something in the original owner's memory, despite being an orphan with no background or money. Because of his handsome looks, he was actually confessed to by a naive freshman girl during his first year. The original owner, who had previously focused solely on studying and had never been in a relationship, easily fell for the girl and began his first romantic relationship. However, after a year of conversation, the original host had barely held hands with that girl before the start of their sophomore year. The naive freshman girl suddenly became worldly, and before the semester began, proposed a breakup. The reason for the breakup was not some cliché affair. It was simply because the girl understood the many frustrations of reality and did not want to waste her youth accompanying the original host. The poor child had just begun to savor the sweetness of love, only to be abruptly thrust back into reality. After being dumped by the girl, the original host desperately tried to win her back multiple times. Unfortunately, he could not retrieve a heart that was determined to leave. During the half-month leading up to the start of sophomore year, the original host, who was originally somewhat introverted yet ambitious, began to spiral into despair, becoming lost and disheartened. Due to insomnia and staying up late, he ultimately suffered a sudden death in his sleep, only to be reincarnated by Lin Yifan. Buddy, go in peace. I will live well in your stead, and I will make it spectacular. Lin Yifan murmured to himself. He then began to call out to the system, Old Six, are you there? After a long wait, the system finally responded, what is it? Where's my money? My stash. It's in the drawer by your bed, a World Union bank card. The 3,600 units of your private money are all on that card. Additionally, the piggy bank contains your cash change, and that small safe has your collection of banknotes and coins. Thanks, that's all. You can leave now. Lin Yifan said, disregarding the system, hastily climbed to the bed's edge, opened the drawer, and began rummaging. The system old six almost exploded with anger upon hearing Lin Yifan's words. As a system, it had assisted many hosts, but had never encountered such a troublesome one. Thinking back to how courteous previous hosts had been, and then looking at this one, it regretted its choice, wondering how it had picked such a fool. After searching for a while, Lin Yifan finally pulled out a black bank card edged in gold. It had the words World Union Bank embossed in gold lettering. This was a top-tier bank, and one card could be used worldwide. Furthermore, client information was kept highly confidential, with security and privacy ranking first in the world. Not to mention, ordinary institutions, even those of national stature, would find it impossible to obtain client information from the Union Bank. Originally, this world also had Swiss banks, which were once regarded as the safest banks in existence. However, after a certain incident, the Swiss bank shockingly abandoned its neutral stance and chose sides, leading to a drastic decline in its reputation and status, rendering it a master of self-destruction. After the Swiss bank's reputation collapsed, the World Union Bank rose to prominence, replacing the Swiss bank's position. The bank card contained 3,600 units, and Lin Yifan decided not to use it lightly. Then he dug out a small piggy bank and a tiny suitcase. After searching for a while, and finding nothing to break open the piggy bank, he simply smashed it down onto the floor. When the piggy bank broke, coins scattered all over the floor. After collecting all the change, Lin Yifan picked up a coin and examined it closely, realizing it was not much different from what he had known in his past life. The only notable difference was the gold thread on the banknote, which probably concealed a chip. He couldn't fathom how the chip was embedded in the currency, but he had to admit this black technology was quite impressive. He counted the coins once. There were 16 1-unit coins, 8 5-unit coins, 7 10-unit coins, and 5 20-unit coins. There were 2 50-unit coins totaling 326 units. How much was that? Lin Yifan felt a bit dazed. After recalling the system's explanation of the exchange rate, 1 cent equated to 100 million, right? So 1 unit would be 10 billion. 326 units would amount to, wow, 32.6 trillion. Lin Yifan thought he must have miscalculated. In his past life, that was barely enough for a midnight snack, and now it had transformed into 30 trillion. Lin Yifan felt his legs weaken and his heart raced. After calming himself down, Lin Yifan continued to sort through the paper banknotes and coins he had previously collected in the small suitcase. Opening the small suitcase revealed a special album for collections. The album had small compartments containing new notes and coins. After counting these, he compiled the statistic. There were 38 1-cent coins, 19 1-cent notes, 25 2-cent coins, 27 2-cent notes, 27 5-cent coins, 25-cent notes. There were 18 10-cent coins, 12 10-cent notes, 14 20-cent coins, 17 20-cent notes, 15 50-cent coins, and 9 50-cent notes. With trembling hands, Lin Yifan added everything up on his phone calculator. The total of all the banknotes and coins amounted to 25.16 units. Just these collectible coins were worth 251.6 billion units. Adding the bank card cash and collectible coins together, he had a total of 3,951.16. If converted into units, that would mean 39,511.6 billion units. Lin Yifan was stunned after calculating. Soon he frantically began searching for information on his phone. In no time, the phone screen displayed the data. According to the global Forbes list, the combined wealth of 2,700 billionaires last year was 13 trillion units. The current exchange rate for units to dollars is 6.8, which translates to 88 trillion units. This equates to 8,800 in Chinese currency. The world's richest man, Musk, has a net worth of 148.92 billion units, which is equivalent to 148.92 units. The richest man in China, boss Zhong, has a fortune of 446.7 billion units, translating to 40.67 units. Last year, the highest GDP in China was from Guangdong province, amounting to 12.43 trillion units, equivalent to 1243.69 units. The total GDP of China for the year was 113.77 trillion, or 11,377 units. After reviewing this data, Lin Yifan was utterly dumbfounded. Looking at his calculated total assets of 3,951.16 units, does that mean his personal assets are roughly equivalent to half of the combined wealth of the 2,700 billionaires worldwide? Is his total cash amounting to more than the total GDP of Guangdong province over 3 years? Isn't the richest person's assets not even half of his cash change? One must understand that the so-called wealth of the richest often consists mostly of real estate or stock valuations, whereas his wealth was in cash flow, which are two entirely different concepts. Lin Yifan took a sharp breath. Although he had a rough idea before, he had never made such a comparison. He hurriedly calmed his emotions, trying to slow his racing heart. Lin Yifan certainly did not want to become the second Fan Jin. At this moment, perhaps only the name of a certain plant could describe his feelings. I can't leave this in the dormitory. With over 300 yuan in change, and a 25 yuan collectible coin, if anyone finds out, it would be complete chaos. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan quickly got up and placed the money into his wallet. Then he took out the Bank of China card that the original owner had along with a small suitcase. After thinking for a moment, he also stuffed the black card from the United Bank into his bag and rushed to the bank. He took a taxi to the nearest branch of the Bank of China. However, after getting out of the car, Lin Yifan hesitated at the bank's entrance. He felt a bit anxious, mainly worried about the authenticity of the money. What if this money is different from the currency in this world and the bank reports him for counterfeiting? But thinking about the system's vast capabilities, it couldn't possibly deceive the host. Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and pushed open the glass door of the bank. The bank's lobby appeared somewhat deserted at that moment. A young woman in a black suit noticed Lin Yifan walking in with a small suitcase. She quickly approached and greeted him. "Sir, welcome to the Bank of China. I am the lobby manager here. How can I?" Lin Yifan glanced at the woman's ample bosom, noticing her name tag read Lobby Manager Yang Qian. He tried to calm his racing heart and replied nonchalantly, "Hello, I would like to deposit some money." As soon as the words left his mouth, it might not have sounded strange to others, but Lin Yifan noticed that his voice was a bit hoarse. The lobby manager Yang Qian smiled and said, "For deposits under 200 yuan, you can use the ATM. For amounts over 200 yuan, I can get you a ticket to deposit at the counter. How much do you need to deposit?" I want to deposit some money that requires special machines to verify." Lin Yifan stammered a bit. It wasn't that he lacked mental fortitude, it was just that this situation was this involved a staggering fortune of over 30 trillion. If this money didn't align with this world, the bank might report him for counterfeiting. Lin Yifan couldn't even begin to imagine his fate, although the system had resurrected him, proving its miraculous nature. In matters of currency, it shouldn't go awry, yet Lin Yifan still couldn't suppress his inner unease. When the lobby manager Yang Qian heard the phrase special machine, her expression also changed. She scrutinized the young Lin Yifan carefully and said cautiously, "Sir, what is your surname? Are you sure you need to deposit into the reserve vault?" Lin Yifan nodded and replied, "My surname is Lin." "All right, Mr. Lin, please follow me to the VIP room." Yang Qian gestured for him to follow and led the way. Upon arriving in the VIP room, Yang Qian invited Lin Yifan to take a seat and signaled him to wait a moment. She then went to find the special currency verification machine in the back room. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yifan contemplated and took out his black card from the United Bank. He placed it prominently on the table and set the suitcase beside it. The reason for taking out this black card was primarily due to Lin Yifan's consideration of the source of funds. A young man under 20 suddenly coming to deposit over 30 trillion in cash would definitely raise the bank's scrutiny. The problem was, what could Lin Yifan use to explain the source of the funds? The best approach was to verify the authenticity of the black card first before depositing any money. If the black card was genuine, the bank would certainly not question the source of the funds. After all, the system had stated that what he exchanged for himself was the highest level black card from the United Bank settled in yuan. Such a black card could not be issued to just any wealthy individual. The minimum deposit must be over 10 billion. After all, 10 billion yuan is only worth 1 yuan. Without even a yuan, the bank wouldn't issue the highest level black card settled in yuan. A regular gold card would suffice. Those who possess a black card are certainly not questioned about their source of. While Lin Yifan's thoughts raced, the lobby manager Yang Qian had already returned with the special currency verification machine. Lin Yifan noticed that when Yang Qian saw the prominent black card on the table, she was visibly taken aback. At this moment, he felt a slight sense of relief. "Manager Yang, may I deposit money into this black card?" Yang Qian approached the table, set the verification machine aside, and carefully examined the black card with both hands. After a thorough examination, she confirmed that it was indeed a black card from the United Bank. Although Yang Qian showed no outward signs of excitement, her heart was already in turmoil. Having worked at this branch for so many years, she had only seen black cards during internal training sessions at the bank. Those were merely sample cards used to train bank employees to recognize authenticity and could not be used. As for the real usable black cards from the United Bank, she had never seen one. These were top-tier cards that could only be issued with a minimum deposit of 10 billion. To put it in perspective, this was Shanghai, a financial city where a single brick could crush several millionaires. Even working in such a metropolis, she had never served a client with a black card. At this moment, Yang Qian's only thought was that this shockingly young individual before her was undoubtedly the heir of some top family in the country. Otherwise, how could he carry a black card from the United Bank? Realizing this, Yang Qian felt ashamed for her earlier doubts about this young man's need for the large verification machine. "Mr. Lin, hello. If you need to deposit money into this black card, it is possible, because United Bank cards can be deposited and withdrawn at any bank domestically or internationally. However, Mr. Lin, if you do not specifically need to deposit into the black card, you can actually deposit into our Bank of China card. Our bank can offer more interest than the black card, and we will provide you with dedicated 24-hour customer service. At that time, whether you are depositing or withdrawing money, just a phone call, and we can have everything ready for you. After hearing this, Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow. He had just asked that question to confirm the authenticity of the black card. He never intended to actually deposit money into it. Now that he confirmed the black card was real, he had no worries about the cash in his hands. As for Yang Qian's response, Lin Yifan quickly realized what she meant. It was simply to attract deposits for the bank, a task every bank must undertake. Only by attracting deposits could banks lend out money to make profits. Another reason was to attract major clients. Clients with black cards like this could easily help the bank accomplish its tasks. No matter which bank they were at, major clients were invaluable resources. Yang Qian was overjoyed upon hearing this, her face slightly flushed. She smiled brightly and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. May I ask how much you intend to deposit? To use a large bill verifier, it must be at least 1 cent. This means that I have brought in a deposit of 100 million yuan to the bank. This year the branch's performance has already reached 1/5 of its target." Lin Yifan opened the suitcase on the table and revealed the collection compartment inside. Suddenly a series of brand new banknotes and coins with a special luster caught Yang Qian's eye. She was heavenly deities, what am I seeing? Yang Qian cried out in her heart. She excitedly trembled and asked, "Mr. Lin, are you planning to deposit all this money?" No wonder she was so excited. Even if only half of this money was deposited in the bank, just the fact that she has attracted such a large client would be enough for her to be promoted to the deputy branch manager. Lin Yifan thought for a moment, then reached in and pulled out 3 1-cent bills and 3 1-cent coins, stuffing them into his wallet. "There are 25, 16 yuan here, so just help me deposit it as a round number, let's say 25, 1 yuan. Oh, and please help me deposit a bit of change as well." After Lin Yifan finished speaking, he began to dig into his wallet. Meanwhile, Yang Qian was still immersed in the surprise of depositing 25, 1 yuan. When she heard Lin Yifan mention depositing some change, she didn't think much of it. She instinctively thought it would just be a few 100,000 yuan. Who would have known that Lin Yifan pulled out a stack of enormous cash and tossed it onto the table? Looking at the pile of 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan notes in front of her, Yang Qian's rosy lips suddenly formed an O shape. "Mr. Lin, is this your idea of change?" Yang Qian was completely flustered. She had seen change before, but never anything so extravagant. "Dude, are you trying to show off?" Yang Qian really wanted to complain. She had seen people treat tens of millions of yuan as change before, but she had never seen anyone refer to Treasury Reserve notes as change. Lin Yifan found it somewhat amusing. There was nothing he could do, it was a habit formed in his past life. He hadn't yet adjusted to this world, and casually referred to it as change. "Please help me deposit this together." Yang Qian began to count the money with trembling hands, counting several times before verifying each piece of currency. Once everything was settled, she said to Lin Yifan, "Mr. Lin, the total amount comes to 351, 1 yuan. Would you like to double-check it?" "No need, just help me deposit it." "Do you have a bank card with us, Mr. Lin?" Lin Yifan took out his Huaxiao bank card from his wallet and handed it to Yang Qian. "This is the thing, Mr. Lin. Because the amount you are depositing is enormous, I can help you apply for the highest level diamond card at Huaxiao Bank. It will also be calculated in yuan. Is that all right?" Lin Yifan thought for a moment, and his old habit of not putting all his eggs in one basket kicked in again. "How about this? You help me deposit 350 yuan into the diamond card, and the remaining 1 yuan I'll keep in my regular card as yuan. After all, the regular card is linked to my WeChat and Alipay for easier access to pocket money." "Okay, please wait a moment. I will now process your diamond card and deposit the money into it at our bank's highest." Moments later, Yang Qian quickly processed a diamond card and deposited 350 yuan into Lin Yifan's diamond card. She then deposited 1 yuan and yuan into Lin Yifan's regular card. Now Lin Yifan's wallet only contained 6 cents. That's equivalent to 600 million yuan. The rest of the money was deposited into 3 bank cards. The United Bank's black card contained 3600 yuan, while the Huaxiao Bank's diamond card held 350 yuan. Meanwhile, the Huaxiao Bank's regular card stored 11 billion yuan. Yang Qian's hands trembled as she operated Lin Yifan's regular card for the deposit. This was mainly because Lin Yifan's comment about the regular card being convenient for pocket money had just been made. Who in the world considers pocket money in the hundreds of billions? And you still have 600 million cash on you. This is like a small knife cutting the buttocks, an eye-opener. This cannot be considered a rich person, it's simply beyond human comprehension. That 1 yuan of pocket money could easily get you another black card at the United Bank. yet he directly deposited it into a regular card. Excitement aside, Yang Qian's professional qualities were quite commendable. In just a short while she arranged both cards according to Lin Yifun's requests, and even thoughtfully removed the spending limit on the regular card. Taking the 2 bank cards that Yang Qian handed over, Lin Yifun inserted them into his wallet. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Yang Qian hurriedly called out to him. Mr. Lin, let's exchange phone numbers and add each other on WeChat. From now on, I will be your account manager. If you need to withdraw or deposit money, feel free to contact me at any time. Lin Yifun thought this was also a good idea. Withdrawing large amounts of cash was rather troublesome. It required a prior application, and having a dedicated account manager would make it a simple phone call. After exchanging phone numbers and adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yifun finally left Huaxia Bank. However, instead of heading straight back to his dorm, he started to wander around. Everything that had happened today was too sudden. In just one day, he had died and come back to life, becoming the world's richest man. Lin Yifun needed to adjust his mindset. Wandering aimlessly for a while as the sky gradually darkened, Lin Yifun sat down on a stone bench by the bridge, gazing at the brilliant lights reflected in the water. Suddenly, Lin Yifun felt a pang of homesickness. Arriving in this strange parallel world, he had initially been elated by the enormous wealth, losing himself in it. But now, as he calmed down, a sense of desolation surged in his heart. He began to miss his home in the original world, as well as his unborn child. He had met his wife through an arranged marriage. Given that they were both older, they got married after dating for a while. Their relationship wasn't particularly good or bad, it was just a relatively ordinary life. More than a year after their marriage, his wife became pregnant, but who would have thought that just 2 months into the pregnancy he died while saving someone? Thinking of this, Lin Yifun felt even more downcast. He couldn't help but wonder how sad his pregnant wife would be upon hearing the news of his death. "Laolu, are you there?" Lin Yifun called out to the system in his heart. "What's the matter? Is it possible for me to return to my original timeline? Why? Are you planning to leave all this wealth behind and go back to your original timeline?" Lin Yifun fell silent upon hearing this. Could he truly part with it? Perhaps if he had a choice in the chaotic space, he would definitely choose to return to his original timeline. But now, with the immense fortune in his hands, Lin Yifun no longer had the courage to act without hesitation. "Perhaps I am greedy, but is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Let me return to my original time and space while bringing back some wealth." After asking, Lin Yifun felt a bit ridiculous for even posing the question. How could one possibly have both fish and bear's paw? Who would have thought the system would provide an unexpectedly affirmative answer? Yes. What? Lin Yifun exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, otherwise he would likely have been looked at as if he were crazy. Lin Yifun eagerly asked in his heart, "What is the method? Hurry up and tell me. There are 2 tasks, you only need to complete either one, and I can fulfill your wish. Not only can I send you back to your original time and space, but I will also provide you with sufficient wealth." What are the 2 choices? Lin Yifun's breath quickened. The first method is to spend all your cash in the shortest time possible without causing any damage. Moreover, it must meet my stipulated requirements. The shorter the time taken, the more wealth you can bring back to your original time and space. The second method is to double your wealth in the shortest time without using any illegal means. And it must meet my stipulated requirements. The shorter the time taken, the more wealth you can bring back to your original time and space. Is there even a choice to make? The speed of earning money cannot compare to that of being a spendthrift, so I will definitely choose the first method. This is simply a gift, Lin Yifun thought with delight. When it comes to making money, Lin Yifun still had no clear idea. But when it comes to being a spendthrift, who wouldn't know how? As long as one goes all out, mountains of gold and silver can be squandered. By the way, does money spent that turns into assets count? It counts. I am referring to cash, and assets are not included in the cash category. So as long as you have no cash left on you, that counts as completing the task. Ha ha ha, I thought that cash exchanged for assets wouldn't count. That makes it much simpler, hee hee. Then let's start spending money now. Oh, go for it, young man, I believe in you. The system's tone was filled with jest. Unfortunately, Lin Yifun was too immersed in his excitement to notice. His mind was now filled with the thought of fully experiencing the feeling of being a spendthrift. Then, after successfully spending all his money, he would return to his original time with a fortune. Accompanying his wife and children, he would then live a happy life. Lin Yifun took out his phone and first downloaded several live streaming platforms, such as Youhiai and Douyin. Spending lavishly on live streaming platforms is something no man can resist. Otherwise, how could live streaming platforms be so popular? In the past, he had only seen protagonists in novels spend lavishly, and he never expected that one day, for the sake of being a spendthrift, he would also take this step. Let's take it one step at a time. First, he registered an account on Yiyu. Lin Yifun named his Yiyu account Xiaosa Zhou Yihui, which means that one day when he returns to his original time, he can prove that he had lived freely in this world. The account was registered successfully, and Lin Yifan began to top up his EU account. The top-up options included fixed amounts and customizable amounts, with the maximum customizable amount being 1,000 yuan. Without saying a word, Lin Yifan started topping up in amounts of 1,000,000. Fortunately, the payment could be verified with a fingerprint, saving him from entering a password and allowing him to save some time. Thus, Lin Yifan began to operate mechanically, first entering a 1, then continuously pressing 0. He kept pressing until it prompted that he had reached the maximum top-up amount, which was 1,000 yuan. Next, he tapped the top-up button below, placing his finger on the fingerprint scanner, and the top-up was successful. He repeated this operation, topping up about 7 times in 1 minute, totaling 7,000 yuan. The mobile banking text messages kept coming in with deduction alerts. Half an hour later, looking at the top-up page showing a balance of 20 million. Lin Yifan's hands were sore, and he felt like he might vomit from the first-time topping-up experience. But looking at the bank text message showing a balance of 1098,000, Lin Yifan felt a wave of despair. How long is this going to take? Not only is it a waste of time, but it's also exhausting. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan found the customer service number for Yiyu. He directly made a call, reaching out for human assistance. Hello, this is Yiyu Platform Customer Service. My employee number is 1005. How may I assist you today? Hello, I would like to ask if it's possible to increase the top-up amount on Yiyu. Topping up in increments of 1,000 is really troublesome. The customer service representative on the other end was stunned. In her time as customer service, it was the first time she had heard such a request. Is 1,000 not considered a small amount? Although there are occasionally customers who top up 1,000 directly, but at most a few times would suffice. Who tops up this much every time? Could it be a prank call? However, the customer service representative politely said, "Sir, please provide your account ID, and I will assist you with the inquiry." 597879310. Okay, please hold on. The customer service representative said, and began to check the account information through the platform's backend. Soon all the information for this account appeared on the screen, and the representative noted that it was a new account registered half an hour ago. But when she saw the top-up information, the customer service representative was stunned again. It showed that within half an hour this account had been continuously topping up with amounts of 1,000. The representative stared in shock at the series of top-up records, counting them. In half an hour, a total of 200 top-ups had been made, with a total amount reaching 20 million yuan. Regaining her composure, the customer service representative quickly connected her headset and said, "Hello, sir, are you still there? Yes, can the top-up limit be increased a bit? Topping up 1,000 at a time is really inconvenient." Lin Yifan complained. "Okay, I will report this to my supervisor right now and call you back shortly." After Lin Yifan agreed, the customer service representative immediately hung up and called the company's general manager. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan took the opportunity, while waiting for the customer service representative's call back, to browse the platform. Although he was going to be a spendthrift, it wasn't about randomly throwing money around. He at least had to find a pleasant-looking girl to spend on. Lin Yifan clicked into a live room where a girl dressed provocatively was dancing. There were over 100 people watching in the live room, and the public screen was constantly scrolling. She seemed to be a relatively popular streamer. Unfortunately, this beauty was not Lin Yifan's type, and he swiped up without hesitation to continue looking. Having watched 4 or 5 female streamers, the phone rang. It was likely the platform's customer service calling, and Lin Yifan picked up. "Hello, sir, I am the customer service representative you spoke with earlier. Here's the thing, I have already reported the situation to my supervisor. In light of your top-up needs, our company can adjust the top-up limit for you. How much would you like the maximum top-up?" This response from Yiyu was within Lin Yifan's expectations. After all, Lin Yifan's top-up records from just half an hour ago had proven his financial capability, and the platform would not reject such a valuable customer's small request. As long as the person in charge of the company had a functioning intellect, they would not refuse. Lin Yifan opened his mouth and said, "Help me change it to 100 million, so I won't have to bother with topping." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yifan waited for a moment. When he returned to the top-up interface, he found that the limit on his account had changed from 1,000 to 100 million. How convenient this is. Lin Yifan first entered 1 on the top-up interface, and then pressed 8 zeros. Finally, he clicked to top up, and within just a few seconds the 100 million was successfully topped up. Isn't this faster than the previous half hour? Fortunately, when Yang Xian processed the diamond card, she also helped him cancel the spending limit on the regular card. Otherwise, not to mention 100 million, even topping up 1,000 before would have been tough. The bank manager is quite considerate, if she truly cares. Next, he continued to search for streamers that caught his eye. Lin Yifan kept scrolling down and browsed through about 10 live streaming rooms. Finally, a live streaming room popped up on the screen, and the appearance of the girl inside immediately attracted Lin Yifan. This female streamer, named Yu, seemed to be around 20 years old. At first glance, she was pretty, but not extraordinarily stunning. It was mainly her delicate features that gave a particularly comfortable feeling. Although live streams come with beauty filters, Lin Yifan could still sense that the streamer looked quite similar to her. After all, in his past life, Lin Yifan had been through the trials of beauty filters, so he had a discerning eye. He glanced at the streamer's profile, which stated she was at level 10 in playing the Guzheng. She is actually a talented streamer. Right now she was playing the Guzheng, and the piece was a Chinese ghost story. Although Lin Yifan didn't understand Guzheng, the smooth sound he heard felt quite professional. There were only a handful of viewers in the live streaming room. To be honest, in this day and age, talented female streamers might struggle to compete with those who show more skin. After all, the sexy female streamers can chat about anything and everything, which means they can attract the majority of male viewers. Lin Yifan clicked on her ranking list and saw that her weekly ranking was just over 300, with the top spot claiming 1500. Once it reached the second rank, there was a cliff-like drop, with only over 500 remaining, while the rest were just a few dozens or hundreds. The top 1 and 2 were currently in the live streaming room, chatting on the public screen. After a piece of a Chinese ghost story ended, the streamer paused and began interacting with the few big spenders on the public screen. Lin Yifan also started typing, "Streamer, you played well, truly worthy of being level 10 in Guzheng." Yu smiled when she saw the newcomer's message saying, "Thank you, handsome brother, for the praise. If you like the streamer, please click to follow." Lin Yifan, with a bit of mischief, typed, "Streamer meeting is fate. Your talent is impressive. Let me help you become the number 1 on the platform." Yu glanced at the message on the public screen and merely smiled without replying. She had been a streamer for over 2 months and had experienced various situations. She knew that some people on this platform like to make grand promises to small and new streamers. In her 2 months, she had encountered several such instances where the boasting went sky high, yet none could deliver. At that moment, the top streamer, named Feng Wu Jiutian, suddenly mocked Lin Yifan. "A small white account is here bragging. You think everyone else is a fool and easy to trick. Don't even think about lifting the streamer to the top. You should break into my number 1 first before boasting." The second-ranked streamer also typed, "Exactly, even if you want to fool the streamer, at least show your true strength. Watching a live stream is just watching, nobody minds you, but bragging is really cringeworthy." Lin Yifan smiled slightly. "Am I a small white account? If you want to see my strength, fine." Lin Yifan clicked on the rank next to him and found the highest rank inside. King. The initial activation requires 100 coins, and to maintain the King's rank each month, a renewal fee of 300 coins is required. This is it. Clicking to activate, a prompt appeared. "Are you sure you want to activate the King for Guzheng Yu?" Lin Yifan clicked confirm, and immediately a banner floated across the entire platform. Xiao Sa Zoe Hui activated the King in Guzheng Yu's live streaming room. And in front of Lin Yifan's account, Xiao Sa Zoe Hui, a golden king icon appeared, making it particularly distinguished. The number 1 and 2 streamers who were currently mocking Lin Yifan suddenly fell silent upon seeing the announcement. Streamer Yu, seeing the notification that her rank had been activated, covered her mouth in surprise. Then, overjoyed, she spoke to the camera. "Thank you, handsome brother, for granting me the king rank. I am so grateful. What song would you like to hear? I will play it for you." At this moment, the top streamer Feng Wu Jiutian also typed a response. "Wow bro, you're amazing. I thought you were just another braggart, but it turns out you really have the strength." Lin Yifan rarely became a bit dramatic, saying, "Just stream as you normally would. Tonight, I'll make your name resonate throughout the entire platform." After typing that, Lin Yifan found the most expensive gift in the gift bar. It was the spaceship, valued at 8 coins each. Sending 1 spaceship can trigger a banner across the entire platform. This means that sending 1 will display a gift banner in every live streaming room on the platform. This banner has a teleportation effect. As long as someone clicks on the banner, they can choose to enter the live streaming room where the banner is displayed. It serves as a way for big spenders to attract fans to the streamer. After selecting the spaceship, Lin Yifan clicked to send it. Immediately, an animation of a spaceship appeared on the screen, slowly taking shape. After floating for a while, it gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, the banner at the top began to slowly float from right to left. "Wow, thank you, handsome brother, for the spaceship. I am so excited. This is the first time I have received such an expensive gift." Yu's little face was flushed with excitement in front of the camera. She truly did not expect that as a new streamer she would receive the most expensive special effect gift on the platform. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning. As Lin Yifan kept clicking to send gifts, the special effect animations on the entire lower half of the screen never stopped, and the banners at the top of the public screen kept floating by one after another. Xiao Sa Zoe Hui gifted Guzheng Yu 1 spaceship. Xiao Sa Zoe Hui gifted Guzheng Yu 2 spaceships. Xiao Sa Zoe Hui gifted Guzheng Yu 3 spaceships. Initially, the other streamers and viewers on the platform didn't pay much attention. After all, those big streamers often received spaceships, sometimes even more than 10 or dozens. However, as time passed, the other streamers and viewers on the platform slowly felt something was off. It seemed like this called Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui had taken over the entire banner. The only banners floating were those stating Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui gifted Gujing Yuyu a spaceship. Some viewers began to feel curious, unable to resist their curiosity as they clicked on the banner above, intending to enter the live stream to see what was happening. Some clever streamers also realized that a new big spender had risen. They decided to create a secondary account to investigate the situation while simultaneously broadcasting the secondary account's interface in their own stream. This was to retain the curious big spenders in their live stream. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the Gujing live stream began to surge. The audience slowly transformed from just a few people to double digits, and soon it turned into triple digits. The numbers kept fluctuating, rapidly approaching 4 digits. The streamer Yuyu was so excited that she could only thank Lin Yifan. Over the past 2 months since her broadcast began, the number of viewers online at the same time had never exceeded 20. Most viewers would come and watch for a bit, and then leave, with only a few wealthier fans occasionally gifting her a few presents. This was the first time her live stream was so lively. Indeed, the seniors were right. To get rich, one must rely on arriving big spenders. Seeing a large influx of visitors to her live stream, Yuyu smiled brightly as she began to welcome the new guests. After all, if she could retain even a small portion of these newcomers, it would bring her a considerable income. What's happening in this live stream? The gifts are pouring in like crazy. The money seems to flow like ghost money. I truly know nothing about the world of the wealthy. Even during the annual event, those big streamers don't send gifts like this. This is too intense. They've already given nearly 100 spaceships. How much money is that? This is a new streamer with only a few hundred fans. It must be the guild creating hype for the new streamer. Impossible. I checked the guild that the streamer signed with. It's just a small guild lacking such substantial strength. Could this Xiaoshui brother really be a newly emerged wild big spender? I just saw a banner for a king being opened. If I'm not mistaken, it should be this Xiaoshui brother who opened it. For the kings were just opened. It's undoubtedly a wild big spender. If he is indeed a wild big spender rising, then this Gujing streamer is going to hit it big. It's clear this wild big spender has taken a liking to her. Whoa, I'm more attractive than this streamer, and my cup is bigger than hers. Why can't I encounter such a heavenly big spender? Brother Xiaoshui, please follow me. I'm delicate and easy to topple. I can be both cute and dignified, and I know 108 styles. Big brother, do you want a pendant? I can be your lucky charm. How can I hug your thigh? More and more people entered Yuyu's live stream. Not only the viewers attracted by the continuous banners, but even some female streamers who were live broadcasting stopped their streams and rushed over. The entire public screen became chaotic, with lines of messages continuously scrolling and then disappearing. On the other side, a middle-aged man was at his computer watching the back end of his guild. He inadvertently discovered that the live stream data of a new Gujing talent under his wing was rapidly increasing. Both the number of viewers online, the activity level of the live stream, and the earnings were all jumping up. This left him somewhat astonished. He quickly logged in with his Duke account to enter the live stream of this female streamer under him. As soon as he entered, what met his eyes were spaceships floating by. Upon seeing the number of gifts sent, it showed that a fan named Xiaoshui Zhou Yi Hui was about to send 100, and the gifts hadn't stopped continuing to float in. Seeing this scene, the guild leader felt as excited as the female streamer Yuyu. Not only the female streamer needed a big spender, but the guild did too. Because after the platform takes its cut from the gifts sent by fans, what remains is divided between the guild and the streamer. Although the guild takes a smaller cut, the quantity of gifts sent is overwhelming. It seems he needs to woo this big spender well, and see if this big spender might take a liking to other female streamers under his guild. If he could attract this big spender to show interest in 1 or 2 female streamers from his guild, then his guild would. Xiaoshui Zhou Yi Hui gifted Gujing Yuyu 100 spaceships. Xiaoshui Zhou Yi Hui gifted Gujing Yuyu 200 spaceships. Xiaoshui Zhou Yi Hui gifted Gujing Yuyu 300 spaceships. Upon seeing this number of gifts, the viewers transitioned from initial astonishment to sheer shock. 300 spaceships. How much money is that? But what left everyone speechless was that this wealthy individual was still sending gifts. It was simply absurd. It was utterly outrageous. At this moment, the number of people in the live stream was still surging. Usually a count or marquee in a small streamer's live stream would be considered a big spender. But now in Yuyu's live stream, dropping a brick would crush several counts or marquises. Even dukes and kings were attracted by the overwhelming number of gifts continuously entering the live stream. After all, the difference between kings is still significant. It's not unusual for a wealthy second generation to spend around 100 to open a king account, and it's common to send 1 or 2 dozen spaceships, which only adds up to over 200. However, spending hundreds of spaceships in one go, racking up millions in one night, is something that typical wealthy second generations wouldn't do. They usually only spend a few million on streaming platforms in a year. A more extravagant big spender might send around 10,000. As the number of viewers online increased, Yu's fan count also began to rise slowly. Among them, there were not a few counts and kings who followed Yu. These individuals were also curious about what made this female streamer so special that she could attract a big spender to lavish millions without stopping. Another reason was to get to know a big spender like this. Wealthy second generations also have their tiers. Everyone wants to break into higher circles, as this is real networking. At this moment, Yu in the live stream was already uncontrollably covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She never even dared to dream of such a scene happening to her. She never expected that such a miraculous big spender would actually occur in her life one day. Initially, she had heard that streaming could earn more than working, thinking that since she had obtained a level 10 certificate for gouging, becoming a talent streamer should bring her a decent income. Who knew that after entering the industry, she would realize that being a streamer wasn't that easy. Indeed, streamers earn money, but that only applies to the elite at the top of the pyramid. Most small streamers only earn a worker's wage, and many others earn even less than that. During the past 2 months of streaming, Yu witnessed many streamers she had met through collaboration leave the industry one by one, while new streamers kept pouring in. This industry is truly not lacking in beautiful women. As long as they turn on the beauty filter and tidy themselves up, the camera is filled with stunning beauties. During these past 2 months, in the toughest times, there wasn't a single viewer in Yu's live stream. She sat alone in front of the camera playing the gouging foolishly. It was not easy to have someone come in just as I was about to stop and welcome the new visitor. But then the person disappeared. Fortunately, I held on and finally waited for the arrival of a generous benefactor. The bitterness of this experience is something only I know. This was also the reason why I couldn't help but shed tears. Of course, at this moment, Lin Yifan had no idea about my inner turmoil. He was numbly clicking to send gifts repeatedly. For the first time, he realized that sending gifts was indeed a laborious task. A carefree stroll gifted 500 spaceships to Gu Zheng Yu. A carefree stroll gifted 1,000 spaceships to Gu Zheng Yu. A carefree stroll gifted 2,000 spaceships to Gu Zheng Yu. Finally, when the gifts reached 2,000, the number of consecutive hits displayed on the screen stopped. However, the banner and special effects animation lagged behind Lin Yifan's speed in sending gifts, and probably still had to float for a while. Damn, it finally stopped. I was almost dozing off. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone, and I said I saw God. It's simply extravagant. Over an hour and 20 million just vanished like that. 20 million, I probably couldn't earn that much in 10 lifetimes. This big brother seems to have a bit of money. I really don't understand the thought process. Or wouldn't it be better to use that 20 million to buy some ribs to eat? The crowd in the live stream was shocked by the figure of 20 million, all expressing their astonishment. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had soared to over 200 real people. Yu calmed her emotions and asked in the live stream, "Brother Carefree, can I add you on WeChat?" After saying that, her eyes were fixed on the scrolling screen, afraid of missing Brother Carefree's message. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see the account with the Wong icon speak. "Brother Carefree, are you still there?" After waiting a bit longer, she still didn't see Brother Carefree's message. At this moment, someone typed, "What's going on?" After the big brother generously spent millions, he just ran away without a word. This message immediately caught everyone's attention, and some began to check the online audience rankings. Due to the nobility of the rank, the audience list prioritized the highest ranks. The rankings were also in order of rank. At the top of the online audience list were the kings, and only after them were the dukes, marquises, and earls. However, when everyone scanned through the top few kings in the live stream, they indeed did not find the king account, Carefree Stroll. After the big brother generously spent millions, he just ran away with a train overnight. I've seen it all. This is the first time I've seen someone play like this, spending and then disappearing. Is he afraid the host will cling to him? As expected of a generous benefactor, after the deed is done, he departs hiding his achievements and fame. The crowd was teasing on the screen. Other comments you might not care about. But upon seeing the comment about being afraid of the host clinging to him, Yu suddenly felt a bit sad. Did he really fear that she would cling to him? But she had no such intentions. Yu's heart was in turmoil, so she simply sent a private message to the account of Carefree Stroll. Then she gathered her spirits and continued the live stream. The audience saw that the generous benefactor had left, and the excitement ended. Most people began to withdraw, and the number of online viewers slowly decreased. However, there were still some viewers who were attracted by Yu's appearance or talents and chose to stay in the live stream. When the crowd had thinned out, the number of online viewers stabilized at over 300. From this live stream, after deducting the platform and union fees, Yu not only earned over 7 million, but also gained nearly 10,000 fans, including hundreds of loyal followers. More importantly, her fame on the platform had truly taken off. Although it was impossible to sit on the throne of the #1 host on Yuyo, just because of this live stream, she had already begun to shine. In the future, whenever the platform's hosts or visitors talked about the extravagant spending of millions that night, they would inevitably mention Yu's name. As for Lin Yifan, after sending all the gifts, he exited the live stream, tucked his phone into his pocket, and left the riverbank. It was already late, and he had no plans to return to the school dormitory. Lin Yifan took a taxi directly to the nearest high-end star-rated hotel. Staying at the hotel was quieter than the dormitory and would allow him to think carefully about his upcoming spending spree. Upon arriving at the hotel, he spent over 1,000 yuan to book the most luxurious suite. After entering the room, he headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, Lin Yifan lay on the soft bed in the hotel and began to plan his spending spree. Tomorrow he would first buy a new outfit, then a car, and finally a house in Lujiazui. This whole process should cost quite a bit of money. Lin Yifan took out his phone and started looking at cars. He planned to check prices tonight and decide what car to buy so that he could head straight to the dealership tomorrow. On the car search page, he directly found the price option and selected the highest range of over 1 million. Then, using the price sorting feature from highest to lowest, Lin Yifan began to browse through the options. The first one was a sports car called Lotus, priced at over 20 million. Upon seeing the brand Lotus, Lin Yifan's first reaction was to think what a low-end brand this was. How could it be so expensive? After searching, he learned that it was actually on par with Ferrari and Porsche, the two most renowned sports car manufacturers. One could only say that poverty had led him to ignorance. After looking at the photos of the Lotus, the appearance was indeed impressive. But with such a low ground clearance, it would probably struggle over even a slightly higher speed bump. This car would not be considered for now, or perhaps after buying a house, he could buy it back as a toy to keep in the garage. The second car, upon seeing the picture, Lin Yifan immediately exclaimed, a national treasure. He was too familiar with this car. It should be the ultimate fantasy for all men. The Lamborghini Gallardo, the well-known luxury car. What man could resist such a sports car? When he saw that the highest price was only 10 million, Lin Yifan felt disappointed. Shouldn't a top-tier sports car be priced a bit higher? A maximum price of 10 million, who do they look down on? Forget it, he wouldn't consider sports cars for now. The first car should be something more practical. The third car was also priced at 10 million, the Phantom. Upon seeing this car, Lin Yifan didn't even think and directly dismissed it. This car is luxurious, but anyone sitting in the driver's seat is considered a chauffeur. Who would buy a Phantom and drive it themselves? The overall attributes of this car have already labeled it in the public eye. Those who drive a Phantom are all chauffeurs while the owners sit in the back. Lin Yifan certainly didn't want to be mistaken for a chauffeur. When he saw the fourth car, he raised an eyebrow. This car seems quite nice. Though sharing the same lineage as the Phantom, driving this vehicle would never lead one to be mistaken for a chauffeur. This is the most renowned SUV from Rolls-Royce, Cullinan. The only downside is that the prices are quite low, with the most expensive one being just around 7 million. Lin Yifan continued to scroll down and found that the next options were all familiar brands. Rolls-Royce sports cars, Ferrari sports cars, Bentley sports cars and sedans, Aston Martin and Maybach S-Class. Lin Yifan couldn't be bothered to look at any cars priced below 3 million. Among these cars, his favorite brands were definitely Bentley and Aston Martin. This was because the designs of their vehicles matched Lin Yifan's taste. However, ultimately, due to their prices being too low, Lin Yifan decided to set these two brands aside for now. He planned to first acquire the Cullinan. Of course, Lin Yifan knew that the Lotus, valued at over 20 million, was not the most expensive car. When it comes to the world's top luxury cars, they are certainly brands like Koenigsegg, Pagani, or Venom, starting at over 70 million. The question is, can Lin Yifan actually get his hands on such globally limited cars? Is it something that can be bought just with money? It's nonsense, even if Lin Yifan is now a veritable world billionaire with ample funds. The issue is that having money means nothing for such cars. Without the right connections, he wouldn't even know how to go about purchasing one. A meal must be eaten bite by bite, and a journey taken step by step. One day, Lin Yifan firmly believed he would be able to buy such a top-tier luxury car. After browsing through cars, he then turned to a housing app to gain an understanding of properties in Lujiazui. After looking through, he had a few general directions in mind. Exiting the housing app, Lin Yifan opened WeChat. Just as he was about to continue frivolously spending on gifts, he unexpectedly noticed a message in his inbox. It was sent by a Guzheng girl streamer named Yuyu. Brother Xiaosam, may I add you on WeChat? Thank you so much for your support for Yuyu today. The last part of the private message contained her WeChat ID. He glanced at the time. It was sent just as he had finished sending gifts and left the live stream. Lin Yifan thought for a moment he just happened to be going shopping for clothes tomorrow. However, his fashion sense was lacking, and he wasn't sure how to coordinate outfits. This should be a common issue among men. Very few men realize that clothing needs to be coordinated. How to match the colors of tops, pants, and shoes for a pleasant appearance, and how to avoid awkward combinations. All of this requires a certain aesthetic sense for fashion. However, girls are quite adept at this. After all, the variety of women's clothing far exceeds that of men's. They are also enthusiastic about shopping for clothes and generally know how to coordinate outfits. Just when he was troubled about how to go about buying clothes, wasn't it a case of someone sending a pillow when he was feeling sleepy? Lin Yifan decisively copied Yu's WeChat ID and added her as a friend. In another part of the city, in a cozy little room of an apartment, a girl with delicate features was nestled in her blanket staring at her phone in a daze. This state had lasted for over an hour. She had been keeping an eye on her phone since she finished her stream, even bringing it into the bathroom while showering. She was afraid of missing anything. Just as the girl was lost in thought, a sudden notification sound jolted her from her stupor. She hurriedly opened WeChat and saw it was a friend request. The girl was instantly overjoyed as she had finally been waiting for this. On Lin Yifan's side, just a few seconds after sending the friend request, WeChat indicated that the other party had successfully added him as a friend. A friend with a photo as their avatar appeared in his list. Lin Yifan clicked on this WeChat avatar and took a glance at the profile. He discovered that the other party was also located in the city. Just as he was about to check the other party's moments, his phone alerted him with a new message. Brother Xiaosao, is that you? How are you so sure it's me adding you? A smiley face emoji was sent from the other side. Because I only gave you my WeChat ID, I always used a different account to add people during the live stream. Wait, so the streamer adds fans using a different account? Lin Yifan was surprised to learn of such a maneuver for the first time. Before he could type a response, Yu sent another message. Brother Xiaosao, thank you so much for your support today. However, you've spent too much. I'm feeling a bit anxious about the commission of around 7 million. Do you think you could return a few million to me? I only need a little. This was indeed Yu's heartfelt thought. Suddenly receiving a huge sum of 7 million, she was genuinely a bit flustered. She felt a bit scared. Not because she was afraid that Brother Xiaosao had any ulterior motives. If it were just a few tens of thousands, Yu could accept it calmly. But this was 7 million. Yu simply felt that someone she didn't know at all came into her live stream on the first day and spent over 10 million. Holding this 7 million commission made her a bit anxious. Lin Yifan was taken aback upon seeing the message. Was there really someone who thought there was too much money? What is this? Is my money so burdensome that you want to return it back to me? If all streamers played like you, how could I still indulge in spending? Lin Yifan felt a mix of emotions. However, the first thing that the streamer named Yu did after adding him was not to flatter him and encourage him to support her more. Instead, she wanted to return money. Just from this point alone, Lin Yifan could see the nature of this streamer. If it wasn't an act, then her character was genuinely quite good. There's no need to return the money, it's just pocket change. Don't decline this is what you're entitled to. If you're really feeling embarrassed, then just do me a favor. Pocket change. Big brother, is your pocket change measured in millions? When she saw the second sentence about doing a favor, Yu hesitated for a moment. Her first thought was, what kind of favor would it take to offset this 7 million? Could it be that Big brother wants? If that were the case, how would she refuse? Thinking of this, Yu nervously said, Big brother, just tell me, as long as I can do it, I'm willing. What do you think of your fashion sense? Do you have experience in selecting clothes for men? As Yu read Lin Yifan's message, she felt even more anxious. Was Big brother subtly asking if she had a boy? Big brother, although I haven't bought clothes for guys, I do know a bit about coordinating men's outfits. That's good. Just do me a favor and accompany me tomorrow to help me choose some clothes. Yu felt her mind was in a daze upon seeing the request. Is it really that simple? Because he didn't know how to buy clothes, he was spending millions. Was the end result just to find someone to help him pick out clothes? Big brother, are you kidding me? Lin Yifan chuckled. It's really that simple. What did you expect? By the way, I see your WeChat location is also in the city. Which district are you in? Having finalized the matter, Yu noticed he was staying at a hotel. Curiously, she asked, Elder brother, are you here on a business trip? No, I am studying at university here. Tonight I stayed out too late because I was giving you gifts, so I didn't return to the dormitory and found a hotel to stay for the night. Yu sent a shocked expression. Elder brother, you are still in university. I thought you were a successful person who entered society. Stop calling me elder brother, it sounds awkward in real life. My name is Lin Yifan. By the way, since you're live streaming so late, are you a full-time streamer? Okay, brother Yifan, my real name is Su Yu. I'm not a full-time streamer, I have a job. Currently I work as a financial accountant at a company. Because the living pressure in this city is too high, I thought since I have free time after work, I might as well try live streaming to see if I can earn some extra income. It's quite hard. How's the streaming effect? I've been streaming for over 2 months. As you saw when you entered today, there were only a few people in the stream. The streaming industry is too popular now. Everyone wants to enter this field to earn easy money. This results in more streamers than fans, and apart from those big streamers, most streams only have a handful of viewers. I've almost given up streaming several times in these 2 months and considered finding another part-time job. Fortunately, I persevered, otherwise I wouldn't have met brother Yifan. After that statement, she added a smirking emoji. Do you have work? Do you have time tomorrow to accompany me to— Yes. Brother Yifan, don't worry, it'll take a day off tomorrow to accompany you to pick out clothes. It won't affect your work, will it? No worries today, Brother Yifan, you gave me so many gifts, I was thinking of returning over 600,000 to you. I want to keep a little for myself, then quit my current job to further my studies and recharge myself. Who knew you wouldn't want it back? Lin Yifan decisively replied, there's no need to consider refunds, once I give away money, I don't expect to get it back. But what do you mean by further studies? I'm only an entry-level accountant right now and planning to enroll in an accounting tutoring course to continue studying and strive to obtain my intermediate accountant qualification. Not bad. Your first thought after earning so much money isn't to indulge, but to continue studying, and most people wouldn't consider such long-term goals. After chatting for a while, the two agreed on a time to meet the next day. Noticing it was already past 1 a.m., Lin Yifan thought the schedule for tomorrow was quite tight. After finishing the chat with Su Yuyu, he didn't look for new streamers for gifts and went straight to sleep. Lin Yifan had a particularly comfortable night. The next morning, Lin Yifan was woken up by his phone ringing. It was Su Yuyu calling, and Lin Yifan answered. Brother Yifan, I'm sorry, did I wake you up? You said last night to wake you up before 8 a.m. I'm already in the lobby of the Huading Hotel. Only then did Lin Yifan fully awaken from his drowsiness. He glanced at the time, it was already 7:50. Thinking about needing to buy things today, he climbed out of bed. He said into the phone, You sit on the lobby sofa for a bit, it'll be down soon. After spending over 10 minutes washing up, Lin Yifan took the elevator down to the lobby. He scanned the area and soon spotted Yuyu. He stepped over to her, waved and greeted, Yuyu, I'm here. This was Su Yuyu's first time seeing the real-life version of the suave and wealthy figure from the stream. At 1.78 meters tall with a slender figure and a handsome face, he appeared rather charming. His hairstyle was neat, and he looked quite perfect overall. But the outfit he wore was hard to describe. No wonder he wanted her to help him choose clothes. A streamer who splurges millions was actually wearing such cheap clothes in reality. Moreover, his outfit was so plain that it hardly matched his identity. Seeing Lin Yifan walk over, Su Yuyu, meeting her elder brother for the first time in private, was clearly a bit nervous. She smiled shyly and said, Brother Yifan, are we setting off now? Have you had breakfast? Su Yuyu shook her head. No, I was afraid of wasting time and delaying you, so I woke up at 6 a.m., washed up, and hurried over here. Lin Yifan gently patted Su Yuyu on the head, smiling. You've worked hard to come over so early. Let's go, we'll have breakfast at the hotel before setting off. I wouldn't want you to go hungry. If you faint from low blood sugar, that would be a huge problem for me. Su Yuyu, her face slightly flushed from Lin Yifan's gentle head pat, shyly followed him to the hotel restaurant. After finishing breakfast at the hotel, the two took a taxi straight to the commercial street. Upon arriving at the bustling and vibrant commercial area, they found the location of a high-end clothing store. Lin Yifan began to browse with Su Yuyu. As they passed by a fantasy store, Lin Yifan decisively walked past without hesitation. It wasn't that he had any issues with fantasy or felt it wasn't good, it was simply because in the novels he had read in his past life, whenever the protagonist went shopping for clothes, at least 7 out of 10 times they ended up buying from fantasy. This had led Lin Yifan to become aesthetically fatigued, so he didn't even consider buying from fantasy. After wandering past a few stores, a shop's clothing caught Lin Yifan's eye. He looked up at the sign and felt it was somewhat familiar. Seeing Lin Yifan stop and look at the sign, Su Yuyu followed his gaze. Next to Lin Yifan, she said, Brother Yifan, do you want to buy clothes from Laputa? As a modern woman, she had a general understanding of these luxury brands. Laputa is most famous for women's bags, so Su Yuyu, being a woman, was naturally familiar with this brand. Lin Yifan laughed. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them stepped into the store together. There weren't many people inside, just one sales assistant accompanying a woman in the handbag area. The other idle sales assistants noticed customers entering. One of them approached and greeted. Hello, welcome to the Laputa store. How can I assist you? As sales assistants in a luxury goods store, they would assess the purchasing power of customers based on their external appearance. They might also discuss something after the customers left. However, it was absolutely impossible for the kind of dismissive sales assistants depicted in online novels to show disdain to customers dressed cheaply. There would never be instances of them directly mocking customers. Of course, there could be situations where a sales assistant was troubled by issues in their life or had a naturally snobbish. It can only be said that such situations are extremely rare. Under the keen eyes of the sales assistant, they could roughly estimate the price of the clothes worn by the two customers entering. The man's clothing was obviously from cheap online stores. The quality of the woman's clothes beside him was passable, but that was all it was, nothing from any major brand. This order was likely going to be tough, the sales assistant lamented inwardly, yet she still had to approach them sincerely. Lin Yifan took Su Yuyu to the men's clothing section. You will leave the choosing of clothes to you, my job is just to try them on. Su Yuyu nodded. Wasn't that precisely her task for coming here? She began to carefully select items from the shelves, occasionally taking a piece down to examine. If she felt something was inappropriate, she would hang it back up, while suitable items were handed to the sales assistant beside her. While looking at the clothes, Su Yu also stealthily glanced at the price tags. Seeing the 4-digit starting prices, Su Yu couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. A simple t-shirt was enough to cover her rent for several months in the city. No wonder it was a luxury brand. If it had been the old Su Yu, she would never have had the courage to enter such a store. While Lin Yifan waited for Su Yu to select clothes, he simply sat on the sofa in the store, taking out his phone to search for the nearest Rolls-Royce dealership. After more than half an hour, Su Yu walked over to Lin Yifan. With a sweet smile, she said, "Brother Yifan, I've matched your clothes and picked out shoes as well. Go try them on in the fitting room and see how the overall effect is to see if it satisfies you." This might be Su Yu's first time experiencing the feeling of shopping in luxury brands without having to consider price. Even though these items weren't for her, it made her sigh inwardly about how blissful the world of the rich truly was. However, thinking about her own bank account with millions, she felt a sense of hope. Perhaps in the future, she would no longer have to count every penny when shopping. All of this was thanks to the man and the sales assistant. Seeing the selections were ready, placed the more than 10 outfits Su Yu had chosen into the fitting room, and then signaled Lin Yifan that he could try them on. When Su Yu chose clothes, she matched everything from tops and pants to shoes as complete sets. Lin Yifan just needed to change into the entire outfit Su Yu had put together. A few minutes later, Lin Yifan emerged from the fitting room wearing the first outfit. Su Yu, waiting at the entrance of the fitting room, saw him come out, and her eyes lit up. Even the sales assistant's gaze shifted. It must be said that Lin Yifan's height and figure were impressive, and the clothes Su Yu chose suited him well. Wearing designer clothes, Lin Yifan's aura had noticeably transformed. In his previous cheap outfit, he felt lost among the crowd. Now clad in luxury attire, he stood out like a crane among chickens, elegant and noble. Both of them silently marveled at how true it was that a Buddha relies on golden garments and a person relies on their clothing. The quality of the clothes and the way they were paired could truly change a person's image and aura. Standing before the mirror, Lin Yifan, without turning his head, asked Su Yu, "Yu, how does this outfit look on me? Is it okay?" Su Yu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing the clothes she had paired on Lin Yifan fit so well, a happy smile spread across her face. This smile held a sense of accomplishment and joy in being able to assist Lin Yifan. The sales assistant also chimed in, praising, "Sir, this outfit really highlights your aura. Your physique is exceptional. You are simply a natural clothing rack." Lin Yifan smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I'll try some others. By the way, you don't just stand there watching. Go pick out a few outfits for yourself. Oh, feel free to choose. Consider it a reward for accompanying me shopping today." Su Yu immediately waved her hand, saying, No, I already let Brother Yifan spend yesterday. I feel undeserving of this. Now I absolutely cannot accept your gift. Besides, helping you choose clothes is something I should do. Oh, it's not hard at all. There's really no need to spend more money. Silly girl, I want to splurge. I need to complete my task. If you don't let me spend money, when will the money in my card ever be spent?" Lin Yifan grumbled inwardly. He directly ignored Su Yu's refusal and firmly said, "All right, we'll do as I say. We are friends, and isn't that what friends are for? To help each other. Yesterday, when I asked you to help me choose clothes, you dropped everything without a second thought and came to help me. I should at least express my gratitude." Su Yu still stubbornly shook her head, saying, "That's different. Choosing clothes is something within my capabilities, and it's very simple. It's not worth such expense from you, Brother Yifan." "How is it different?" "Helping me pick clothes is something you can easily do. I'm gifting you a few outfits, though the prices might be high for you. It's a small matter for me." Seeing Su Yu prepare to refuse again, Lin Yifan simply pretended to be angry. With a serious expression, he said, "Now that I've said this much, if you still refuse my goodwill, it means you don't see me as a friend. If you keep declining, we might not even be friends anymore." Hearing such harsh words combined with Lin Yifan's angry expression made Su Yu freeze. She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she timidly said, "Then I'll go pick some outfits. Please don't be mad at me, Brother Yifan." Upon hearing Su Yu finally accept his suggestion, Lin Yifan immediately smiled. Gently, he said, "Now you're being good. Go choose quickly, and I'll try on some other clothes." After Lin Yifan entered the fitting room, the sales assistant led Su Yu towards the women's clothing section. As they walked, she quietly chatted with Su Yu. "Miss Yu, your friend is really nice to you. You must be an excellent person too, or else people wouldn't be so sincere towards you." If previously the sales assistant assessed whether someone would buy based on their attire after their conversation, she had confirmed that these two customers had purchasing power. While they conversed, the sales assistant had been observing them. She sensed a certain unexplainable confidence in the way the man spoke, along with the self-assurance evident on his face. All of this proved that this man was not just bluffing. Hearing the sales assistant's words, Su Yu remarked, "What excellence do I possess? It's just that Lady Luck has favored me, allowing me to have the fortune of knowing him." Now that the sales assistant realized the two had the ability to spin, her smile became much more sincere. Exhibiting her professional qualities to the fullest, the sales assistant continued to praise. Miss Yu, you are too humble. You must have plenty of shining qualities yourself. Isn't it said that like attracts like? Being friends with such an outstanding handsome man proves you are an excellent. While they were selecting clothes in the women's section, Lin Yifan had already changed into the second outfit in the fitting room. Another sales associate who was resting nearby saw Lin Yifan come out and quickly walked behind him. She assisted Lin Yifan in arranging his collar and adjusting his shirt. Lin Yifan looked at himself in the mirror and asked, "How does this outfit look on me?" "This shirt fits you perfectly, highlighting your figure and temperament beautifully. Your friend's taste is truly commendable." Lin Yifan touched the white shirt on him. He had to admit that although luxury brands were expensive, the craftsmanship and fabric were truly impeccable. The fabric of this shirt was comfortable, and the golden thread patterns adorning it were exquisite. With so many options left, Lin Yifan felt too lazy to try them all on. Since these two outfits had already proven Yo-Yo's good taste, there was no need to try them all on one by one. Of course, mainly he found changing clothes too troublesome. "Alright, let me show my friend the clothes first, and we can settle the bill together afterward." "Sure, please take a seat on the sofa, and I'll make you a cup of coffee." Seeing that Su Yuyo had gone to the fitting room, Lin Yifan sat on the sofa and began to play with his phone. After scrolling for a while, Yuyo came over. "Did you choose so quickly?" Lin Yifan was a bit surprised. Su Yuyo nodded and smiled slightly, saying, "Yes, I've chosen 2 outfits and a bag." Upon hearing that Su Yuyo had picked 2 outfits and a bag, Lin Yifan chuckled and stood up, gently pinching her fair little face. He sighed, saying, I let you choose freely, and you only picked 2 outfits. I really don't know what to say to you." While chatting with Su Yuyo casually, Lin Yifan felt somewhat exasperated inside. Where are the materialistic women so often seen in online novels? Those who are only interested in money. Why is it that when it comes to me, I want to spend extravagantly? Instead, he encountered a charming woman like Su Yuyo, which truly left him speechless. Previously, she had intended to return the money he had generously given her, but he had stopped her. Moreover, her first thought upon coming into money was not to indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun, but to continue learning and enhancing her skills. Now, when asked to buy clothes, she only picked 2 outfits. It was too difficult. Lin Yifan was also impressed. Forget it, it's better not to take advantage of a girl who can maintain her integrity in the face of money. If one wants to indulge, it's better to find a few other targets. As for Su Yuyo, because she was a streamer at first, Lin Yifan only regarded her as a tool to complete his extravagant tasks. However, at this moment, Su Yuyo's importance in Lin Yifan's heart became somewhat different. Su Yuyo mischievously smiled and said, "Isn't it because I was worried about keeping Brother Yifan waiting too long? Quick decision. By the way, Brother Yifan, have you tried on all your clothes? Yuyo, your taste is quite good. I'm too lazy to try them on." He turned to the sales associate and said, "Pack all the clothes I selected just now." Lin Yifan, wearing the second outfit, did not change back and planned to leave in this outfit. He still needed to go to the Rolls-Royce dealership. With such high-end clothes, why would he change back to the previous Taobao items to visit the dealership? Lin Yifan had no hobby of being low-key to suffer only to show off later. This was also why Lin Yifan's planned route yesterday was to look at clothes first, then buy a car, and finally purchase all packed. The sales associate waiting nearby was stunned upon hearing this extravagant statement. Although she later guessed that Lin Yifan had that spending capability, she thought it would be good to sell a few sets. Now hearing all packed, the sales associate momentarily doubted if she had misheard. Su Yuyo next to her was also confused. Heaven knows she had matched so many outfits for Brother Yifan mainly because she was afraid he wouldn't like her selection. She had chosen several sets in various styles. She thought Brother Yifan would only pick a few from the more than 10 outfits and pay for them. Who would have thought he would say all packed in the end? Su Yuyo was puzzled. Was this how rich people bought clothes? But thinking about it, he had just spent tens of millions in a little over an hour. The more than 10 outfits she had just chosen could barely add up to 100,000. So it didn't seem strange anymore. Lin Yifan took out a standard card and handed it to the sales associate, saying, "Yes, you heard right, all the outfits matched just now, all packed." Now even the other sales associates who were resting nearby and not attending to customers heard this. They all looked at Lin Yifan in shock, occasionally glancing enviously at the colleague who was attending to him. The sales associate, as if in a daze, took the card and brought all the items from the fitting room to the checkout counter, hurriedly scanning each barcode one by one. With more than 10 men's outfits plus those 2 women's outfits and a bag, there were over 60 items in total. The cheapest ones were around 8,000 each, while the most expensive ones reached nearly 100,000. Calculating all together, it amounted to a staggering 1089600. Dear esteemed guests, 63 items of clothing totaling 1089600. I'll waive the cents for you, making it a total of 1089000. Please enter your password. Lin Yifan took the POS machine, entered his bank card password, and after signing handed it back to the sales associate. Seeing the transaction was successful, the other sales associates, who were free, came over to help with the packing. After receiving the bank card and receipt, Lin Yifan asked, "Can I store my clothes in the store for now? I have other matters to attend to, and it's inconvenient to carry so many items. I'll come back to pick them up when I have time." The sales associate smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself. You are our esteemed guest. You can add me on WeChat. I can deliver them directly to your home. This is a basic service we provide for our esteemed customers. Alright, I'll send you the address later. Thank you for your help." After saying this, Lin Yifan displayed his WeChat QR code to the sales associate. This way he wouldn't have to make an extra trip back to pick up the clothes. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yifan and Su Yuyo left the Laputa boutique wearing their newly purchased clothes. Seeing Lin Yifan and her leave, the store had no other customers. A few sales associates gathered together and began discussing. "Fei, you hit the jackpot today, selling so much in one order. Your commission for the day is equivalent to 1 or 2 months of salary. I'm so envious. I have to treat you to a feast." Okay, after work we'll go to the sea and catch some seafood. Let's have a good meal together." The sales associate who attended to Lin Yifan had her eyes crinkled with joy. "I never expected this customer to be so extravagant. When he first came in I thought he was just browsing. Who would have thought he would pack all the clothes he selected? It's simply extravagant beyond reason." Thus, this incident teaches us not to underestimate any ordinary customer. You never know, they might just be a tycoon, just like those customers in Guangdong who wear tank tops and flip-flops. How wonderful it would be if I could marry him. Wake up, girl. Look at the beauties he has by his side. Oh, do you really think he would notice you? So what? I have everything she has, and it might not even be less than hers. The salesgirl who spoke puffed up her chest defiantly. This handsome guy clearly looks like a wealthy heir. He must have been raised in a poor family, otherwise how could someone who spends over $1 million without changing expression wear something from Taobao? Honestly, Fei, didn't you add her on WeChat? Who cares if he has a girlfriend? Just try asking him out. Yeah, so what if he has a girlfriend? Corners are meant to be dug. It would be a real shame to miss out on such a rich. The salesgirl named Fei, who was attending Lin Yifan, turned red from her colleagues' teasing. "Hey, can you all be a bit serious? Can you have a bit of dignity? TCH, what's the point of dignity? Can it be eaten? Money is what really matters. Brother Yifan, do you need to buy anything else?" After leaving Lapita, Lin Yifan continued to stroll down the commercial street with Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu, who was following beside him, took the initiative to ask. Lin Yifan surveyed the shops around and said, "Wait, I plan to buy a watch." "Oh, found it, this is the one." Su Yuyu followed his gaze and was shocked to find Lin Yifan's eyes fixed on a Patek Philippe flagship store. She was beginning to understand Lin Yifan's shopping intentions. This guy wants something that is both suitable and the most expensive. Brother Yifan wants to buy a Patek Philippe. Why not choose a Rolex instead? After all, in China the Rolex brand is more renowned than Patek Philippe. Lin Yifan shook his head. It's precisely because it's so renowned that it has been bought up by those coal bosses, almost becoming synonymous with nouveau riche. Leaving that aside, Rolex is more suitable for elite white-collar workers over 30. It would make me look too mature at my age. A Patek Philippe suits me better. Hearing Lin Yifan's words, Su Yuyu became even more certain of her previous guess. Brother Yifan is definitely a wealthy heir. I never expected that Su Yuyu would one day be able to be friends with such a rich person. But her feelings were quite complex. On one hand, it was a fortunate thing to meet someone of such high status. On the other hand, thinking about her own identity and family made her feel quite dejected. Even being friends with Brother Yifan felt like climbing too high. The old Su Yuyu was quite proud considering her. However, after getting to know Lin Yifan, she felt that all her pride had become so mundane. It was like turning from a swan into an ugly duckling. It turns out that being excellent is relative to who you compare yourself to. Lin Yifan, seeing Su Yuyu in a daze, naturally had no idea of her inner anxieties. He unconsciously placed his hand on Su Yuyu's head and rubbed it, giving her a light pat. "Silly girl, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go." "Oh." Su Yuyu gathered her thoughts, a smile returning to her face as she walked beside Lin Yifan toward the Patek Philippe store. "Hello, welcome to Patek Philippe." The welcoming salesgirl, seeing Lin Yifan and Su Yuyu approaching her store, quickly greeted them warmly upon noticing their clothing. This made Lin Yifan inwardly sigh. This truly is a society that looks at money. "Good morning, sir and madam. Are you looking to purchase a men's watch or a lady's watch?" "Let's look at men's watches. Please help me select one that's a bit more beautifully priced." The salesgirl couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yifan's description of a beautiful price. However, realizing she had lost her composure, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, let me bring you a selection to see." Saying this, she took out a men's watch with a black leather strap and black dial from the display. "Sir, how about this platinum mechanical watch? Do you like the style?" Lin Yifan picked up the price tag, noticing it started with a 2 and had 6 digits. "Too cheap, please get me a more expensive one." "Okay, please follow me to that counter. There we have high-end handcrafted watches that should meet your needs." Arriving at the other counter, the salesgirl took out a watch with a black leather strap and blue dial. Sir, this watch features a platinum case and a sapphire crystal that effectively prevents scratches. The strap is handcrafted from crocodile leather. As for the price, it's double that of the previous watch. Lin Yifan sighed helplessly. Isn't Patek Philippe a luxury brand? Do you only have watches that cost hundreds of thousands? Don't try to fool me with prices like this. I'm in a hurry. The salesgirl was taken aback. He doesn't want watches worth hundreds of thousands. It seems I've underestimated this customer's spending power. Sir, I apologize. Let me introduce you to some of our store's treasures. The salesgirl was about to fetch some $1,000,000 watches when Lin Yifan stopped her. Don't bring those out. Just tell me how much the most expensive one is. Sir, our most expensive watch is a platinum watch priced at $2.7 million. Lin Yifan felt puzzled. Isn't there a watch worth $10 million in Patek Philippe? Why is the most expensive one in your store only $2.7 million? Sir, it's like this. We at Patek Philippe produce each model in limited quantities. The $10 million watches are not in stock. Orders must be placed through headquarters. How long does customization take? If the headquarters has stock, it will only take a few days to ship. If not, it may take 1 to 2 months, depending on how many orders are ahead. Please bring me the $2.7 million watch we just talked about. I want to see it. The salesgirl quickly found the platinum men's watch priced at $2.7 million from the counter. She carefully took it out and handed it to Lin Yifan with both hands. The watch indeed looked beautiful with a blue starry dial, a platinum bezel, and a handcrafted crocodile leather strap. The only downside was that it was too cheap for Lin Yifan, who had a mission to spend extravagantly. He put the watch on his left wrist and glanced at it a few times. He asked Su Yuyu beside him, "Yuyu, how does this watch look? Is it pretty? Isn't it strange for someone who can casually spend millions to buy a watch for less than $3 million? Not strange. Su Yuyu had become accustomed to Lin Yifan's wealth and spending ability, playfully smiling. Of course it looks good, especially with such a beautiful price. Alright, let's go with this one. Also, please order the most expensive watch among the $10 million ones for me, and calculate how much deposit is needed." Fortunately, the sales assistant at Patek Philippe has seen the world. It's just a matter of ordering a watch worth millions. Such things have happened before. However, as she calculated the deposit, her fingers trembled inexplicably on the calculator. Sir, the most expensive watch currently available is worth $17.68 million, and a 40 deposit of $7.07 million is required. Once the watch arrives, you can come in to pay the final amount and pick it up. Alright, please help me choose a lady's watch as well. Meanwhile, Su Yuyu, who was happily eating her snacks beside them, felt her heart skip a beat upon hearing this, as if her heart missed a beat. What does this mean? Is Yifan planning to buy something for himself again? Despite everything that has happened, Su Yuyu's emotional resilience has strengthened significantly. But when she thought that if it really was a watch for himself, it would be a gift worth several million. Yesterday, he had spent over $7 million and just bought over $2,000 worth of women's clothing. Comparing $7 million to the current several million watch, Su Yuyu felt as if the $2,000 spent on clothes was a trivial amount. If he adds a several million watch, then all these gifts would amount to over $10 million. Su Yuyu, even if I were sold by the pound, I wouldn't be worth that much. She thought about how they had only met yesterday, but so far he had already spent over $10 million on her. What does Yifan really want from me? Even if he marries someone, the betrothal gifts wouldn't cost this much. Su Yuyu felt a bit anxious. What to do? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Just as Su Yuyu was lost in thought, she vaguely felt someone moving her wrist. She finally snapped back to reality. It turned out that while she was daydreaming, Lin Yifan was already putting a lady's watch on her wrist. Seeing this action, Su Yuyu recoiled her left hand like a startled rabbit. "No, Yifan, I really can't accept such an expensive gift anymore." After saying this, perhaps feeling that her words weren't convincing enough, she tilted her head, bit her lip, and said, "If you insist on giving me such an expensive thing, I'd rather you get angry than accept it." Looking at Su Yuyu, who suddenly became stubborn, Lin Yifan was taken aback. He sensed Su Yuyu's determined refusal. It seemed she was resolute about not wanting the watch. Lin Yifan sighed, feeling that it was too difficult to spoil someone. Since she didn't want the expensive one, he decided to play it smart and get her a cheaper one. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. He couldn't let go of any chance to indulge, as it was a matter of principle. "Alright, since you feel it's too expensive, I'll choose one around 2000. You can't refuse that, can you?" Upon hearing Lin Yifan's words, Su Yuyu hesitated for a long time. In the end, she could only nod helplessly. Now she really couldn't understand the thought process of the rich. "Yifan just met me yesterday. How can he be so willing to spend money on me? Is it because he has too much money that he feels anxious about it? Or is he after my body? Even if he desires my body, he doesn't need to spend so much, right? With his way of throwing money around, what woman wouldn't fall for him?" Su Yuyu was genuinely bewildered. Ultimately, 2 watches were purchased, one for $2.75 million and another for $2.40, totaling $2.99 million. In addition to the $7.07 million deposit for the $1 million watch, Lin Yifan paid a total of $10.06 million. Under the adoring gazes of the sales assistants, Lin Yifan left the Patek Philippe flagship store with the watches and the order. Next, it was time to buy a car. Lin Yifan ordered a private car via his phone. During the wait, Su Yuyu hesitated several times. Lin Yifan looked at her adorable appearance and couldn't help but smile, saying, "You just say what you want to say, it can't be good to hold it in." Su Yuyu gathered her courage and asked, "Yifan, we just met yesterday, and you've already spent over 17 million on gifts. Today you spent over 2,000 on clothes, and just now bought another watch for over 2,000. What is it about me that makes you treat me so well? If you don't clarify this, I really can't feel at ease accepting this money and gifts." Su Yuyu almost directly asked if he was after her body. Even if he were, he wouldn't need to spend so much. As long as they spent some time together and got to know each other a bit, if she felt that his nature and character were acceptable, she wouldn't need him to lie to her, or she'd find all sorts of reasons to convince herself. Unfortunately, Su Yuyu was still self-aware. A man like Lin Yifan was too exceptional. If he wanted a woman, various types of women would willingly climb into his bed. How could he possibly be interested in someone as ordinary as her? However, Lin Yifan was stumped by this question. Should he tell her that he was here to complete a task, that he needed to indulge and spend all his money? No one would believe that who would do such a thing with an. Should he tell her it was just because he appreciated her and treated her as a friend? That was a lie he couldn't even convince. To say he liked her, spending lavishly just to please her, that was absurd. They had only met online yesterday, and today was their first face-to-face meeting. Any person would doubt whether this liking was genuine or merely lust. If she slapped him and called him a scoundrel, that would be quite the spectacle. However, what Lin Yifan didn't know was that under the influence of his financial prowess, he had already appeared exceptional in the eyes of others. He also didn't realize that even if he openly expressed his desires, Su Yuyu wouldn't be angry. Because in the morning, when Su Yuyu rushed over, Lin Yifan's first question was whether she had eaten breakfast. To Su Yuyu, this was a form of care. A wealthy young man could be attentive enough to notice that she might have skipped breakfast. Just this point alone was enough to touch a girl. Later, when they were at Laputa, when Lin Yifan bought clothes for himself, he remembered to buy a few sets for her, using the excuse of a thank you gift to help her accept the expensive clothes. From Su Yuyu's perspective, this demonstrated Lin Yifan's concern and respect. Because he respected her, he attempted to let her accept it in the name of a thank you gift. After she refused, he even used a more forceful method to make her accept his gift to maintain his dignity and to tell himself that the clothes were something he forced her to buy. "I won't think of you as materialistic. You can accept it with peace of mind." All these little details in Su Yuyu's eyes were qualities of an exceptional man. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan had never been this wealthy before. Naturally, he didn't know that what used to be ordinary small matters had taken on new meanings after he became rich. Just like how a rich person delivering takeout is reminiscing about hardship and experiencing life, while a poor person doing the same is a matter of necessity, forced by circumstances. When a wealthy man folds 1,000 paper cranes by hand for his girlfriend's birthday gift, it shows thoughtfulness. A poor man, however, folds a basket of paper cranes. Even turning them into wind chimes as a birthday gift feels quite ordinary. Some women might even say that the man is stingy, merely using paper to brush off their own birthday. You see, it's the same paper. Different people use it as gifts, and others' perceptions vary completely. The disparity in status and wealth leads to different meanings and actions. Because identity and wealth have already determined this, wealthy people don't need to put effort into maintaining relationships with ordinary people. Ordinary people need to reciprocate gifts to express gratitude, hoping for future interactions. But do wealthy people need to invest so much effort to maintain relationships? No, it's others who actively seek to curry favor. As the saying goes, when poor no one cares, but when rich relatives emerge from the mountains. That's the gist of it. This has nothing to do with materialism, at least for Su Yuyu, it doesn't relate. Even female animals in nature know to choose strong males during mate selection, let alone higher-level humans. What woman doesn't like a strong man? Su Yuyu blinked her beautiful big eyes at Lin Yifan, waiting for his answer. Today she had to figure out what Lin Yifan meant, otherwise she truly dared not stay by his side. Even if Lin Yifan straightforwardly told her that he fancied her and wanted to sleep with her, Su Yuyu would feel more at ease, at least knowing what Lin Yifan's intentions were. The unknown is what frightens people the most. On this side, a suddenly inspired Lin Yifan said mysteriously to Su Yuyu, "Have you seen the movie The Rich Tomato?" "Oh." Su Yuyu's confused big eyes seemed to flash with question marks. "I'm talking about serious matters. You're talking about a movie. Bro, what kind of line of thought is this? Are we not on the same wavelength?" Who knew? Lin Yifan leaned closer and whispered, "I'll tell you secretly, but you can't tell anyone. I have an inheritance to claim. But the premise for claiming it is that I must spend 1 billion or else I won't be able to inherit the estate. So spending this much money on you and giving such expensive gifts is just to complete the task." Su Yuyu tilted her head, biting her lip, and calmly said, "Bro, guess if I believe you." Even if you want to fool me, at least find a more reliable excuse, okay? Lin Yifan couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Oh, indeed, she didn't believe him. Alright, since you really want to know, I'll tell you directly. I like you, I crave your body, and spending so much money is just to win you over. Lin Yifan decided to throw caution to the wind. Who knew that Su Yuyu's little face instantly flushed upon hearing this? Lin Yifan, feeling it might be his imagination, thought she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my, could it be that I'm seeing things? Su Yuyu shyly said, sure enough, if you don't pressure him, he won't speak the truth. Seeing the smile on Su Yuyu's face, it was Lin Yifan's turn to be stunned. He felt as if a herd of alpacas had rushed past his head. No, sister, did you grab the wrong script? What is I said I wanted to sleep with you isn't the normal reaction to slap me. At the very least, you should scold me as a dirty rascal and storm off. What the hell, why aren't you following the script? The bewildered Lin Yifan didn't even notice that their car had already. Su Yuyu opened the car door and turned back to Lin Yifan with a playful smile. Come on, why are you still dazed? Lin Yifan shook his head with a wry smile and decided to stop pondering these matters, following Su Yuyu into the car. Inside the car, Su Yuyu asked Brother Yifan, what else do you plan to buy next? I'm going to the 4S dealership to check out cars. Which 4S dealership? Rolls-Royce. I shouldn't have asked. Chatting with a tycoon like you is beyond my comprehension. At this point, Su Yuyu was obviously more relaxed than at the beginning of their interaction. She spoke much more freely and even joked. While chatting, the car had already stopped at the entrance of the auto market. On the roadside, they could see the most conspicuous Rolls-Royce 4S dealership in the market. This is the largest car trading market in the city center of Shanghai, and the location of the auto market is indeed extremely valuable. Thus, the market is basically filled with luxury car 4S dealerships featuring brands like Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maserati, Aston Martin, and so on. Any luxury car brand worth mentioning has established a sales point here. After getting out of the car, Lin Yifan led Su Yuyu straight to the Rolls-Royce showroom. Though called a showroom, the size of the shop is comparable to that of a factory workshop. As the two approached the entrance, the sales staff inside had already opened the glass door and bowed to welcome them. As Lin Yifan stepped into the store, the welcoming staff began a simple assessment of the customers. Upon seeing the $1,000,000 watch on Lin Yifan's wrist, their eyes brightened. Feeling that this deal might just work, they quickly asked, sir, what is your surname? What type of car are you interested in? I can assist you with introductions. Looking at the rows of brand new cars in the showroom, Lin Yifan replied, my surname is Lin. I would like to see the Cullinan. Do you have any in stock? Yes, Mr. Lin, please follow me. The sales staff promptly guided Lin Yifan to the back row of vehicles. They arrived at a black Cullinan, and the sales staff opened the driver's side door. Mr. Lin, this is the Cullinan you wanted. You can take a look or sit inside to experience the interior environment of the vehicle. Lin Yifan examined the interior color of the car without rushing to sit down. Instead, he asked, apart from the black exterior, what other colors are currently available in stock? We have red, dark, tungsten, white, black, and turquoise. Which color do you prefer, Mr. Lin? I can show you them in person. Let's check out the dark, tungsten, white, and turquoise models. Alright, these colors are in the back row. They'll open the doors for you to compare. After examining each of the three colors of the Cullinan, Lin Yifan asked Su Yuyu, which color do you think? Su Yuyu, who had been quietly accompanying Lin Yifan, furrowed her brows and thought seriously upon hearing him. After weighing the pros and cons, she said, they're all quite nice, but I feel that dark tungsten looks better than black, while white is hard to keep clean and turquoise is better than white. Then Su Yuyu smiled and said, of course, Brother Yifan should buy whichever one he likes. I'm just casually saying. Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. He also leaned towards either the dark tungsten or turquoise colors, feeling that while black is classic, it's too dull. As for white, it simply wasn't to Lin Yifan's taste. Unlike Su Yuyu, who focused solely on exterior aesthetics, Lin Yifan considered both the car's exterior and interior color schemes in unison, opting for a dark tungsten finish paired with an interior dominated by a matching black hue. The center console featured elegant rosewood grain accents, while the central armrest and door trims were delicately highlighted with white, conveying an aura of dignified composure. In stark contrast, the turquoise variant adopted white as its primary interior tone. Its central armrest and door frames echoed the vibrant turquoise shade, lending the cabin an exceptionally fresh and soothing ambience. After brief deliberation, Lin Yifan ultimately abandoned the dark tungsten model and settled decisively on the turquoise one. Not for any pragmatic reason, he was merely 19 years old in this world. Why choose such somber tones? Youth, after all, demands boldness. Restraint would betray its very essence. I'll take this turquoise Cullinan. How soon can you process the temporary license plates? Shall I walk you through the features first? And the sales consultant blinked, bewildered, utterly unprepared for such rapid pacing. No need to waste time on that. Temporary plates can be issued within 30 minutes. May I confirm you're purchasing this turquoise Cullinan right now? Lin Yifan nodded. Her initial astonishment instantly crystallized into uncontainable elation. the first customer she'd ever encountered who walked in and placed an order within 10 minutes. Excellent. Let me guide you to our consultation area to calculate the total, then proceed with your temporary registration. This way, please. Arriving at the lounge, the consultant retrieved a calculator and an A4 sheet, then addressed Lin Yifan. Mr. Lin, the official list price for the Cullinan is 7.8 million Nyan. Our current promotion offers a 6,000 Nyan discount, bringing the base vehicle price down to 7.2 million. Will you be paying in full or financing? I'll tailor the cost breakdown accordingly. In full. There's no need for installment plans over such a sum. His words exuded effortless arrogance, unintentionally yet devastatingly. Only Su Yu understood they were nothing short of absolute truth. A man who could casually dispense 17 million Nyan in a single hour on live streaming platforms. Why would he require financing to purchase a 7 million Nyan automobile? It was sheer absurdity. That amount barely constituted spare change for his gifting sprees. Understood. The base price remained 7.2 million Nyan. And she began methodically itemizing every expense on the A4 sheet. Vehicle and vessel tax, compulsory traffic insurance, and registration fees totaled 6,730 Nyan. As for the acquisition tax, she swiftly calculated the figure on her calculator and inscribed it onto the paper. Acquisition tax 615,385 Nyan. And for commercial insurance, what coverage level would you prefer? Lin Yifan replied with casual magnanimity. You decide. Just ensure it's appropriate. Very well. I'll select the most commonly chosen package among our clients, 1528069 Nyan. Once all line items were recorded, she rapidly tallied the sum. Mr. Lin, the grand total, including all fees, comes to 7974900 Nyan. I'll waive the final 4900 Nyan. Your total payable is precisely 7.97 million Nyan. Lin Yifan produced his standard debit card. Please process the payment by card. Certainly. Please wait just a moment while I retrieve the POS terminal and prepare the purchase contract. As she turned away, the corners of her lips finally lifted into an irrepressible smile. Such customers were pure bliss. Previous buyers of Cullinans, though financially capable, had visited multiple times, scrutinized options exhaustively, and haggled relentlessly before committing. Never before had anyone purchased a Cullinan with the same nonchalance as buying a pair of jeans, without hesitation, without negotiation. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan noticed Su Yuyu's gaze lingering intently on the turquoise Cullinan they'd just selected. Suspecting she longed to sit inside and experience it firsthand, he asked gently, "Yu, would you like to try sitting in it?" Caught off guard, she lowered her head shyly. And Lin Yifan chuckled warmly. "Don't be silly. Go ahead and explore it freely. It's far too expensive. If I accidentally soil it, it'll be terrible." "No worries. It'll be mine in moments. Go on. Any marks won't matter at all. And then I'll go. I'll be extremely careful." Su Yu sprang up, skipping lightly toward the vehicle. Lin Yifan, still seated on the sofa, shook his head with amused exasperation, then pulled out his phone to pass the time. After a short wait, the consultant returned bearing the POS terminal and purchase contract. Spotting Lin Yifan alone on the sofa scrolling idly through his phone, she smiled and asked, "Mr. Lin, where is Miss Yu?" He pocketed his phone and smiled faintly. "She's already enjoying herself, in my new car." With that, he extended his bank card. Just as she reached to accept it, a shrill voice pierced the showroom's tranquil silence. "Get out of that car, right now." The consultant froze mid-gesture. Lin Yifan paused, his finger hovering over the insurance document. Both turned instinctively toward the source of the outcry. Lin Yifan's expression darkened instantly. He shot upright from the sofa and strode forward. The consultant immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Before them stood a man and woman beside the very Cullinan Lin Yifan intended to purchase, the woman having just issued the command. And standing beside the vehicle, visibly shaken, was Miss Yu. The consultant's pulse spiked. This was disastrous. Her imminent sale now hung in peril. She hurried after Lin Yifan, heart pounding. As she approached, the woman's vitriolic tirade reached her ear. "Truly, any stray cat or dog can wander in here now, dragging this establishment's prestige straight into the gutter." Su had already stepped down from the vehicle. Utterly unprepared for such hostility, she stood frozen beside the car, trembling adrift. Lin Yifan moved to her side and gently rested a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. "Yu, what happened?" And she lifted her face. Her luminous eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Suddenly, she looked like a child who'd just found sanctuary. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Brother Yifan, I was simply testing the seat's comfort when they approached. The woman saw me inside and demanded, harshly, that I vacate the car so she could test drive it. I only said politely that courtesy dictates waiting one's turn. Then she screamed at me to get out, immediately. And what followed required no further explanation. Lin Yifan had witnessed it all himself upon arriving. His countenance had hardened into glacial severity. The consultant, stepping forward to intervene, found her voice preempted entirely. Lin Yifan fixed his cold gaze upon the woman and asked, voice like sharpened ice, "By what authority do you command her to leave?" And she appraised him, youthful, unassuming, and dismissed him as a pampered student with modest family wealth touring luxury showrooms for amusement. Her own boyfriend owned an authentic Rolls-Royce, so she regarded Lin Yifan with utter disdain, scarcely deigning to acknowledge his presence. The woman sneered disdainfully and coldly mocked Lin Yifan, saying, "What do you even amount to? How dare you question my qualifications? Just because my boyfriend is a ghost owner and a regular customer at this store. How well do you think I know the owner here? Unlike some people who at a young age can't learn anything good and end up flirting with girls at a 4S shop." The man standing beside her was now playing with the car keys in his hand. He looked at Lin Yifan with a smirk, thinking that someone speaking up would have some significant backing. However, when he saw Lin Yifan's appearance, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He didn't believe that such a young guy could afford anything in this shop. He assumed Lin Yifan was just trying to impress the girl, bringing her to the 4S store to boast and win her over. After all, he had the same intention when he brought this woman here. He intentionally drove his ghost to the 4S shop, preparing to brag in front of his companion. He aimed to paint a grand picture, hoping to unlock a more challenging position tonight. It was this preconceived notion that led him to overlook one thing. He failed to notice the watch on Lin Yifan's left wrist. Of course, even if he had seen it, he would have assumed it was a high imitation Patek Philippe that a kid like Lin Yifan would wear. Lin Yifan couldn't be bothered to engage with such a self-righteous woman. With the balance in his bank account as his confidence, he felt it was beneath him to converse directly with someone like her. To put it plainly, this woman's level was not worth Lin Yifan personally addressing. He coldly said to the sales assistant, "I don't want to waste words. Though I'm not a big shot, I still care about my reputation. My friend was humiliated in your 4S shop, and since she claims to know your owner, well, let's have him give me an either they leave or we do." Little did he know the woman became even more energized upon hearing Lin Yifan's words. She sneered, "You know you're not anyone special, yet you still dare to demand an explanation from the owner of a 4S shop. Do you think you're worthy?" Meanwhile, the sales assistant was in a panic like an ant on a hot pan. Feeling anxious and unable to get a word in, she quickly bowed apologetically to Lin Yifan, saying, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused in your car purchasing experience. Please don't be upset. I will call the young owner immediately to handle this." Seeing the sales assistant being so humble in front of Lin Yifan, the man felt a twinge of unease. Meanwhile, the woman noticed that the sales assistant was ignoring them and was actually trying to curry favor with Lin Yifan. Instantly, she felt looked down upon and continued to make sarcastic remarks. Sales nowadays are really desperate. Wanting to achieve good performance is normal, but at least they should know their customers, not treat every Tom, Dick, and Harry like royalty. Be careful not to get played only to end up with nothing. The sales assistant was furious upon hearing this. "You're ruining the deal I'm trying to make, and now you're fanning the flame." Unable to hold back, the sales assistant shouted at the woman, "Shut your mouth." The man frowned in displeasure upon seeing the sales assistant yelling at the woman he brought. He prepared to defend his companion, but the sales assistant directly picked up the phone. He had no choice but to hold back and wait for the call to end before teaching this sales assistant a lesson. "Hello, young boss, are you busy right now? If not, hurry back to the store. There's a situation. Two customers are arguing." "What? Who is arguing with whom?" came a young voice from the other end of the line. "One is a regular customer, the one who previously bought a ghost, and the other is a new customer looking to buy." "Okay, I'm currently having tea at a friend's shop nearby. Hold on, I'll be right back." "All right, hurry back, I'll wait for you to hand." The sales assistant hung up the phone, feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, the young boss was nearby visiting a fellow 4S shop, so he wouldn't be far. He could return to the store soon. The man also heard what the sales assistant said. When he heard the mention of a new customer planning to buy a Cullinan, his brow furrowed slightly, adding to his worries. The woman also heard this and smiled at her boyfriend, saying, "This is too amusing. He's bragging without even preparing, claiming he's about to buy a Cullinan. Oh, why doesn't he say he's buying a Phantom instead?" Just as the sales assistant was about to retort, she caught sight of a young man hurriedly walking in from outside. The sales assistant sighed in relief. Her boss had finally returned. The sales assistant quickly approached, leaning in to urgently explain the main points to the young boss. "Boss, that young man named Lin wants to buy a Cullinan and is ready to pay in full. But the woman brought by the ghost owner is almost ruining it, and she claimed her boyfriend knows you. Mr. Lin is demanding an explanation from the store, stating that if they don't leave, he won't make the purchase." Hearing this, the young boss frowned and walked decisively to the group. He recognized the ghost owner from a previous encounter. He had assisted him with the loan for his ghost with a down payment of $1.58 million. However, he wouldn't say they were very familiar. The young man beside him seemed unfamiliar, but when his gaze shifted to Su Yu next to Lin Yifan, the young boss felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed as if he had seen her somewhere before. After racking his brain, a light bulb went off, and he suddenly remembered. Wasn't she the streamer named Yu from last night's live broadcast? The image of her face in the stream slowly overlapped with the one before him, showing hardly any change. He was now about 70 to 80% sure. Seeing the boss arrive, the man smiled with a touch of flattery, saying, "Li Xiao, it's nice to see you again. I brought my girlfriend to check out some cars today and didn't expect to catch your attention." Being able to afford a ghost, even if it's on installment, at least proves he has some money. But that must be compared to someone else. Compared to someone like Li Xiao, who can open a Rolls-Royce 4S shop in the prime district of the city, his money would hardly be considered anything. In front of such a rich second generation, he had to be cautious even when trying to flatter. Unfortunately, his so-called girlfriend clearly lacked the insight. Seeing her boyfriend greet the 4S shop owner, she thought her man was impressive, arrogantly tilting her chin at Su Yu in provocation. Li Fei, the 4S shop owner, directly ignored the greeting from the ghost owner. He was just a customer who bought a ghost on installment. If it weren't for business purposes, he wouldn't even spare him a glance in a casual setting. Now he even dared to cause trouble in his shop using his name to disrupt his business. Li Fei naturally wouldn't show him any good face, let alone pay him any attention. He was eager to confirm his previous suspicion. The 4S shop owner Li Fei uncertainly asked Su Yu, "Are you the Yu who plays the Guzheng on YY?" Everyone present was momentarily stunned. However, each person had their own reason for being stunned. Su Yu pointed to her own nose and asked in confusion, "Do you know me?" Li Fei immediately confirmed upon hearing this. "She is the quirky streamer Yu." Li Fei clapped his hands and laughed. "It really is you. I thought you looked familiar. What a coincidence. Last night the account named Kai Huanying Shupalin in your live stream was me. I must say Miss Yu looks just as beautiful in person as she does on screen. No wonder the generous Xiaosa sent you 2,000 spaceship gifts in an hour." Su Yu had no recollection of the Kai Huanying Shupalin account he mentioned. At that time, her attention was completely focused on Lin Yifan. However, when she heard the little boss from the 4S shop mention the alias Xiaosa, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She smiled at Lin Yifan beside her and said, "Brother Yifan, the boss says you're a rich tycoon." Li Fei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted. He looked at Lin Yifan, who had a cold expression, and thought of a possibility. His face suddenly changed. He tentatively asked Lin Yifan, "Could it be you are that Xiaosa from last night?" Although there was Su Yu's direct confession, the best way to prove himself was to provide solid evidence. Lin Yifan pulled up the personal center interface of YY on his phone and showed the information to him. Looking at the YY personal center interface with its familiar alias and the recognizable crown icon, Li Fei had no more doubts in his heart. Then when he accidentally saw the balance, Li Fei's pupils constricted. He involuntarily swallowed hard at the string of numbers. What did he see? Oh my, last night he witnessed Xiaosa spending over 17 million in an hour. He knew this new account had strength. But even if he racked his brain, he wouldn't have thought the other party could have such wealth. There was actually over 100 million in the balance. So the amount spent last night was just a small tip. Li Fei had seen wealthier second-generation rich kids, people from circles he couldn't even touch. But even those levels of individuals wouldn't dare to deposit over 100 million in cash into a live streaming platform. What kind of family could afford to be so extravagant? Could it be a young master from one of those top-tier families in Huaxiao that keep a low profile? After such thoughts emerged, Li Fei suddenly felt an immense pressure from Lin Yifan. This was a pressure he had never felt even from the young masters of circles one level above his own. To the average person, he was indeed a top-tier rich kid. After all, his father owned several Rolls-Royce 4S shops nationwide and was involved in real estate and retail. However, if this overly young man before him really was a young master from one of those top families, then his family's assets would be nothing in comparison. Didn't he see that the balance in YY started from the hundreds of millions? The saying that 90 of the wealth in Huaxiao is held by 10 of the people isn't just a casual remark. There isn't the richest person, only richer people. No wonder the sales assistant told him that new customers had to pay in full for a Cullinan just from the money in YY's balance. If he disregarded the limited edition restrictions, he could easily buy a Koenigsegg. Li Fei quickly said respectfully, "Welcome young Master Lin to our 4S shop. Rest assured this matter is not Miss Yu's fault. I will handle it immediately. You can go sign the car purchase contract and I'll join you as soon as I'm done." Lin Yifan nodded. The boss' reaction satisfied him, and he trusted he would make the right choice. As for making the other party apologize, to be honest, Lin Yifan didn't really care for such apologies. So led by the sales assistant, Lin Yifan took Su Yu and left directly. The owner of the ghost car was also stunned by Li Fei's reaction. Although he had the ability to buy a car, he was still a ghost car owner and a customer of this store. He said in a slightly harsh tone, "Li Xiao, what do you mean? Even if you wanted to buy a car, I am still your customer. Is this how you handle it?" Li Fei disdainfully sneered and said coldly, "Do you really think buying a ghost makes you impressive? Do you think you can afford to buy a ghost? Even a casual pocket money from him is enough to buy more than 10 Cullinans. Someone like him I wouldn't even dare to offend, and you're here making a fuss. With your eyesight you probably didn't notice the watch he's wearing. Just that watch is worth nearly half a ghost. You're here like a fool shouting, I really have to hand it to you. Fortunately, young Master Lin wasn't driven away by you, otherwise not to mention whether he would let you go, even I wouldn't let you off. You messed up a business deal, are you going to compensate for this loss? You really have wasted a pair of eyes. Li Fei grew increasingly furious and no longer cared about being polite. Hurry up and get lost, don't be a nuisance here. In the future be more low-key, don't think just because you're impressive that you really are impressive. After saying that, Li Fei ignored the fool and left without looking back, leaving behind a man whose face was alternately pale and flushed and his girlfriend. The two of them left the 4S shop in fear. Just after signing the contract, Li Fei rushed over. From far away he smiled broadly at Lin Yifan and said, I saw young Master Lin generously gifting millions last night, and I didn't expect to encounter you today, or it's truly a coincidence. It's an honor for our store to have you here, young Master Lin. Most second-generation rich kids are not fools. They each come from wealthy families and have seen and interacted with people from a young age. This has already determined that their vision and perspective cannot be compared to those who grew up in ordinary families, except for those with extreme personalities, twisted minds, or who were spoiled rotten. The majority of second-generation rich kids are quite adept in dealing with people and social situations. Otherwise, Li Fei's father wouldn't have entrusted such a luxurious car dealership to his son to manage completely. Young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Oh, I caused you inconvenience. How about this as an apology? I will sell you the car at cost price, and I will arrange for finance to refund the extra money to young Master Lin's card right away. You're too politely zoned. However, there's no need to refund the money. Today's matter isn't the fault of your store. I don't like owing favors to others. Let's just purchase at the normal price. Lin Yifan responded with a smile. Treat others with respect, and they will respect you. The owner of a luxury car dealership gave him enough face. Lin Yifan wouldn't be foolish enough to shift the blame for what just happened onto him. Young Master Lin, please don't call me that. I'm nothing in front of you. Li Fei first sighed, and then introduced himself saying, My name is Li Fei. If young Master Lin doesn't mind, you can call me De Fei. Lin Yifan smiled and said, Since that's the case, let's skip the formalities of young Master Lin. Just call me Lin Yifan. Then I'll take a bit of advantage and call you Brother Yifan. Li Fei took the opportunity and called him brother. In Li Fei's heart, being able to connect with such a top-tier young master felt like a windfall from the heavens. The wealthy second generation not only played with money, but also valued connections and social circles. However, he was unaware that his thoughts were completely misguided. If Lin Yifan hadn't gained wealth through the system, he would merely be a loser, let alone have connections and circles. Even though he was now wealthier than a nation when it came to connections and circles, Li Fei could easily outstrip him. This was Lin Yifan's Achilles heel, something that the system could not provide. Lin Yifan smiled wryly and said, I'm only 19 years old. Is it appropriate for you to call me brother? Who still cares about age nowadays? Whoever has the strongest ability and the most power is the big brother. Besides, I'm only in my early 20s, not that much older. At this moment, the sales assistant walked over to the boss with the signed contract and quietly said, Little boss, everything is ready. We just need the temporary license. All right, I'll make a call to jump the queue. In half an hour, someone will deliver the temporary license. However, the car insurance will only take effect after noon. So if Brother Yifan doesn't have anything particularly urgent, we can drive it away after the insurance is activated. If there's an urgent matter, you can use my car first. Seeing that he insisted on calling him brother, Lin Yifan didn't mind. He smiled and said, It's fine, no rush. Them planning to look at some houses in the afternoon. There's nothing urgent. Looking at houses. What kind of house does Brother Yifan want to buy? My family has some involvement in real estate. Let me see if there's anything that catches Brother Yifan's eye. I can get it for you at the lowest price. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, impressed by his capabilities. From luxury car dealerships to real estate. Do you have any properties in Lujiazui? Li Fei's mouth went dry at his words. What kind of background does this big brother have wanting to buy property in the financial center of Shanghai right off the bat? He forced a smile and said, Brother Yifan, you're overestimating me. To be honest, the land in Lujiazui is not something any ordinary developer can acquire. Our family doesn't have that kind of capability yet. However, Brother Yifan can mention which property he wants to buy, and I can ask my friend. His family specializes in real estate and has far broader connections than I do. Lin Yifan took a sip of tea and said lightly, It doesn't matter which property as long as I can see the river view and the bund. Li Fei inhaled sharply. Do you hear that? Buying a house directly in Lujiazui with a river view, any property will do as long as it offers a view of the river and the bund. Should I just report my name to Tongchen Yiping? But thinking about his balance on Yi, Li Fei calmed down. This was likely a basic skill for a top-tier young master. Brother Yifan, the best riverview property for sale in Lujiazui, is Tongchen Yipin. Before Li Fei could finish, Lin Yifan interrupted directly. Let's skip Tongchen Yipin. I'm not considering that. Let's talk about something else. It wasn't that Lin Yifan disliked the properties in Tongchen Yipin, it was purely because, well, how should he put it? From the novels he had read in his past life, it seemed like everyone already had one. Lin Yifan was already suffering from aesthetic fatigue. Now that it was his turn to buy a house, he resolutely refused to buy in Tongchen Yipin. The law of true fragrance didn't apply here, no one could change his mind, and what Lin Yifan said went. Aside from Tongchen Yipin, the only property that offers a perfect view of the Bund is Haijingyao. Of course, if you're not concerned about the Bund, and only considering the river view, there are plenty of options. Properties like Haijing Huayuan and Kaikshuimen are all viable. Ignoring the rest of the conversation, Lin Yifan said to Li Fei, then let's go with Haijingyao. Do you know anyone who can help me secure a unit? Li Fei took out his phone and said, wait a moment, Brother Yifan. I'm going to ask a friend in our king group if he has any resources. King group. The group of Yi's kings. Yes, the group consists of kings I got to know through Yi. All the kings of the Yi platform are in one group. No. Li Fei quickly shook his head. It's just a few kings we get along well with who formed a private group. Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. This must be the small circle of the wealthy second generation. Li Fei hesitated and tentatively asked, Brother Yifan, would you like to join the group? If they could pull someone of Lin Yifan's caliber into their group, their small circle's prestige would instantly rise, rivaling even higher circles. However, Li Fei didn't hold out too much hope that Lin Yifan would join. After all, their circles were different, he might not even be interested in such a small group. Who would have thought Lin Yifan would give him an answer that completely contradicted his expectations? Can I join? Upon hearing this, Li Fei was thrilled and said, Big brother, be more confident, and dropped the word can. If you can't join, then none of us have the qualification to be here. Lin Yifan took out his phone and laughed. All right, let's add each other as friends, and you can pull me in. Sure, I'll scan you. Li Fei quickly opened WeChat to scan. After adding each other as friends, Li Fei quickly pulled Lin Yifan into the group and tagged everyone. Opening the Phantom to collect scraps. Brothers, look who I just pulled into the group. Several messages popped up in the group instantly. Lao Ji Fei, Big Fei, who did you pull in? Do we know him? I am a scalper and I am proud. Wow, Big Fei is going to hook up. Grocery store. New brother, come say hi, everyone get to know each other. Li Fei was afraid they would say something inappropriate without knowing the situation and offend Lin Yifan. He didn't want to keep them in suspense anymore, and quickly said in the group, this is the big shot who generously gifted 2,000 spaceships in Guzheng Yuyu's live stream last night. While a big spender joined the group, everyone line up to welcome him. Welcome to the group, the stylish big spender. Stylish brother, please take care of me on Yi in the future. I need a big leg to lean on, I need support. Lin Yifan watched the messages in the group and smiled broadly. He didn't expect that these wealthy second-generation kids would chat privately, just like ordinary people, being so playful. This was a bit different from what he had imagined about the private state of wealthy second-generation kids. Li Fei explained to Lin Yifan, Brother Yifan, their nicknames in the group are just their alias names on Yi. This Lao Ji Fei is the friend I just mentioned who sells houses. His last name is Liu and his family is in the real estate business, so he came up with this alias. As for the one who is a scalper and proud, his family runs cinemas, and we all tease him about selling tickets, so he changed his name to that. And that grocery store, his family runs a chain of shopping malls with dozens of large malls across the country. After hearing Li Fei's brief introduction, Lin Yifan nodded and politely replied in the group, Good morning, everyone. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lin Yifan finished speaking and changed his group nickname to the name of a character from a story. De Fei, how do you know Brother Xiao Sa? Did you chat with him privately? Li Fei quickly replied in the group, No, today Brother Xiao Sa took Yu to buy a car and just happened to come to my shop. I first recognized Yu and then realized this was Brother Xiao Sa. Wow, so Yu is the one Brother Xiao Sa is supporting. No wonder he sent 2,000 spaceship emojis last night. It seems I need to support her when she starts her live stream. Haha, what kind of car did Brother Xiao Sa buy? Is it a sports car? De Fei, hurry and show me Brother Xiao Sa's new ride. Li Fei noticed the conversation was going off track and quickly tagged Liu Jiafei in the group. Brother, are there still good houses available at Haijingyao? It has to be a house with a view of the Bund. De Fei, have you struck it rich? Or are you just floating? How dare you ask about a house at Haijingyao? Exactly, if your dad finds out you want to buy at Haijingyao, he might just fly back to Shanghai overnight to deal. Li Fei couldn't help but smile wryly at the teasing in the group. Everyone, you know my situation. Do you think I have enough money to buy at Haijingyao? I might be able to inherit his business after my dad passes away. After sending this message, Li Fei quickly added, It's not that I want to buy, but Brother Xiao Sa wants to buy. This amount of money is just pocket change for him, especially since he still has over 100 million Y coins in his account on YY. Li Fei subtly revealed some information, wanting the group to understand that Brother Xiao's financial background was extraordinary. It also indirectly proved that he had the purchasing power. This way Lu Jiafei wouldn't take him lightly and dismiss Brother Xiao's affairs. Worship the rich. The group suddenly filled with synchronized messages. Lu Jiafei tagged Lin Yifan in the group. Brother Xiao, I still have a few properties available. You can come and take a look when you have time. Lin Yifan replied in the group. All right, thank you. They'll come by this afternoon. The important matters were discussed. Li Fei looked at Su Yuyu, who was quietly sipping tea next to Lin Yifan, and said with a smile, Miss Yu, isn't the guzheng difficult to learn? I feel that girls who can play the guzheng or pipa have a certain grace. If I have a daughter in the future, I will definitely make her learn an art. Lin Yifan secretly sighed. The emotional intelligence and social skills of the wealthy second generation are truly impressive. He even noticed Yu, who was sitting quietly drinking tea, and initiated a conversation to avoid neglecting her. Mr. Li, you can just call me Yu. I'm not a rich family's daughter. I don't deserve such a title. Actually, the guzheng is quite easy to learn. As long as you grasp the basic music theory, learning the guzheng isn't as difficult as it seems. With a bit of time you can master it. Li Fei teased. Then I'll call you Yu for now, but who knows, I might have to call you sister-in-law in the future. He said this to gauge Lin Yifan's relationship with Su Yuyu. He wanted to know how to treat Su Yuyu in the future. In the eyes of these wealthy second generations, women are categorized into several types. One type is just for fun, another is for friendship, and the third is for genuine affection. Only by understanding Lin Yifan's attitude could Li Fei know how to interact with Su Yuyu. Su Yuyu turned beet red at Li Fei's sudden remark. She shyly stole a glance at Lin Yifan, noting that he merely smiled without denying anything. With a hint of embarrassment, she retorted to Li Fei, stop talking nonsense. I only met Brother Yifan yesterday. Oh, we're just friends. Li Fei stared dumbfounded at the two, wearing matching brand clothes and watches. He recalled how Lin Yifan had extravagantly gifted her millions last night, almost convincing him of her story. If Su Yuyu knew what Li Fei was thinking, she would definitely protest. The three chatted for a while, and by the time the temporary license was delivered, it was already lunchtime. Li Fei stood up and said, Brother Yifan, it will take another half an hour for the insurance to take effect. Let's go eat first. There's a private restaurant nearby that I often eat at. The food is quite good. Shall I take you to try it? No, let's skip the private restaurant. Didn't you see all those videos online about people eating for free at 4S stores? Now that there's a rare opportunity, I definitely want to experience what it's like to have a meal at a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Su Yuyu covered her mouth and giggled nearby. She realized that Brother Yifan had such a humorous side. Li Fei was left confused, almost hurting himself from the unexpected antics. What else could he say? He could only conclude that the mindset of rich heirs was hard to decipher. Choosing to eat at a 4S store instead of a private restaurant was baffling. Isn't it just a takeout meal? As long as you're a wealthy heir, it's no big deal. If you can stomach it, I'm definitely willing to accompany you. Li Fei first instructed his employees to order 3 extra work meals. After sitting for a while, they estimated that the food would arrive soon, so he led the two to the internal employee cafeteria of the 4S store. The saleswomen in the store witnessed a bizarre scene. The small boss, who had never set foot in the store's cafeteria, actually brought a customer who just bought a Cullinan. With the boss and a valued customer dining together, the previously lively atmosphere of the cafeteria suddenly fell silent. The chatting saleswomen instinctively lowered their voices to avoid disturbing the distinguished guest. Seeing Lin Yifan inspecting the cafeteria environment, Li Fei proudly said, Brother Yifan, how do you find the cafeteria I set up for the employees? In a word, luxurious. Haha, the employees earn money for me, so spending a little to improve the environment makes them comfortable, which in turn helps me create more value, right? Lin Yifan gave a thumbs up, praising, that's impressive. Many bosses know that taking good care of their employees can create more value. Yet when it comes time to pay salaries or provide benefits, they often hesitate to part with their money. After a while, the saleswoman brought 3 takeaway boxes to Li Fei. He handed one to Lin Yifan and one to Su Yuyu. Brother Yifan, come try our work meal. Although our work meals are just ordinary takeout, we source them from a dedicated restaurant using only genuine ingredients. Lin Yifan opened the takeout box. Inside were 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with a bowl of soup. The soup was corn and rib soup with just 2 pieces of corn and 2 ribs. However, the aroma of the corn mixed with the meat broth came rushing forth, indicating that it had been simmered for a long time. It was indeed not comparable to the usual takeout soup. The 2 meat dishes included beer duck and braised fish accompanied by bean sprouts. Lin Yifan tasted it and found the flavor quite good. It seemed Li Fei hadn't exaggerated. The takeout from this custom restaurant was thoughtfully prepared, though it was likely that Li Fei had spent a bit more money on it. During the meal, Li Fei and Lin Yifan chatted casually, while also ensuring that Su Yuyu sitting next to them was included in the conversation, often making her giggle behind her hand. After finishing the meal, it was already past noon, and the insurance had taken effect. Lin Yifan was preparing to head to Lujiazui to meet Lu Jiafei to look at some properties, but unexpectedly Li Fei insisted on joining. He argued that he had nothing to do at the store anyway. In a luxury car dealership like Rolls-Royce, it's rare to encounter many customers in a day. Having a sales assistant in the store is sufficient. The main reason was that it was rare for Li Fei to connect with Lin Yifan, and who knew when they would meet again in the future. Naturally, they needed to spend more time together to strengthen their relationship. Lin Yifan drove the Cullinan with a temporary license plate, while Su Yuyu sat in the passenger seat. Li Fei, on the other hand, drove a Porsche Cayenne. Lin Yifan was stunned when he saw Li Fei pull out a Cayenne from the garage. His own family runs a Rolls-Royce dealership, yet as the owner, he was driving a Porsche. Wasn't this undermining his own business? What would customers think if they came to buy a car and saw the owner of a Rolls-Royce dealership driving a Porsche? Li Fei explained that the car was specifically for socializing at the store. The Cayenne was actually his personal vehicle. If he were to entertain clients, he would still use the dedicated Rolls-Royce. On the way to buy a house, Lin Yifan drove the Cullinan, admiring the pleasing interior and experiencing the thrill of driving a luxury car. As his first car in this world, Lin Yifan caressed the steering wheel as if it were a lover. With a 6.7T displacement, a gentle press on the accelerator provided a thrilling push. This driving sensation made Lin Yifan secretly exclaim in delight. Soon Lin Yifan and Li Fei's vehicles stopped at the parking lot of Haijingyuan. At that moment, a young man leaning against a Maserati in the parking lot saw Li Fei's car and hurried over. Seeing Li Fei get out of the car, he greeted him. "To Fei, where Xiao Sa?" Lin Yifan got out of the car. Li Fei introduced, "Yifan Gu, this is Lu Jiafei from our group, whose real name is Lu Xing. Xing Gu, this is the suave brother from YWY Lin Yifan." Lu Xing quickly smiled and extended his hands to greet Lin Yifan. As Lin Yifan reached out, he smiled and said, "Xing Gu, don't listen to Fei Guess exaggerations. Just call me Yifan. It takes a crowd to carry a flower-laden sedan. Li Fei giving me such face, I won't be foolish enough to think I'm above everyone just because of my wealth. After all, family knows family matters." If Li Fei compared wealth with him, he certainly wasn't qualified. However, if it weren't for Li Fei's connections, he would probably still be looking for sales consultants in the sales hall. What Lin Yifan urgently needed now was to expand his social network. And these rich second-generation individuals were the best choice. At least from his interactions with Li Fei, he found that Li Fei didn't have the unpleasant traits often associated with the rich. He was worth befriending. "Yifan Gu, I won't say much in terms of pleasantries. If you need anything from me, just give a shout in the group later." Li Fei also didn't forget to introduce Su Yuyu, who had been quietly following Lin Yifan. "Xing Gu, this beautiful lady, is Yifan Gu's companion Su Yuyu, the one who made Yifan Gu spend millions in just an hour last night." Upon hearing Li Fei's introduction, Lu Xing, though only a small streamer, did not dare to underestimate her. After all, she was the woman favored by Lin Xiao, and he lightly shook her hand before letting go. Lu Xing smiled. "So Yuyu looks just as beautiful in real life as she does on camera. I must support you when you start streaming." Li Fei laughed from the side. "That's right. I'll join in supporting you too." Su Yuyu of course knew why these usually aloof rich second-generation individuals were so eager to support her. She quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you big brothers for being so courteous. Yuyu appreciates it, but just coming to watch my stream is enough. There's no need for gifts." Lu Xing laughed. "What kind of support is it without gifts?" Li Fei echoed, "Exactly. You don't be so polite. You should get used to it. I'll introduce you to the top streamer Ningming, since you both stream on the same platform." Su Yuyu uncertainly asked, "Is it the most popular top streamer Ningming?" Lu Xing interjected, "Yes, that Ningming. She's our Fei Xiao's little star. You should interact with her more in the future to get familiar." Seeing Lu Xing teasing him, Li Fei quickly countered, "Oh, aren't you Lu Zong going to introduce your little star to—" After saying that, Li Fei smiled at Su Yuyu. "Yuyu, let me tell you, Lu Zong's little star is Ling Mingze. You should have heard of her, right?" Su Yuyu nodded dumbfoundedly. She was also a well-known streamer. How could she not know Ling Mingze, one of the most popular streamers on YWY? So all those top streamers on the YWY platform had wealthy second-generation supporters behind them. But then again, because she knew Yifan Gu, two wealthy second-generation individuals immediately came to support her. With the financial backing of these tycoons, isn't it normal to become famous and rise to the top? Last night, she had already made a name for herself on YWY because of 2,000 gifts. Li Fei wanted her to get used to it. Get used to what? To receiving hundreds of thousands in gifts effortlessly, to directly reaching out to top streamers for interactive collaborations, or to getting used to becoming a top-tier streamer on the platform in one fell swoop. Su Yuyu felt her heart was in a chaotic mess. Fortunately, they had turned to discuss serious matters now, and no one noticed her unusual emotions. "Yifan Gu, what size house are you planning to buy? Any specific requirements?" Lin Yifan pondered for a moment and replied, "A high floor would be nice. If it's a duplex, that would be even better. If not, then just something larger. Do you have any? Lu Xing immediately interjected. Yifan Ge, you're in luck today. The duplex penthouse of Building 2 in Haijing Yuan is going to be auctioned today. The auction time is at 3 p.m. this afternoon. We'll be entering shortly. Wow, Building 2. Li Fei exclaimed in shock. This is the best location and the most expensive building in Haijing Yuan. The price per square meter should be around 1600 to 1700, right? As someone specialized in real estate, Lu Xing was well aware of the prices in various districts of Shanghai. He started explaining to everyone. If it's a low-floor unit in Building 2, the price is about 1600 to 1700 per square meter. However, for high floors, it's more. Mid-level units have already risen to 1700 to 1800 per square meter, while high floors are now more than 1900 per square meter. If ordinary high floors are 1900 per square meter, how much does the penthouse cost per square meter? I can't even imagine. Li Fei, as a wealthy second-generation individual, couldn't help but gasp at this price. Lu Xing shook his head. The duplex penthouse being sold today has a construction area of 752 square meters. However, it won't be auctioned based on price per square meter, but as an entire unit. Lin Yifan asked, what's the starting bid? According to inside information from the auction house, the starting price is 160 million. Li Fei rolled his eyes. So are you saying I would need to sell my dealership to afford a house? Luo Xing asked Lin Yifan. Brother Yifan, the final transaction price for this house may exceed 200 million, even reaching 300 million. Do you think it's acceptable? If not, I can help you find something else. Lin Yifan said without hesitation. No need. A riverside property in Lujiazui is worth this price. Let's go with this one. What would you want to change? Lin Yifan would be glad if the auction price went higher. I say, Xingge, can you stop measuring Brother Yifan with our standards? His strength is not something we can compare to. Hearing this, Luo Xing smiled wryly, immediately thinking of Lin Yifan, who had directly recharged over $1 billion on a gaming platform. Would someone who casually spends over $1 billion on entertainment care about a house that costs 200 or 300 million? What kind of family background does this young Master Lin have? If it were just 100 million in assets, they wouldn't find it unusual. But 100 million in cash flow has a completely different implication. Where does his limit lie? Luo Xing couldn't imagine. It's not that they couldn't come up with this money, but as Li Fei, if he were to take out this 100 million in cash, he would probably have to sell that 4S dealership. Let's head to the auction first. This auction is held at the Shangri-La. We can all go in one car. All right, get in my car, let's go. Lin Yifan nodded and turned to get in. The Cullinan drove to the nearby Shangri-La. The four of them took the elevator directly to the banquet hall where the auction was held. Thankfully, with Luo Xing leading the way, the greeters at the entrance didn't stop them. Otherwise, at such an auction, someone like Lin Yifan would definitely need to go through a financial verification before being allowed in. Because it was a standalone auction for the Building King of Haijing, how there were no other items being auctioned. So the banquet hall was simply decorated. The innermost part was set up with seats and an auction stage. There were also several self-service buffet tables at the entrance for the arriving distinguished guests to rest and socialize. At this moment, there were still over 40 minutes before the auction began. Many business elites and second-generation rich kids had already arrived at the banquet hall along with the indispensable female companions. Waiters moved through the crowd providing service to the guests. Those business elites gathered in small groups, engaging in quiet conversations. The entire banquet hall was filled with clinking glasses. After Luo Xing led the three into the venue, he picked up a glass of red wine from the buffet table. The four of them found a less crowded spot to wait for the auction to begin. Holding the wine glass, Luo Xing took a small sip and said to Lin Yifan, Brother Yifan, don't be fooled by the number of people here. In reality, very few will actually bid. Lin Yifan, puzzled, asked, then why are all those who aren't bidding here? Just to join the excitement. Li Fei thought that Lin Yifan was simply unfamiliar with such occasions. He smiled and explained, Brother Yifan, you're not wrong. The majority of people are indeed just here for the excitement. For instance, like me and Luo Xing, we're just accompanying you, Brother Yifan, and also joining in to see what price the Building King goes for. Some people are purely here to network with big shots and expand their connections. Luo Xing nodded, taking over Li Fei's words. Don't be fooled by the glamour of the women here. Apart from a few genuine socialites and real rich heiresses, the rest are ordinary girls without much family background here to fish for wealthy husbands. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow. They can get in. Of course, and most banquets have this situation. It's quite normal for elites and rich second generation to hunt for beauties at such events, while those girls are also trying to catch wealthy husbands. It's just a game of mutual benefit. Thus, the organizers of any banquet, knowing these girls don't have the family background to enter, won't stop them because the banquet needs people like them. What could Lin Yifan say? He could only acknowledge that he had opened his eyes. Just then a voice filled with sarcasm came from behind the group. Oh, isn't this young Master Li Fei? What's up? Have you struck it rich recently? coming to participate in the auction for the building king of Haijing, Yihao. Did you sell your 4S store? Hearing that familiar voice, Li Fei's expression darkened immediately. He turned around and coldly said to the man, Chun Haijun, you really are a lingering ghoster everywhere. Ha, that's because I have the qualifications to attend every banquet you can attend, and I can also attend those you can't. Does that make you angry? Li Fei was genuinely furious upon hearing this, his veins bulging as he gritted his teeth. Lin Yifan nudged Luo Xing beside him and frowned, asking what's going on. Luo Xing came back to his senses and quietly explained the feud between the two to Lin Yifan. This Chun Haijun's family is also in real estate. He started in the south and later entered the northeastern market after expanding. On the other hand, although Li Fei's family primarily deals in luxury cars a few years ago, they also plan to venture into real estate, choosing the northeastern market as their target. As a result, the two families encountered each other, and both Chun Haijun and Li Fei set their sights on a prime piece of land, inevitably becoming competitors. Although Chun Haijun's family has more assets than Li Fei's and is stronger in the real estate industry. However, because Li Fei's family was new to real estate and not as strong as Chun Haijun didn't take Li Fei seriously at all back then. Who would have thought that precisely because of Chun Haijun's disdain, the prime land that was originally his was snatched away by the well-prepared Li Fei. With that piece of land, Li Fei's family successfully established a foothold in the northeast, driving Chun Haijun mad with rage. Since then, the two have been at odds, with Chun Haijun often targeting Li Fei not just in real estate, but also clashing every time they meet. Due to strength issues, Li Fei was always at a disadvantage. Lin Yifan curiously asked, so you and Li Fei together can't handle him? Luo Xing shook his head with a wry smile. Although my family is based in Shanghai, our strength is average similar to Li Fei's family. While teaming up with Li Fei could allow us to compete with Chun Haijun, if that happens, Li Fei would actually be in a worse position. How so? If I teamed up with Li Fei, Chun Haijun would feel the pressure and would also bring in more people. His circle is inherently a step above ours, and if it turns into a circle comparison, Li Fei would actually face greater pressure, so it's better to let them fight it out themselves. At most, we just lose face. Although we care about face, there's nothing we can do. If we're not as strong, we can only endure it. Lu Xing spoke to Lin Yifan about those old stories. Yet a suspicion sprouted in his heart. That is, Li Fei was trying every possible way to connect with Lin Yifan. He probably wanted to befriend Lin Yifan as a source of support. Lin Yifan nodded, finally understanding the situation. Seeing Li Fei at a disadvantage in their verbal duel, he stepped forward and smiled. You must be Qin Xiao, right? Are you also here for the auction of the Ocean View? No. Once top floor. Chun Haijun, who was mocking Li Fei, noticed a young stranger interjecting and wore a frivolous smile as he said, so what if I am? Who are you? Li Fei's lackey. Lin Yifan, seeing that Chun Haijun mistook him for Li Fei's subordinate, was not angry. Instead, he revealed a hint of calmness and smiled. You can consider me as Li Fei's brother. Li Fei, seeing Lin Yifan come to his aid, joyfully called out, Brother Yifan. This address made Chun Haijun frown. He had thought this young man, even younger than Li Fei, was just a new acquaintance of Li Fei's, but he was surprised to hear Li Fei call him brother. The implications were entirely different. That Li Fei would call someone younger than him brother despite losing face could only mean one thing. This young man before him was no ordinary figure. He was at least stronger than Li Fei. For rich second-generation individuals like them, face was of utmost importance. If this young man were not stronger than Li Fei would never act this way. Chun Haijun looked at this young man who he knew nothing about and said with slightly restrained demeanor, so what are you planning? Are you trying to stand up for Li Fei? Lin Yifan shook his head and smiled. Engaging in a war of words is pointless, since Qin Xiao is also here for the auction of Ocean View. No. Once top floor, let's see the real situation at the auction. How about that? Chun Haijun's mind raced, weighing his options. The sudden appearance of this young man, making Li Fei call him brother, indicated he had some strength. But he shouldn't be that strong. After all, people who mixed with Li Fei were usually of a certain caliber. Realizing this, Chun Haijun shed his earlier caution. This habit had formed after he underestimated Li Fei last time, resulting in a lost opportunity. Chun Haijun sneered, truly unaware of your own limitations. Fine, if you want to help Li Fei, you'll see what you can do, but don't let me down. Then let's wait for the auction. I will show Qin Xiao my strength, Lin Yifan replied with a forced smile. Chun Haijun stared at Lin Yifan for a while, then contemptuously smiled and walked away. After Chun Haijun left, Li Fei gratefully said to Lin Yifan, thank you, brother Yifan. No need to be polite. Lin Yifan casually waved his hand. Meanwhile, Chun Haijun, who had left, returned to his original position and said to a middle-aged man, go find out about the guy with Li Fei. I want to know everything about him within half an hour. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Fei's direction at his words and turned to leave the banquet hall. Lin Yifan was completely unaware of this, chatting with Li Fei at the auction for the top floor. Let Yu call out the bids first. If Chun Haijun enters the fray, you can step in to help me bid. Li Fei was thrilled at the thought of having a big backer competing with Chun Haijun in such a setting. Excitedly rubbing his hands, he said, "All right, but brother Yifan, you have to give me a limit so I know where to stop." "A limit?" Lin Yifan chuckled. Then his smile vanished as he fixed his gaze on Li Fei and said, "There is no limit, as long as Chun Haijun dares to bid, you must follow. Whether it's 5 billion or 10 billion, as long as Chun Haijun dares to play, I'm willing to spend over 10 or 20 billion to keep up." Lu Xing's eyelids twitched upon hearing this. He quickly advised, "Brother Yifan, although the top floor is rare, it isn't worth that much. Based on market conditions, it's worth a maximum of around 3 billion. Any more wouldn't be worth it." Li Fei was left dumbfounded by Lin Yifan's words. What kind of divine figure have I befriended? I thought I had boarded a big ship, but it turned out to be an aircraft carrier. Lin Yifan nonchalantly smiled. "It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not, as long as I can help Fei Gu vent his frustrations, that's enough. You all don't need to think too much, I'm different from you. I spend money without weighing pros and cons like you do, understand?" Li Fei choked up and shouted, "Brother Yifan." The gratitude he felt was almost too much to express. He felt that expressing thanks would seem too pretentious. Lin Yifan patted Li Fei's shoulder and smiled. "All right, stop acting like a girl, just be straightforward at the auction." Li Fei nodded heavily. Half an hour passed, and some more people entered. The auction was about to begin. The man who had previously left also returned to the banquet hall and approached Chun Haijun. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Chun Shao, I found out that the young man with Li Fei is called Lin Yifan, 19 years old, currently a sophomore at Shanghai Normal University, and is an orphan." Hearing this, Chun Haijun frowned. An orphan? Without a brilliant background or substantial capital, would Li Fei lose his mind to call an ordinary person brother? Did he not see Lu Xing looking up to him as a leader? This could only mean one thing: the information found was just surface-level data. The real situation was beyond the reach of his people. "What about that girl? Have you found out about her?" "I found out she's just an accountant in a small company, has been working for just over a year, from an ordinary family." Upon hearing this, Chun Haijun rubbed his forehead. It seemed the problem still lay with Lin Yifan. Who exactly is this person? Even his own people couldn't find out, hidden so deeply. Regardless whether human or ghost, the truth would soon be revealed when the auction started. Chun Haijun waved his hand, signaling the man to leave, no longer pondering this matter. After about 10 minutes, it was time for the auction. The auctioneers, specially invited from the auction house for Ocean View No. 1, has stepped onto the temporarily set up auction stage. The wealthy elites and second-generation rich found their seats. Lin Yifan and his 3 companions randomly found a spot in the back row. "Welcome to the auction of the top floor of Ocean View No. 1. Since we are only auctioning the top floor, I won't talk. Some of you have seen the model apartment before, while some clients have yet to see it in person. Next, I will ask the staff to bring out the scaled-down model of the top floor for your reference, and the projector will also display the interior design of the top floor." At this moment, several staff members carried out a few 1-meter-high apartment models and placed them beside the auction stage. At the same time, the auctioneer turned on the projector. The high-definition video of the room not only showcased the interior, but also revealed the authentic decor within. It gave viewers an immersive feeling, as if they were right there. Lin Yifan gazed at the video on the projector, completely awestruck by the house. The exquisite renovation and luxurious furnishings were things Lin Yifan had never encountered in either of his lives. He thought about how he would soon possess a high-rise luxury apartment by the Huangpu River, overlooking the river view and admiring the scenery of the Bund at night. Lin Yifan felt a rush of excitement surging within him. The feeling of wealth was truly delightful. The thrill of extravagance was absolutely exhilarating. After the video looped twice, the auctioneer turned it off. Addressing the wealthy attendees, he said, "Next, we shall begin the auction for the penthouse of Building 2 at Ocean View No. 1. The starting price is 160 million. Please raise your hand for a minimum increment of 5 million to start the bidding." Immediately, a middle-aged, balding man in the front row raised his hand. The auctioneer swiftly called out, "Guest at position 6 bids 165 million. Guest at position 3 bids 170 million. Instantly, 2 people placed their bids, and Lin Yifan nudged Su Yuyu, who was sitting next to him. Su Yuyu came to her senses and quickly raised her delicate hand. Guest at position 28 bids 175 million. At this moment, a young gentleman stood up and shouted, 190 million. After speaking, he scanned the room and added with a smile, "Incrementing by a few million is so trivial, it wastes time." After saying that, he sat down. At this time, Chun Haijun, sitting in his chair, raised his hand and directly shouted, 200 million. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes and whispered to Li Fei beside him, "Fei Gu, it's your turn to perform. Don't hold back, do as you wish." "All right, Yifan, good, just watch me," Li Fei said, suddenly standing up. He cast a disdainful glance at Chun Haijun and shouted 220 million. Chun Haijun, unwilling to back down, immediately raised his hand and countered 230 million. Li Fei chuckled and said, Chen Xiao, why the small increments? Are you short on cash? They'll bid 250 million. Li Fei's mockery in front of so many people made Chun Haijun's expression darken as he shouted, 300 million. Li Fei, didn't you say I was being petty? Show me what you can do. The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. No one expected Chun Haijun to raise the bid by 50 million directly. Observers quickly realized that it was a clash between two wealthy heirs. Those familiar with the situation recognized the two and were secretly astonished by their wealth. What madness was this for the two rich young masters to come to an auction to show off their wealth? Were they not considering the consequences? Li Fei, however, paid no mind to others' thoughts. With a cold smile directed at Chun Haijun, he called out, 350 million. Chun Haijun's expression darkened even further. His family had originally planned to acquire the penthouse of Building 2 as a gift for a certain wealthy heir. They aimed to garner support from that family to develop real estate locally. Thus his father had invested heavily, estimating that the auction price for the penthouse would be around 300 to 400 million. However, to be safe, they had prepared 500 million in advance. As long as they could use the penthouse as a stepping stone to establish a relationship with the local wealthy heir, they would secure some prime land. That money would eventually be recouped. However, Chun Haijun never expected Li Fei to push the bid to 350 million so quickly. Chun Haijun glanced at Lin Yifan beside Li Fei, who appeared calm and unfazed. He understood that Li Fei lacked the financial capacity to make such a bid and was likely bidding on behalf of his brother Yifan. Though outsiders might not know, Chun Haijun was acutely aware that this had turned into a contest of wealth between him and Lin Yifan. Uncertain of what the other party might bring to the table, Chun Haijun decided to take a bold stance, attempting to intimidate his opponent. He lowered his voice and shouted, 450 million. This direct bid of 50 million caused the banquet hall to buzz with excitement, with everyone disgusted. Even the business tycoons who had the means to bid for the penthouse were taken aback. One businessman present, who had a good relationship with Li Fei's father, was unaware of the background. Seeing Li Fei's move, he was so shocked that he excused himself from his seat to call Li Fei's father. He hoped that Li Fei's father would quickly rein in this prodigy, otherwise they would have to sell off assets at a loss to settle the payments. Who would dare to default in such a setting? If they defaulted and the auction failed, not only would they offend everyone present, but they would also severely offend the powerful figures behind the Ocean View. No one developer who could afford to offend someone capable of constructing such a large estate along the Huangpu River in the heart of the Shanghai financial district. Hearing Chun Haijun call out 450 million, Li Fei calmly added 30 million, raising the bid to 480 million. Chun Haijun gritted his teeth and declared his final bottom line, 500 million. Li Fei, don't overreach. Everyone present, including those who had initially planned to participate in the auction, was forced to become spectators. These two men were simply insane. These tycoons secretly cursed. It wasn't that they couldn't afford the price, the issue was who would spend 500 million to buy a duplex. With that money they could easily buy a villa. It was completely absurd. Li Fei didn't care what others thought. Seeing Chun Haijun falter brought him immense satisfaction, just like enjoying an ice pop on a scorching day. Hearing Chun Haijun's frustrated tone, he realized that his opponent had reached his limit. With a playful smirk, he deliberately added only 10 million. 510 million. After calling out, Li Fei shot a smug smile at Chun Haijun and taunted, Chen Xiao, what's wrong? Are you already out of steam? A man must never admit defeat. I can only afford 510 million. If you, Chen Xiao, raise by another 10 million, this house may well belong to you. Upon hearing this, Chun Haijun was enraged to the point of nearly losing his composure. He never imagined that a person he had previously looked down upon would now be mocking him. He furiously shouted, Li Fei, I don't believe you have that much money. I demand a financial verification on Li Fei. Chun Haijun's last sentence was directed at the auctioneer. If Li Fei couldn't produce such funds, he would be in serious trouble today. The auctioneer glanced at Li Fei, who was somewhat familiar with the local wealthy individuals. The auctioneer had a slight acquaintance with Li Fei and understood that for the Li family to produce over 500 million, they would have to sell off several assets. However, he had subconsciously never considered that anyone would dare to artificially inflate the price in such a setting, so he hadn't thought about this issue until Chun Haijun brought it up. Realizing the situation, he quickly nodded at Li Fei and said, Li Xiao, I apologize, but due to the large amount we need to conduct a financial verification. Please bear with us. After speaking, the auctioneer waved to a nearby staff member who immediately approached Li Fei with a POS machine. Li Fei felt a bit flustered upon seeing this. He quickly glanced at Lin Yifan, and upon seeing Lin Yifan gently nod at him, he finally relaxed. Li Fei was also scared. Although he had seen Lin Yifun's balance of over 100 million, he wasn't sure if Lin Yifun could actually produce over 500 million in cash. If he couldn't produce it, then he as the bidder would truly be in trouble. This subtle movement was caught by the powerful figures present, and they instantly understood. So after all this time, Li Fei was just a stand-in bidder for someone else. Looking at the young man sitting calmly beside Li Fei, who dared to call out a price of 500 million in such a setting. The powerful figures present were astonished. Who was this young man that they had never seen before? They thought it was due to their own ignorance, and quickly began to inquire among those nearby, hoping to find someone who knew this young man's background. After making inquiries, all the powerful figures were perplexed. Not a single one recognized this young man. This was getting interesting. The powerful figures quietly watched Lin Yifun and the others, preparing to see if the other party was truly a dragon among men or merely a facade. The waiter approached Li Fei, who looked pitifully at Lin Yifun. Lin Yifun unhurried pulled out a regular card from his wallet, a standard card from Huaxiao Bank, and handed. When the powerful figures who had been staring at this side saw Lin Yifun produce a regular bank card, they were left dumb. What the hell, a regular savings card? In the eyes of the powerful figures present, such a setting shouldn't feature a standard card. It should be gold cards, silver cards, or credit cards. A strange sound echoed, followed by a burst of laughter. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, only to find Chun Haijun clutching his stomach and laughing at the standard card in Lin Yifun's hand. This is hilarious. I thought he was some rich heir. Turns out he's just a worthless person using a standard card. I thought you had recognized some important person, but it turns out he's just a bumpkin. You Li Fei are treating him like a prince. Tisk Li Fei, you've truly embarrassed all of us from this circle. The business moguls looked at Lin Yifun and his standard card with strange expressions. Hearing Chun Haijun's mockery, Lin Yifun retracted the standard card. Then leisurely in front of everyone's gaze, he stood up and said with a faint smile, Chen Xiao is right, using this standard card is indeed a bit embarrassing. I'll pay in cash instead, so I won't bring out this card and embarrass myself. Ha ha, this is really funny. Paying in cash. Do you know what 500 million in cash means, bumpkin? Chen Haijun continued to mock Lin Yifun. Lin Yifun ignored him and put the bank card back into his wallet. Then he casually took out 3 banknotes, and these were the 3 small denomination bills and 3 1-cent coins that Lin Yifun had taken from his collection when he deposited money at the Huaxiao Bank branch before. Seeing the 3 brand new small denomination bills and the shimmering 1-cent coins in Lin Yifun's hand, the banquet hall fell into dead silence. Chen Haijun's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Some people present even couldn't help but swallow hard. Was it really the rare treasury reserve cash? Everyone present was worth hundreds of millions at least. Among them, those with a bit of wealth had liquid assets that could reach several hundred million to over $1 billion. If they wanted to exchange treasury reserve cash, who wouldn't be able to? The problem was who would carry around treasury reserve cash worth 100 million. After all, it wasn't as convenient as a bank card. It was impossible to conduct a business deal requiring several million or tens of millions with 1-cent treasury reserve cash. They couldn't even break it. In the end, they would still have to transfer money through a card. What surprised everyone was not the treasury reserve cash. What surprised them was a person who could carry 600 million in treasury reserve cash. How powerful must he be? Even Li Fei, Lu Xing, and Su Yuyu beside Lin Yifun were dumbfounded when they saw the treasury reserve cash, carrying 600 million on him. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? The female socialites in the hall, hoping to catch a wealthy husband, looked at Lin Yifun, who held 600 million in cash, with shining eyes. They fantasized about winning this young man over and stepping into the wealthy circle, living a happy life as a wealthy young mistress. Some women looked at Su Yuyu with jealousy, wishing they could take her place. These gazes made Su Yuyu, an ordinary girl who had never experienced such a scene, feel uncomfortable. Lin Yifun cast a faint glance at Chun Haijun and said to the auctioneer, "Bring the specialized cash verification machine." The auctioneer, as if waking from a dream, quickly instructed the staff to fetch the specialized cash verification machine. In a short while it was brought over. Lin Yifun placed the 3 banknotes and 3 coins one by one into the machine for verification. The machine continuously emitted sounds declaring treasury reserve cash 1 cent. This sound indicated that all the bills were genuine. If they were fake, the machine would sound off with "This bill is counterfeit. Is there any problem?" If not, the auction. After Lin Yifun finished speaking, he casually stuffed the 600 million worth of treasury reserve cash into his wallet and sat down again. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. He truly was someone who didn't treat money as money. The auctioneer respectfully glanced at Lin Yifun and addressed the audience. The auction continues. The current highest bid is 510 million from young Master Li. Is there any higher bid? Everyone present fell silent. Who would dare to bid against someone who carried 600 million in cash? Leaving aside whether their own strength permitted it, it was not about whether the house was worth so much. Even if they managed to win the bid, offending such a character would be a loss. Everyone present was sharp, who didn't understand this principle. Even Chun Haijun's face turned pale when he saw the 600 million in Treasury Reserve cash. Li Fei looked at the defeated Chun Haijun with a smug expression, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This was a psychological response after being suppressed by Chun Haijun for too long. Seeing that no one in the banquet hall dared to speak up, the auctioneer began to call out the prices. 510 million going once. 510 million going twice. 510 million going 3 times sold. Congratulations to VIP number 28 for winning the prime unit of Ocean View No. 1 Building 2. Our staff will contact you for the transaction shortly. Thank you to all the business leaders for participating in this auction. On behalf of Ocean View No. 1, I wish you all a pleasant life. With the gavels dropped, the auction came to an end. Some people began to leave while others gathered around to greet Lin Yifan. Among them were those socialites looking to catch a wealthy husband. At this moment, Li Fei and Lu Xing seized the opportunity to slip away. They greeted Lin Yifan and went to wait at the place where Lin Yifan had parked. They needed to calm down and digest what had happened today. As for the advances from the socialites, Lin Yifan held Su Yiyu's hand for the first time, clearly stating his position and politely rejecting each one. Lin Yifan politely exchanged a few words with the business elites before taking some business cards. He then followed the staff to the meeting room at the back to make the payment and sign the contract. What Lin Yifan did not know was that as these business elites left, his name would start to circulate among the upper echelons of the business community in the city from that night onward, becoming widely known. The penthouse of Building 2 in Ocean View No. 1 was sold for over 500 million in an auction, which was quickly picked up by some astute and well-connected reporters. The news was reported immediately. This price caused a stir in the entire business community. Fortunately, Lin Yifan's name did not appear in the news. Instead, it was represented by a certain wealthy individual. In the meeting room, the person in charge of Ocean View No. 1 was waiting. Seeing Lin Yifan enter with Su Yiyu, the person in charge quickly stood up to greet them. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Huang Wanfei, the property manager of Ocean View No. 1. Welcome to become our owner. Thank you. It's getting late. Let's sign the contract. Sure, Mr. Lin, your time is valuable, so I won't take up too much of it. The contract is ready. Please take a look. Lin Yifan took the newly drafted purchase contract and read through it from beginning to end. Confirming that there were no issues, he signed his name on the document. He then handed over 3 1-cent coins and 2 1-cent bills to the property manager, Huang Wanfei. There was only one last 1-cent bill left in his wallet. I will pay 500 million in cash. Please transfer the remaining 10 million directly. Okay, I will provide you with the account details. Receiving the bank account from Huang Wanfei, Lin Yifan transferred 10 million to the other party's account via mobile banking. After Huang Wanfei received the payment, he handed over a diamond-shaped card. Mr. Lin, this is the access card for all the rooms in your house. You can use this card to set the password for the front door and room doors, so please keep it safe. We will help you with the property certificate and various procedures, and they will be kept at the property management office. You can pick them up at your convenience. Also, the cleaning has already been done, and all the furniture and appliances are brand new. You just need to prepare your personal items to move in. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Lin Yifan took the diamond access card and played with it in his hand. Not a trouble at all, it's my duty. Huang Wanfei said with a smile. Mr. Lin, it's already late, and it's dinner time. I would like to treat you to dinner as a welcoming banquet from Ocean View No. 1 for your becoming our owner. Thank you, Manager Huang, but my friend is still waiting for me. Let's do it next time. I'll treat you then. Manager Huang nodded. Alright, Mr. Lin, since you're busy, let's talk another time. I won't disturb you. Exiting the meeting room, Lin Yifan headed straight to the parking lot with Su Yiyu. Li Fei and Lu Xing were waiting beside the car. Brother Yifan, I really appreciate what you did today. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I could hold Chun Haijun down. Li Fei said first. Lin Yifan smiled and lightly punched Li Fei's chest, saying, Alright, if you really want to thank me, hurry up and treat us to a meal. I'm about to starve. Okay, I happen to know a nearby restaurant that serves authentic family-style dishes. It's said to be from a former royal chef passed down through generations. Let's go there. Lin Yifan laughed. Are you having a vendetta against family-style restaurants? You said you would take me to one when I was at your shop, and now that we're in Lujiazui, you say the same thing again. Li Fei scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Hee, I can't help it. I just love good food. I've long grown tired of the stuff from big restaurants, so I particularly enjoy looking for various family-style restaurants. Alright then, let's go. Back at the parking lot of Ocean View No. 1 of the 3 of them drove their own cars. Li Fei led the way, heading to the family-style restaurant he mentioned. Since Li Fei and Lu Xing wanted to deepen their friendship with Lin Yifan, and Lin Yifan also felt that these two were worth befriending, they began to get along increasingly well. At the dining table of the family-style restaurant, Lin Yifan, Li Fei, and Lu Xing toasted each other. Even Su Yiyu was not spared. Li Fei specially ordered a bottle of Baichutai red wine for her. The three chatted about everything under the sun, and due to their ages and personalities their bond quickly deepened unnoticed. After the meal, since they had all drunk, they simply called for a designated driver. When the three designated drivers arrived at the entrance of the family-style restaurant, Lin Yifan and the others had just come out. Looking at the three luxury cars in front of them, the designated drivers remained calm. After all, being a designated driver in such a place means they often encounter luxury car owners requesting their services. Having driven such cars, often they wouldn't be as nervous as designated drivers in smaller cities. However, they became a bit more cautious while driving. Li Fei and Lu Xing's cars left in succession. Lin Yifan also sat in the back seat of the car with Su Yuyu. Although Su Yuyu had drunk half a bottle of red wine, she did not feel drunk. However, she felt a bit nervous and apprehensive in the car, unsure of how Lin Yifan would arrange things next. After all, earlier when they were shopping for clothes by the roadside, Lin Yifan had bluntly expressed his desire to sleep with her. Now Lin Yifan had also drunk a bit. If Lin Yifan really took her to a hotel later, what should she do? Her heart was in turmoil, as if she were awaiting a final judgment. Fortunately, at this moment Lin Yifan spoke up. Yuyu, send your home address to the designated driver. Oh, okay. Su Yuyu quickly told the designated driver the name of her apartment, and after the designated driver set the navigation, the vehicle started smoothly. Lin Yifan rubbed his forehead. The half bottle of white wine made his head feel heavy. Yuyu, can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? I need to rest. Remember to wake me when we arrive at your place. Without waiting for Su Yuyu to respond, he rested his head on her fragrant shoulder. Inhaling her faint fragrance, Lin Yifan closed his eyes to rest. When Lin Yifan's head rested on her shoulder, Su Yuyu's body stiffened and her mind went blank. After a while, seeing Lin Yifan remain motionless as if he had fallen asleep, Su Yuyu relaxed her body. Is brother Yifan going to my home? This was the first thought that popped into Su Yuyu's mind. Her heart raced, her face flushed, and her mind involuntarily conjured up scenes of what might happen next. She tilted her head and gazed at Lin Yifan, who had already fallen asleep on her shoulder, staring at him for a while. Then her gaze shifted to the night scenery outside the car window, her thoughts racing. Su Yuyu had always been quite attractive and had no shortage of suitors. Throughout her studies and into her work, she had only had one boyfriend in her freshman year. That man was her first love, played the guitar, and was somewhat handsome. In the eyes of their classmates, they were a match made. When it comes to dating, couples naturally cannot avoid intimate matters. However, during her university years, Su Yuyu was still young, too innocent, and somewhat conservative. She could accept holding hands and kissing, even touching each other, but her only steadfast boundary was that she believed her first time should be reserved for the wedding night. Therefore, no matter how her first boyfriend tried, the once innocent Su Yuyu firmly rejected him. After numerous failed attempts, her frustrated boyfriend directly proposed a breakup. He even said that Su Yuyu didn't love him, which was why she was unwilling to give herself to him. The breakup, combined with his words, brought Su Yuyu to tears. At that time, she could not understand why, if her boyfriend truly loved her, he was unwilling to wait until the sanctity of their wedding night for intimacy. However, after entering society, and with age comes maturity, she finally understood why her boyfriend had broken up with her. Nevertheless, Su Yuyu never regretted the breakup, whether it was due to her refusal to give herself to him, or her choice to give herself to her first boyfriend, which ultimately did not lead to a lasting relationship. She would not regret it, as it was her choice, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. After starting her job, due to the living pressures in the city of Shanghai, Su Yuyu began working as a part-time streamer. With her appearance, her streaming career was certainly not going to be bleak. In the past 2 months, many people were willing to give her gifts, but these individuals were all driven by ulterior motives. They offered small amounts of money with demands, saying that if Su Yuyu agreed, they would give her extravagant gifts. Although Su Yuyu was no longer as conservative as she had been in college, she would not demean herself for money. She could not simply agree to someone's demands just because they sent her gifts. So people came and went in her streaming room, a constant turnover with no one staying. Today, meeting Lin Yifan was her first encounter with a big brother after 2 months of streaming. The reason for wanting to meet was simple: Lin Yifan had given her too much. When he offered to help, Su Yuyu found it difficult to refuse. Of course, she could choose to refuse Lin Yifan's request and leave the streaming industry with the 7 million directly. That amount of money would ensure her comfort for the rest of her life. But she chose to meet him and intended to return over 6 million. Little did she know Lin Yifan not only rejected her refund, but continued to buy her clothes and watches. He spent tens of thousands on her. After buying clothes while waiting for a car on the roadside, Su Yuyu asked Lin Yifan about his intentions behind spending money on her. Lin Yifan candidly confessed that he wanted to sleep with her. Su Yuyu did not feel resistant to this notion, because for ordinary girls, not to say all, at least a vast majority of them, after such a large sum of money had been poured in, it was hard to resist. Some girls simply could not refuse when so much money was at stake. For Su Yuyu, money was indeed a small part of the reason which she could not deny, even if it went against her conscience. After all, having money meant a better life, and with so much money spent on her, to say that she viewed money as worthless would be nonsense. She was just an ordinary girl. However, more importantly, it was Lin Yifun's various performances in front of her after their first meeting that made her unable to refuse. Su Yuyu also knew how the public viewed female streamers. As long as the money was right, there was no female streamer who couldn't be taken to bed. She was even more aware that if Lin Yifun wanted her, and she gave herself to him, she would become the kind of girl in his eyes who could be easily bought with money. She would become a woman who surrendered herself for money. Lin Yifun would look down on her, treating her as a mere toy for his desires. Once he grew tired of her, he would discard her without hesitation. However, Su Yuyu had already made her decision. As long as Lin Yifun wanted, she would willingly give him her first time. Even if after a while she was discarded by Lin Yifun, she would not regret this decision. Su Yuyu let out a soft sigh and decided not to think about it anymore. If tonight were to truly happen, she would just treat it as a dream. Because whether she knew Lin Yifun through streaming or in other circumstances, as long as she had relations with Lin Yifun, given the disparity in their backgrounds, anyone would only think that she ended up in Lin Yifun's bed because of money. After all, with a wealthy young man like Lin Yifun, even Su Yuyu herself believed she was not worthy of him. The two were destined not to be together. What pained Su Yuyu the most was that once relations happened tonight, she would become the kind of woman that Lin Yifun would deem unworthy. This thought made it hard for her to breathe. Yet she would not refuse Lin Yifun's request. Because she dared not, could not, and did not want to see disappointment in Lin Yifun's eyes. The car steadily drove through the bustling night scene of Shanghai. Due to the car's excellent sound insulation, the interior was quiet. Only when streetlights flashed by the car window did a sliver of light illuminate the 2 lines of tears on the girl's face. The car slowly stopped in front of an apartment building, and Su Yuyu quickly wiped away her tears. The designated driver just turned his head back, and Su Yuyu immediately made a shushing gesture. The driver understandingly turned back, sitting honestly in the driver's seat and quietly waiting. Meanwhile, Su Yuyu gazed at Lin Yifun, who was fast asleep, her eyes once again misting over. After a long while, Su Yuyu gathered her emotions and put on a smile. She gently nudged Lin Yifun and softly said in his ear, "Yifun, go wake up, we have arrived at my building." Lin Yifun groggily awoke, saying, "Oh, we're already here." After speaking, he opened the car door and got out. When Su Yuyu saw Lin Yifun get out, she paused for a moment and then gritted her teeth, also opening her door to get out. After getting out of the car, Su Yuyu stood on the roadside in front of the apartment she rented. Lin Yifun also walked around the vehicle and came to Su Yuyu's side. As Su Yuyu was about to lead the way home, she was suddenly pulled into Lin Yifun's embrace. Su Yuyu was startled by this sudden action. Who knew that after kissing her smooth forehead, Lin Yifun said, "Yuyu, I won't walk you up. The alcohol has hit me, and I'm dead tired. I'll head back first, you should rest early." Without waiting for Su Yuyu to respond, Lin Yifun squinted his drunken eyes, opened the passenger door, climbed in, and closed the car door. Then the car slowly started and disappeared at the end of the road, leaving Su Yuyu in a state of disarray in the wind. She stared blankly at the taillights of the departing car, her mind a blank slate, as she posed the existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? What is going on? I had prepared myself mentally for so long, disregarding Yifun Ji's thoughts, ready to fulfill his desires. But the guy just left. Big brother, what kind of game is this? Is this how the wealthy live their lives? Or is it that my elder brother completely looks down on me? Su Yuyu fell into self-doubt, recalling the recent scene and the images she had envisioned while in the car. Su Yuyu felt her toes awkwardly digging into the ground, as if they had carved out a 3-bedroom apartment. Su Yuyu's little face was already flushed with embarrassment, and finally, she stomped her foot in frustration, covering her face in shame as she ran back home. Meanwhile, Lin Yifun returned to Shanghai Normal University, instructing the designated driver to park his car in a shopping mall not far from the school entrance. After paying the driving fee and locking the car door, Lin Yifun returned to his dormitory and fell asleep, immediately responding to his roommate's greeting with a groggy murmur. Lin Yifun slept soundly, but on the other side of Shanghai, Su Yuyu was struggling with insomnia. After washing up at home, she lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. At times she would cover her head with the blanket out of embarrassment, while at other times she felt suffocated and had to throw the blanket off. She either got up for a sip of water or suddenly covered her face, whispering in shame. After tossing and turning for over an hour, Su Yuyu suddenly sat up, picking up her phone from the bedside table. She found a cute cartoon avatar in WeChat and initiated a voice call. After about 10 seconds of ringing, the call was finally answered. A woman's roar came through. "Su Yuyu, it's the middle of the night and you're calling me. Do you know how annoying it is to disturb someone's sweet dreams? You don't want to sleep, but others do." Su Yuyu directly ignored her outburst, speaking into the phone. "Xiao Lily, I feel like I'm going crazy, please help me." Her friend Chun Li, awakened by the noise and still groggy, continued to shout. If you're going crazy, stay far away from me, don't drag me into it. Lily, I'm really about to lose my mind. Perhaps sensing something amiss in her friend's tone, Chun-Li's sleep wide awake now, she quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me, tell me what's going on, and it'll help you think of a solution." "Well, you know, I started working part-time as a streamer after finishing my job every day. I know I watched your live stream before and accompanied you for a few days. Stop with the small talk and get to the point, what happened?" Chun-Li interrupted Su Yu, asking anxiously. "I met my elder brother yesterday. And then, oi," Su Yu continued, "he sent me gifts. Isn't that normal? He sent over 17 million. What? How much?" Chun-Li's voice cracked as she suddenly sat up. At first she didn't register it, and instinctively thought someone had sent Su Yu over 1700 yuan. Suddenly realizing the actual amount, she exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yu weakly replied, 1700,000. "What the heck, have you lost your mind?" Su Yu was exasperated. "It's called stepping in dog poop." "Oh, whatever that aside, are you sure it's really 17 million? You must be dreaming." Su Yu felt speechless with her friend's reaction, and she didn't want to talk anymore. "Wow, you've met a rich second-generation heir? You've struck it rich. How much do you get from the 17 million? Chun-Li, having a rough idea of Su Yu's streaming revenue, quickly calculated in her mind, and suddenly screamed, "Mamma mia, over 7 million. Damn it, you became a millionaire overnight. If I'd known streaming was this lucrative, I should have done it too. It's not too late, I'm ordering equipment right now. Wow, I can't believe I'm friends with a millionaire, ha ha ha, I'm so lucky." Chun-Li was clearly a bit disoriented from Su Yu's sudden wealth. "Yu, this is good news, you should be happy. Why do I feel like your mood isn't right? You don't seem like someone who just got rich. Are you really dreaming?" Su Yu, uninterested in her friend's chatter, continued, "That elder brother asked me to meet him today. You should go, he sent you so many gifts, what's wrong with meeting him? He said his fashion sense is poor, and asked me to help him choose clothes." Of course, Chun-Li immediately understood Su Yu's earlier thoughts. "What? Just for help with choosing clothes, he sent you 17 million. Then while he was at Laputa buying clothes, he casually bought me over 2,000 worth of clothes and bags." Chun-Li didn't know what to say. How could her silly friend be so lucky? "Then when he went to buy a watch at Patek Philippe, he wanted to give me a watch worth over 2 million, but I refused because I was too afraid to accept it." Now Chun-Li finally caught up with the conversation. "What? You turned down a watch worth a few million? Have you lost your mind?" "He saw that I didn't want the expensive one, so he chose a watch worth over 2,000 for me instead." What could Chun-Li say? Lucky people have their blessings. He was desperately trying to shower her with gifts. After buying the watch, he took me to a 4S dealership to buy a car. What? He's going to give you a car too? What does he want? Chun-Li felt a bit frightened by this. Actually, no, he just bought himself a Cullinan. Chun-Li was confused. Bought a Cullinan? Just like that? Sister, are you crazy, or am I losing my mind? A luxury car worth 6 to 7 million, and you say it's just like that? While buying the car, I was humiliated by a ghost owner's girlfriend. He rushed over to protect me, confronting the 4S dealership owner, demanding either that the ghost owner be kicked out, or he wouldn't buy the car, and would leave. Chun-Li was starry-eyed. Wow, so man. Absolutely handsome, bursting with boyfriend power. If a rich second-generation heir treated me like that, I'd willingly devote my life to him. What happened in the end? In the end, the 4S dealership owner ran over to apologize and drove those two away. Chun-Li suddenly realized Su Yu hadn't slept so late, and quickly asked, You two didn't just come back from a hotel, did you?" "No, after buying the car, he took me to buy a house. For someone like him, at least a mansion worth tens of millions, right? He went to Lujiazui." "What? The Lujiazui near the Oriental Pearl Tower?" "Yes, he bought a unit in the Seaview No. 1 next to Tangshan. Chun-Li was left speechless again. On the other side, Su Yu continued to narrate slowly. "And it's the king unit of building 2. Holy crap, today the news said a mysterious tycoon spent over 500 million at the auction to buy the king unit of Seaview No. 1. It couldn't be him, could it? Yes, it's him. Just know about this, don't go telling others. Holy crap, what kind of rich heir is he? Wait, you quickly calculate how much he spent since he came to your live stream yesterday, until now." Su Yu recalled and roughly estimated, saying, "About 550 million, with the house costing 510 million. From last night to tonight. In 24 hours, he spent 550 million. What else can be said? The rich are inhuman, right?" Chun-Li still raised the most concerning question. "So did you two sleep together?" I asked him why he was so nice to me, and he said he wanted to sleep with me. For such a rich heir, it's worth being slept with. If it were me, I would be eager for him to sleep with me. You, congratulations, you are about to become a wealthy young mistress. Hopefully it can be a one-time thing, and you can get married directly with a child. But after he sent me home, he just left." What? This twist caught Chun-Li off guard. "Can you not speak so breathlessly?" The two fell silent. Chun-Li hesitantly said, "He doesn't find you attractive." Then Chun-Li began to mutter to herself on the other end of the phone. But then again, for such a rich heir, what kind of woman hasn't he seen? How could he possibly be interested in ordinary girls like us? But that shouldn't be the case. He spent so much money on you, he wouldn't let the meat right in front of him go to waste, would he? Yeah. Could it be that his sexual orientation isn't normal? Or is it that aspect isn't working? Chun-Li immediately switched to detective mode, throwing out all kinds of wild theories. Su Yu could only remain silent. Even she still couldn't understand what Lin Yifan really meant to her. So I couldn't sleep. Chun-Li sighed. Sister, don't say you can't sleep right now. Even I'm about to lose sleep. My mind is all muddled up. Well, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Su Yu mischievously laughed. No wonder I feel much better after saying all this. So what are you planning to do? Su Yu shook her head. I don't know, just go with the flow. I won't think too much about it. What's meant to come will come. True, the best way to handle it now is to just let it be. The two fell silent for a moment. Su Yu said, all right, let's sleep. After saying this, Su Yu directly hung up the phone, turned off her phone, turned off the lights, and went straight to sleep. Chun-Li stared at the disconnected call in a daze. It took a long time for her to react, fuming as she called Su Yu back. After trying for a long time without any response, she directly dialed Su Yu's number. Hello, the user you have dialed is powered off. Hearing this, Chun-Li was dumbfounded. Then a woman's roar came from a nearby room. Su Yu, you bastard, you made me lose sleep, and you just want to sleep yourself. I curse you to never find GC in your life. Bastard, stinky woman, you're driving me crazy. The next morning, Lin Yifan, who had a very comfortable sleep, opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Holy crap. Lin Yifan was almost scared to fall out of bed by the scene before him, exclaiming a classic phrase. What the hell, why are you three lying in front of my bed so early? You scared the hell out of me. Looking at his three roommates in front of him. Having absorbed the memories of the original owner, Lin Yifan was not unfamiliar with them. To his left was a thin man with black-rimmed glasses named Situ-1. He was the second oldest in the dormitory, a legendary scholar who scored higher than Lin Yifan to enter normal university. In the middle was a rebellious youth in branded clothing named Xiao Hongwei. His family was in business with some ass. Because he repeated his senior year, he was the oldest in the dormitory, ranking first. To his right, a boy with a mischievous smile named Du Jin, the youngest, ranked fourth. Lin Yifan ranked third in age among them. Their dormitory had 4 people each with completely different extreme personalities. Yet the 4 had a great bond. The eldest, Xiao Hongwei, had the best family background among the 4 due to his family's construction business. He was generous towards his 3 roommates, never stingy. His hobby was flirting with girls, and he liked to tease pretty seniors and juniors. He was a typical playboy. The second one, Situ-1, was quiet and reserved in front of outsiders. However, in front of familiar people like in the dormitory, he would show his more playful side. Yet he excelled academically and would proactively help anyone with study problems. The fourth, Du Jin, was a joker with a cheerful personality. He loved games and was a gaming fanatic. Despite being bad at them, he enjoyed dragging his 3 dorm mates along to play. His antics left the other 3 exasperated, and just hearing him call out to play games gave them headaches. Old 3, something feels off, you're really off. The dorm leader, Xiao Hongwei, shook his head, expressing his feelings. Lin Yifan, still startled awake by them, sat up from bed and dressed, saying, What's wrong with you, Dad? Xiao Hongwei tugged at Lin Yifan's clothes and said to Situ-1 and Du Jin, Do you recognize this brand of clothes? Both of them, not paying attention to such things, shook their heads. Xiao Hongwei grinned. This is Laputa, do you peasants understand? A single piece easily costs over 10,000. Then Xiao Hongwei pulled up Lin Yifan's left hand to show the watch to the 2. Do you know what brand this watch is? Patek Philippe. I was stunned when I saw it this morning and specifically searched online. It's worth over 2. Du Jin immediately jumped up in shock and shouted, Holy crap, old 3, you've struck it rich. How could you afford such expensive clothes? This is Lin Yifan's reasoning for explaining the source of his funds to others after depositing money at the bank, fabricating a wealthy background. No matter how absurd the story is, as long as he convinces himself it's real, that's all that matters. Otherwise, there's no excuse for suddenly having so much money. So what's the result? Is it really your family? Xiao Hongwei asked with concern. I don't know if it's true or not, but the identification result shows a match rate of 99, Lin Yifan muttered while rinsing his mouth. Did you recognize your ancestors? Lin Yifan spat out the foam in his mouth and shook his head. No, I can't accept the sudden appearance of parents. I told them I needed to calm down, and they didn't push me, they just took me to buy some things. So the clothes and watch you're wearing were bought by those parents. Lin Yifan nodded and said, not just that, they also— What car? A Mercedes? A BMW? Or an Audi? Du Jin's eyes lit up at the mention of a car. Xiao Hongwei slapped Du Jin's back of the head, exasperated, and said, Can't you aim a little higher? If old 3's parents can buy him watches worth millions, do you really think they would only buy a car worth a few $100,000? Lin Yifan couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Hongwei's sharp mind. Seeing the 2 eagerly waiting for him to reveal the answer, Lin Yifan reluctantly said, It's a Cullinan. Holy crap. Oh my. The three gasped in astonishment. Rich man seeking to be supported, I don't ask for much, just let me borrow the car for a couple of days to impress some girls. Du Hongwei's first thought was about how the luxury car would help him attract girls. At that moment C2, who had been silent, hesitated and chimed in with a look of distress. Well, if old Three's ex-girlfriend knew he was this rich, she would probably regret it. Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin were stunned, exchanging glances. It was as if they were debating whether to eliminate this guy with high intelligence, but low emotional intelligence. Why bring up an ex-girlfriend at a time like this? If you don't know what to say, it's fine to stay silent. Had they forgotten how Lin Yifan looked when the semester started? After his breakup, he was in such a bad state that they worried for a long time. Now that they finally saw Lin Yifan back to a somewhat normal state, he inadvertently reopened old wounds. But unfortunately, Lin Yifan didn't have any feelings for the original owner's ex-girlfriend. He smiled lightly and said, "What's there to regret? It's as if she was after money. In the beginning, when I had no money, she still chose me. It's just that she has come to terms with reality now. Right, the past is the past, and let's not bring it up again. Yeah, old Three, now that you've struck it rich, how do you plan to treat us brothers tonight?" Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin were unsure whether Lin Yifan was genuinely open-minded or just pretending, and they quickly changed the subject. C2 also belatedly realized he had said the wrong thing and chose to stay quiet in a corner. Lin Yifan waved his hand grandly and said, "Tonight, Dad will spend generously and treat his sons to a good meal." Xiao Hongwei's eyes lit up, envisioning the delicacies from various fine restaurants. Who knew he would be brought back to reality by Lin Yifan's next words? "I'll treat everyone to some spicy food and beer, pick anything under 100 yuan. Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin exchanged glances. Then they rolled their eyes at Lin Yifan and cursed as they exited the group chat. "Stop dawdling, class is about to start, hurry up," Du Jin urged, and the four quickly tidied their clothes and made their beds. Lin Yifan had just finished tidying up half of the bedding when he suddenly realized that he wasn't in the same major as Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin. He didn't have any classes in the morning. Damn, what am I even tidying up for? I don't have class this morning. After saying that, Lin Yifan tossed the bedding aside and lazily laid back down on the bed. Seeing C2 across from him had already changed into his clothes, Lin Yifan curiously asked, "Old Two, why are you dressed so neatly? You're not in the same major as them." I'm going to buy breakfast," C2 replied, while covering his rumbling stomach. Lin Yifan perked up. "Great, bring me one too, I'll treat you." After saying that, he took out his phone and transferred 30 yuan to C2. It wasn't that Lin Yifan was stingy or unwilling to transfer more to C2 now that he had money. If he transferred too much, C2 wouldn't accept it. Instead, it would feel like throwing money around, which could easily lead to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. Treating to food and drink often happens among roommates, no one would think much of it. After the three left the dormitory, Lin Yifan opened the app he downloaded yesterday, Huya, and registered an account. After a moment of thought, he chose a whimsical name and opened the recharge interface to prepare to add funds. The task of being a spendthrift is a heavy burden that allows for no slack. He must work hard to seize the time to splurge. Seeing the recharge limit on Huya, the maximum amount available was 50 million. This made Lin Yifan feel that Huya truly had ambition and was considerate. Whether you can afford to recharge 50 million is your business, but setting the recharge limit at 50 million is mine. Even if the users can't use it. Lin Yifan comfortably recharged twice, and 100 million was credited to his Huya account balance. Next, it was time to find a streamer. What kind of streamer should he look for? With that thought, Lin Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly as the image of Su Yuyu surfaced in his mind. MMP, this time he absolutely wouldn't look for a woman like Su Yuyu. She was simply a roadblock on his path to being a spendthrift. This time, he must find a streamer who can handle whatever he throws at them. Small streamers haven't seen much of the world and wouldn't dare take the money offered. Then he would look for a big streamer. Such streamers have seen the world and won't be easily shocked. Looking at the various game sections at the top of the interface, he thought about how he often played Honor of Kings. He casually clicked into the Honor of Kings streamer section. The first live room on the homepage was a girl with a doll-like face. However, her two prominent features starkly contrasted with her doll-like appearance. Lin Yifan couldn't resist clicking into the live room. There were over 4,000 viewers watching live. The interface showed the streamer was currently playing a match, and in the lower right corner was the streamer's face. Watching the streamer on camera with her movements during the game, her features swayed continuously. He glanced at the streamer's name. It was two simple words, Tong Yan. This name is straightforward and vivid, as if afraid others would. The public screen was constantly scrolling. Most of the messages were exclamations about her beauty. Either that or various praises like "Wow, amazing 666. Host Tong Yan lowered her phone, lifted her gaze toward the screen, and engaged with her audience. Her doll-like face was framed by black-rimmed glasses, and she wore a white t-shirt adorned with a smiling face. The smile on her shirt was grotesquely distorted, its eyes stretched sideways to the very edges. Lin Yifan immediately activated the highest-tier royal title Emperor, at a cost of 200 credits. Upon seeing the sudden full-screen announcement of this new emperor, host Tong Yin parted her lips in quiet astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow. Thank you, Brother Piao Miao, for granting me the emperor title. Thank you so much, brother." Lin Yifan opened the gift menu and selected the most expensive item, the Ferris wheel, valued at 5000 credits. As gifts could be multiplied up to 10 units, could be sent simultaneously. He selected 10 units and tapped send. A line appeared across the public chat. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 10 Ferris wheels. Thank you, brother, for the 10 Ferris wheels. Thank you, senior brother. Tong Yin's delight was palpable. Though she ranked among the elite female streamers in the King Arena, her typical livestream earnings rarely exceeded several tens of thousands per session. She never expected a divine benefactor to descend from the heavens that day. A brand new level 1 account entered her stream, first bestowing the emperor title, then showering her with 500 credits worth of Ferris wheels. Yet this was only the beginning. The public chat never ceased scrolling. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 20 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 50 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 100 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 200 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 400 Ferris wheels. When Lin Yifan tapped the send button 40 times, delivering a total of 400 Ferris wheels, the channel-wide announcement flashed once more. Emperor Piao Miao has ascended to Supreme Emperor within host Tong Yan's King Arena stream. Everyone in Tong Yan's stream, including Tong Yan herself, stood utterly dumbfounded. All bore witness as a newly created account in under 3 minutes first claimed the Emperor title, then soared beyond it to become the radiant Supreme Emperor. Becoming an Emperor required only 1500 credits, but attaining Supreme Emperor status demanded an automatic upgrade, a staggering 200 credits, gifted within a strict time limit. Tong Yin had long abandoned her game. She tossed her phone aside and, overcome with exhilaration, patted her chest, her breath quickening, her form trembling with each beat. "Wow. Thank you, Brother Piao Miao, for your 400 Ferris wheels. Brother Piao Miao, I'll send you my WeChat right now. Please add me." A faint smile flickered across Lin Yifan's lips as he typed, "Hold on. Don't interrupt. Let me finish sending these gifts first." Having sent the message, he paid no mind to the explosive surge in viewership or the flood of stunned reactions flooding the chat. Like an unfeeling automaton, he continued tapping send, without pause. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 500 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 100 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 200 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 300 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 400 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 500 Ferris wheels. Emperor Piao Miao has gifted host Tong Yin top-tier king arena streamer 600 Ferris wheels. At first, Lin Yifan used only his index finger, but finding the pace too slow, he switched to alternating between index and middle fingers, doubling his speed. When both fingers grew fatigued, he reverted to one. Within minutes, he had tapped the screen 600 times, then paused, his hand cramping slightly. By the time the Ferris wheel counter reached 1:0, Tong Yan's stream had drawn an overwhelming influx of viewers. Even platform moderators were alerted. Alarmed by the anomalous metrics, the official moderators assumed a broadcast emergency and rushed into over 100,000 viewers crowded into the stream instantly, overwhelming the public chat. Countless streamers and fans flocked to pay homage to the celestial patron. When the Ferris wheel count hit 600, the entire platform erupted. Just 2 days earlier, a divine patron had emerged on EE, shattering records with over 17 million credits gifted in a single hour. Now Huya had broken that record. Another celestial patron descending from the heavens, unleashing 600 Ferris wheels in under 10 minutes. Equivalent to 30 million Hua Yuan. Speculation flared. Was Piao Miao the same patron who had appeared on E? Xiaosazhou Yihui? Otherwise, how could two such strikingly similar patrons emerge within such a narrow window? Both entered streams immediately, claiming the highest royal title, then unleashed the most expensive gifts in torrents, each gesture commencing at multi-million credit scale. If Piao Miao and Xiaosazhou Yihui were one and the same, who then was this enigmatic sovereign? Others insisted they were distinct accounts, that Piao Miao, inspired or provoked by Xiaosazhou Yihui's spectacle, had created a new identity to surpass the prior record. Regardless of their origins, these two acts of lavish gifting would, in the weeks ahead, fundamentally reshape livestream culture across the platform. Previously invisible new accounts now triggered instant adrenaline surges among streamers, each fresh profile suddenly perceived as a potential celestial patron. Tourists catching wind of this frenzy registered new accounts solely to tease and test streamers, leaving many novice hosts flustered, misled, and deceived. Having just gifted Tong Yin 30 million credits, Lin Yifan heard "See to in return with breakfast." He hastily typed into the stream, "Host, I'm off for breakfast now. I'll add you on WeChat later." Before she could respond, he exited the stream, leaving Tong Yin behind, still breathless with wonder. Lin Yifan set down his phone, accepted the 2 meat buns Si Tuan tossed him, devoured them in 3 quick bites, wiped his mouth, and reclined onto his bed. Reopening Huya? After finishing his meal, Si Tuan gathered his textbooks, exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Yifan, and headed to the library. Silence settled once more over the dormitory. Lin Yifan had never imagined that squandering wealth could feel as urgent as clocking in for work, were it not for his desperate need to carry as much currency as possible back to his original timeline, and to the child who had yet to be born. Truly he longed to surrender, to lie still and cease striving. Returning to the King Arena section, he searched for a new female streamer. As for Tong Yin, he had already gifted her 30 million credits. For now he had no intention of continuing his generosity toward her. He scrolled idly through the feed. One stream caught his eye: 5-season 100-star King U peak ranked mode, 2300 points. Skilled female streamer Liv, carrying fans. In this era, a female entertainment streamer reaching 2300 points in peak ranked mode signaled genuine mastery. Unlike standard ranked matches, peak ranked allowed only solo play, meaning every point earned was won entirely through individual skill. Drawn by the title, Lin Yifan tapped in, eager to assess the streamer's true prowess. No one expected that the moment he entered the live stream a sensation erupted. "Wow, isn't this the elder brother from Tongyin's live stream just now? You better stop gaming. A divine tycoon has descended from the heavens. You're about to go viral. It's over. Yuer is doomed to fall under his spell." Lin Yifan ignored the public chat entirely. His full attention was fixed on the game. The streamer Wan Yue was playing Nidalee as jungler. After watching for a while, Lin Yifan realized her skill and game sense were truly exceptional. While clearing jungle camps, she constantly monitored all 3 lanes. Though no skirmish had yet broken out, she seemed to anticipate what would unfold moments before it happened. Often midway through clearing a camp, she'd abruptly abandon a half-health monster and rush toward one lane, only to arrive just as a fierce clash erupted exactly where she'd predicted. At the height of the battle, her Nidalee leapt forward with a perfectly timed ultimate, then unleashed a seamless combo, effortlessly securing a kill on the enemy. Lin Yifan also noticed Wan Yu's extraordinary awareness of vision control. She never exposed herself to enemy sight, unless actively setting up a gank. Such discipline and foresight marked the instincts of a true master. Clearly Wan Yu was among the elite female players. Her peak rank score of 230 was earned entirely through her own prowess, not by proxy. After securing a kill, Wan Yu habitually glanced at her screen and found her public chat utterly frenzied. As her in-game champion retreated to base, she swiftly scanned the stream's activity. Her gaze froze upon spotting a gleaming golden emperor icon seated in the VIP section. Piao Miao. Could this be the legendary tycoon who just gifted 30 million in Tongyin's stream? He's actually come to my stream. Instantly Wan Yu greeted him warmly. "Welcome, elder brother Piao Miao, to Wan Yu's stream. Would you like to play together? I'll even duo queue with you to climb the ranks." Lin Yifan typed back, "I'm still in diamond. I can't match in a games with honor masters like you." Wan Yu smiled upon reading his message. "Don't worry, elder brother. I own accounts across every rank. I can switch instantly and play with you anytime. Not right now. I'm short on time. I'll reach out when I'm free." "Alright then. I'll send you my WeChat via private message. Add me and just ping me whenever you'd like to play. I'll be online immediately. Let me settle the fare first." Lin Yifan opened the gift panel. The Ferris wheel soared into the sky. Emperor Piao Miao gifted 100 Ferris wheels to honor master streamer Wan Yu. Emperor Piao Miao gifted 100 Ferris wheels to honor master streamer Wan Yu. Emperor Piao Miao gifted 500 Ferris wheels to honor master streamer Wan Yu. Emperor Piao Miao gifted 800 Ferris wheels to honor master streamer Wan Yu. When the count reached 8,000, Lin Yifan paused. 40 million had been spent. The moment Lin Yifan began gifting Ferris wheels in Wan Yu's stream, viewers flooded in en masse. All were drawn solely by the name Piao Miao. Wan Yu initially assumed his fare meant just a few Ferris wheels. After all, Tong Yin must have been his favored streamer, which explained why he'd gifted her 6,000. She presumed that after such a lavish spree, Lin Yifan's funds must be nearly depleted. After all, 30 million was no trivial sum, even for a wealthy second-generation heir. Yet as Lin Yifan's gifts in her stream mounted higher and higher, eventually surpassing even his earlier generosity toward Tong Yin. Wan Yu was left utterly stunned. Could Tong Yin not be his favorite streamer after all? Had those 30 million simply been an impulsive gesture, bestowed merely because he found her appealing? Just how extravagantly affluent was this young master scattering wealth so recklessly? By mid-morning, he'd already gifted 70 million. As Lin Yifan finally ceased gifting, Wan Yu burst forth with fervent gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother Piao Miao, for your incredible support. You are mighty. You are awe-inspiring." Viewers in the stream sat dumbfounded. What tier of divine tycoon is this? How vast must his family's fortune be to squander wealth so lavishly? Senior Sir, does your mansion's gate still lack stone lions? I'll gladly crouch there as your guardian beast. Damn, it's called a fair. What kind of fleet charges 40 million just to board? That's a lifetime's unattainable dream for ordinary people. Enough to buy a house, a car, and even wed a spouse. Meanwhile, in another Honor Master stream within the same platform, Tong Yin had stopped gaming entirely. She stared blankly at the public chat where gift notifications scrolled incessantly, her mind reeling. The divine tycoon just finished gifting in my stream, and now he's gone to hers. And he's giving more there than he did here. If only I'd found a way to keep him in my stream, all those gifts would have been. A pang of loss washed over Tong Yin, followed by the sharp sting of profound regret. In her stream's public chat, a viewer exclaimed in astonishment, "This Piao Miao is unstoppable." He dropped 30 million in Tong Yin's stream, then turned around and gifted 40 million to Wan Yu. Who is Wan Yu anyway? Is she somehow more prominent than Tong Yin? How did she manage to earn more from Piao Miao than Tong Yin did? Tong Yin saw the comment, and her heart fluttered with anxiety. Could Wan Yu really be superior to me? Before she could dwell further, a viewer familiar with Wan Yu's streams chimed in with clarification. It's got nothing to do with physique. Wan Yu has a normal build, she's certainly not larger than Tong Yin. But she's been a 100-star Honor Master for multiple consecutive seasons, with an exceptionally high peak rank score. Piao Miao was clearly captivated by her gameplay. Looks like Tong Yin's out of luck. This tycoon values skill over charm. Exactly. For sheer charm, Tong Yin leaves Wan Yu far behind. But for raw technical mastery, Wan Yu utterly dominates. It's over. Tong Yin's about to lose her favor. Reading these words, Tong Yin felt a deep unease. Silently, she vowed to intensify her training the moment she went offline. She resolved to excel in gameplay, and to take initiative devising ways to win over elder brother Piao Miao. With both strategies pursued in tandem, she was certain no rival could surpass her. After leaving Wan Yu's stream, Lin Yifan browsed the entertainment section and randomly selected a dance streamer. After watching her perform a special solo dance just for him, he gifted her the remaining 85 million from his account. Meanwhile, as Lin Yifan splurged across, Su Yu launched her own stream on YY platform. That morning, she had submitted her formal resignation email to her company, scheduling her final handover and departure procedures for the following day. Fortunately, as only an assistant accountant, her role could be filled immediately. No advance notice was required. This flexibility was precisely why Su Yu sought further professional development. A junior accountant could only serve as an assistant, burdened with tedious menial tasks. She decided to improve herself, knowing that anyone could take her place at any time. She had already planned to resign and enroll in an accounting training class for further studies. At the same time, she could continue live streaming without any conflict. Today, Chun-Li joined her best friend Su Yu on the stream sporting panda eyes. Of course, early in the morning, Chun-Li scolded Su Yu for causing her to suffer from insomnia last night. In the end, she succumbed to Su Yu's snacks and lavish meals, choosing to forgive her despicable behavior. As soon as Su Yu started her stream, dozens of loyal fans flooded in, sending little gifts. Su Yu smiled and thanked each fan who sent gifts, not looking down on these small tokens just because she had 7 million in her account. While interacting with the fans in the stream, she adjusted her gouging. A prominent entrance prompt appeared on the screen indicating that a user named Kai Huanying Show Poland had entered the live stream. Seeing the familiar username, Su Yu immediately thought of who had come to the stream. She happily greeted, "Welcome, brother Huanying. Are you not busy today?" Su Yu cleverly avoided using Li Fei's real name in the stream. The fans in the chat were amazed that a king had entered as soon as the streamers started believing Su Yu was truly on the rise. Some knowledgeable fans recognized this king account. Isn't this the wealthy brother from the Lemon family? Why is he here with Yu? Did Lemon not start her stream? Perhaps the brother has developed feelings for Yu. Hehe. Wasn't Huanying just here to enjoy the show in Yu's stream the day before yesterday? Maybe he has taken a liking to Yu and specifically came to support her today. It's strange that brother Xiaosa didn't come to Yu's stream today. People like him, who are wealthy, hardly have time to play on streaming platforms every day. They are just here for entertainment, unlike us. Kai Huanying Show Poland was indeed Li Fei, the owner of a Rolls-Royce dealership. He had mentioned coming to support Su Yu before, and upon seeing her start streaming, he rushed in. Ha ha, you know me well. I hardly need to worry about the store, I just roam around the market. As soon as I saw you were streaming, I hurried over. Su Yu smiled sweetly in front of the camera. Thank you for your support, brother Huanying. I promised to introduce you to Lemon yesterday. You'll ask her to come to your stream so you can follow each other and collaborate more often. Su Yu quickly nodded okay. While chatting in Su Yu's stream, Li Fei also sent a message to his streamer Lemon on WeChat. He asked her to come to Su Yu's stream and to be proactive and enthusiastic. This was a streamer that an even more powerful rich brother had his eye on, so she shouldn't take it lightly. As the two were chatting, several more king accounts entered the live stream, and Su Yu quickly welcomed them. Welcome brother Lu Jiafei to Yu's stream. Welcome brother Huang Niu to Yu's stream. Welcome brother Zawi to Yu's stream. Su Yu warmly welcomed each of them, seeing so many king accounts enter at once. These should be friends brought by brother Li Fei, Su Yu guessed. Indeed, after seeing Su Yu starting her stream, Li Fei had sent a message in their group. He said, Yifan's little master is streaming, come over and support her. A few people in the group who weren't busy saw the message and hurried over just in time to catch Li Fei and Su Yu chatting in the stream. Lu Jiafei asked Yu, do you still remember me? Su Yu pondered for a moment, looking at the character Lu in his username, and suddenly asked happily, are you Xing Ge? Lu Xing sent a sly smile emoji. Smart, you guessed it right away. Other kings were also typing in the chat. I'm Huang Niu, and I'm proud. Wow, so this is the little master that Xiaosa likes. She's really beautiful. No wonder Xiaosa is willing to spend millions on her. Let's not say anything else, let's send a few spaceships to Xiaosa's little master first. After saying that, Zawi sent 20 spaceships to Su Yu. This action reminded several kings, and the rest quickly sent spaceships to Su Yu as a meeting gift. At least 20 each. Lu Xing sent 30, while Li Fei sent a whopping 50. Just these four kings sent a total of 120 spaceships, bringing Su Yu $1 million in revenue. This scene shocked Su Yu's best friend Shun Li, who was accompanying her in the stream. $1 million in revenue. Had her best friend really earned 4,000 in just this short time? This money was too easy to earn. Her best friend simply greeted people on camera and made more money than she could earn in a year. Just as the gifts were finished, a streamer account entered the live stream. Li Fei actively greeted Lemon. This is the streamer Yu I told you about. You two should get to know each other and help each other out during streams. Lemon was the first to type, hello Yu, I'm Lemon. Nice to meet you, I'll follow you. So Yu quickly responded politely, okay, let's follow each other and support each other in the future. Just as the two followed each other, another streamer account entered the room. It was Lu Xing, bringing in his protected streamer Ling Mingze. In Li Fei and Lu Xing's minds, Su Yu was the streamer that Lin Yifan had his eye on. Regardless of how far the two might go, at least their relationship was good for now. For the two who wanted to ingratiate themselves with Lin Yifan, taking the female companion route was also a good choice. Thus, they proactively brought their own streamer to get to know Su Yu, serving as another way to strengthen their connection with Lin Yifan. After the two streamers followed Su Yu, they greeted her and said they would connect and play together later before leaving her live stream. Su Yu chatted with several kings for a while. Then she began today's live stream content, playing the Guzheng. Li Fei and the others occasionally sent spaceships to liven up the atmosphere. After playing 2 songs, Su Yu started to randomly connect with other streamers. This was a common routine for every streamer. However, she didn't expect to connect with a major streamer. On the other side was a female dance streamer. Once connected, the female streamer saw Su Yu's delicate features and instantly took an interest. When discussing the PK penalties, she directly suggested that the losing party perform a tofu grinding act until the punishment time was up. The dance streamer opposite didn't seem intimidated at all. From the PK values, it was evident that the opponent was a small streamer, yet she had a big brother in her stream. It was rare to encounter such a beautiful streamer, so she naturally wanted to tease the female streamer to please her own big brother. Upon hearing the other party mention grinding tofu, Su Yu instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, she had been streaming for over 2 months and knew what grinding tofu entailed. However, she did not want to engage in such activities. Unexpectedly, the opposing streamer instantly changed her tone, questioning Su Yu whether she couldn't afford to play, and if so, she shouldn't come out to PK. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and the others in the live stream also became furious. They directly typed in the chat urging Su Yu to accept the PK challenge. With the encouragement from Li Fei and the others, Su Yu hesitated for just a moment before accepting the PK. Next, it was a contest to see how many gifts each side could send to determine the winner, as the opposing streamer began rallying votes in her own stream. In contrast, Su Yu simply sat quietly in her chair watching the performance on the opposite side. The opposing big brother immediately sent 10 spaceship gifts, believing he was guaranteed victory. Even the female streamer on the opposite side thought she had secured a win, ready to let her big brother enjoy watching beautiful women and have fun. On Su Yu's side, the kings began to exert their strength. Each of the 4 members, including Li Fei, sent 5 spaceship gifts each. Instantly, they doubled the number of votes compared to their opponent, pushing the opposing PK bar down. The opposing streamer was stunned upon seeing this situation. What was happening? Wasn't she just a small streamer? Were small streamers this fierce now? The big brother on the opposite side saw the PK bar being suppressed, and his expression darkened. It seemed he had encountered a tough opponent. Gritting his teeth, he quickly sent another 20 spaceships to regain the PK bar. The dance streamer saw her big brother take action again, turning the tide, and she instantly became joyful, continuously praising her big brother's might and dominance in the live stream. However, they did not anticipate that Su Yu had 4 kings on her side. Seeing that the opposing side was relentless, Li Fei and the others each sent dozens of spaceships. They directly boosted their ticket count to over 10 million. Upon seeing this despairing number, the opposing streamer's face turned dark. The big brother in that live stream was even more despairing. He was just a small king, usually sending a few tens of millions for fun. Today's PK was still the result of saving up some pocket money, thinking he could show off in front of the streamer. He had boasted in the live stream, claiming he would lead the streamer to win 20 consecutive PKs. He thought that with the over 300,000 pocket money he had saved up, winning 20 PKs would be a piece of cake. The initial few PKs were indeed easy wins. With just a few 100,000 to a few thousand, he could defeat the opposing side. After several rounds of PK, seeing that he still had plenty of money in his balance, the big brother, wanting to impress his streamer, decided to boldly send 10 spaceships as he faced Su Yu. Little did he know he had run into Su Yu by bad luck. Moreover, it just so happened that Li Fei and his rich friends were in Su Yu's live stream. At this point, he had kicked a steel plate and was directly taught a lesson. The female streamer on the opposite side was still struggling, acting cute, and trying to rally votes in the live stream. The little king felt the situation was not right and created a small account to take a look at Su Yu's side. Upon seeing 4 big kings appearing in the live stream, he realized that he was doomed today. He could no longer maintain his bravado. He explained the situation to the dance streamer using his main account and left the live stream dejectedly, leaving the female streamer with a pale face. After losing the PK, the female streamer completed her punishment and could hardly muster any pleasantries. With a sullen face, she took the initiative to end the PK, becoming increasingly furious as she stayed alone in the live stream. If she had lost to another big streamer, it would have been acceptable, but she never expected to be so badly defeated by a small streamer. She was even more infuriated by that king flaunting in front of her. In frustration, she picked up her phone to start calling for help, determined to reclaim the scene today. As a dance streamer with a captivating figure, having been a big streamer on EE for over a year, she naturally knew some powerful big brothers. She found those big brothers on WeChat, privately chatting with each one, acting cute and playing the victim. She promised that if they won, she would unlock even more impressive poses for them. Soon, several kings and tycoons appeared in her live stream. Seeing her big brothers arrive, the female streamer finally felt a bit better. Even though these big brothers would require her to return most of the gifts after splitting the earnings, the remaining portion was still a considerable amount of money. Moreover, these kings were not the kind of showy ones from before. Each could easily send tens of millions in a year. At least they could genuinely put out over 1 million in a PK, easily helping her regain her lost ground. The big brother from the little streamer had already sent over 1 million. Even if he had some strength, how could he compare to her big brothers? Wouldn't he just be easily beaten? Once the kings gathered, they discussed the penalty, and feeling the joy of revenge soon to be fulfilled, the streamer found Su Yu in the PK records. She clicked the revenge button. Su Yu, who was chatting with Li Fei in her live stream, saw the revenge notification pop up on her screen and frowned, muttering to herself, "Why am I being targeted again?" Li Fei, hearing this, curiously asked Yu, "Who is targeting you?" "That dance streamer from earlier. She's seeking Li Fei couldn't help but laugh. "She dares to seek revenge. Let's see what tricks she can play." Luo Xing also laughed, saying, "I didn't expect there to be such a bold one these days. She just lost over 10 million votes and still dares to seek revenge." The king, known as General Store, laughed. "If she dares to seek revenge, she probably found some big brothers. Seeing that we just sent over 1 million, she thinks we've stopped sending gifts." Li Fei sneered, "Let's wait and see." Yu accept her revenge. Li Fei had already made up his mind. If the opposing side really brought in big brothers, he would spend millions today to protect Su Yu. One reason was the face issue that rich second-generation kids valued the most. If any random person could trample him, how would others view him? The other reason was Lin Yifan. As long as he could deepen his relationship with Lin Yifan and cling to this powerful figure, a few million investment was nothing. It's important to know that for such big young masters, even if they had money, they wouldn't usually get involved. The opposing female streamer eagerly said, "Streamer, let's play this round tough. Whoever loses must show the punishment on camera for the big brothers to see. Are you brave enough to play?" While drinking water, Li Fei heard the opposing streamer's words and spat out his drink. What the heck? This female streamer is too ruthless, playing such a big game. Su Yu was even more dumbfounded. Naturally, she had heard about such gameplay from seasoned streamers. She still remembered the first time she heard about this gameplay, just hearing the description from her predecessors made her face turn crimson. However, later on, due to the official crackdown with lightning speed, they shut down several live streaming rooms, and no one dared to try this kind of play anymore. I never thought I would encounter it today. This is clearly heading towards getting my live streaming room banned. What kind of grudge is this? The other streamer, fearing that Su Yu wouldn't dare to respond, began to mock her big brother. Could it be that your big brother over there is weak? If he had strength, it wouldn't be you facing the punishment for losing, so why are you scared? When the dance streamer just connected with Su Yu, she didn't realize that her big brother's expression had changed when he saw the name Guzheng Yu. Mainly, this streamer had been busy sending gifts over long distances for the past few days, so she hadn't had time to pay attention to the latest developments on Yaya. Naturally, she was unaware of the news that the newly emerged mysterious big brother had crazily gifted over 17 million to a Guzheng streamer in just an hour. But she didn't know that just because she was unaware, it didn't mean that her big brother in the live streaming room was uninformed. The king big brother leading the live stream room, feeling somewhat anxious, clicked into Su Yu's live streaming room to take a look at the online audience. He discovered that the king account Xiao Sa was not present, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's not around. Perhaps since Lin Yifan had gifted 17 million in Su Yu's live streaming room a few days ago, he hadn't shown his face since. On Yaya, there had also been no other activity, and many people believed that this big brother had spent all his money in one go. The king also shared this belief, because there were frequent news reports. One moment, it was about some company's finances being misappropriated for gifts, and the next moment, it was about that big brother selling his house to gift. If that Xiao Sa really had strength, how could he disappear after gifting? He might be enjoying a public meal. However, although he hadn't seen the Xiao Sa king account, he unexpectedly saw a familiar king account. Li Fei also noticed this king entering Su Yu's live streaming room, and his expression darkened. So it's this guy? No wonder the other streamers suddenly became so confident. They actually dared to propose such a harsh PK punishment. With this guy around, if it were to escalate, it would be a bit troublesome. Since Li Fei and his friends had their own Yaya King group, naturally others had their circles too. And this guy is the king at the top of his circle. In reality, he is a wealthy, second-generation comparable. The two had encountered each other several times at annual events and other activities, all to support their respective streamers and compete for event rankings. Because Li Fei maintained a rational mindset while playing Yaya, he hadn't blindly spent money during those competitions. As a result, he always lost to this king. Having outperformed Li Fei, he began to boast, telling everyone that Li Fei wasn't strong. Over time, he truly believed he could handle Li Fei. Now seeing his old rival again, he typed in Su Yu's live streaming room mockingly. "Oh, isn't this my defeated foe? I never expected the world to be so small, encountering each other again today. It seems this little streamer is bound to lose." Li Fei coldly typed back, "Do you really think winning a few times makes you strong? That was just me letting you win. Do you not realize that? Haha, do I need you to let me win? If you lack strength, you deserve to be beaten. Do you understand? I'm not looking down on you, but it's just that everyone in your circle is trash, one and all." Li Fei was too lazy to waste words with him and directly typed, "Alright then, let's see who wins today, so you can stop being delusional about yourself." The king didn't respond to Li Fei's harsh words, but continued to mock Su Yu. "Oh, isn't this the female streamer who made it to the Yaya news a few days ago? So where's your Xiao Sa brother? After gifting over 17 million, he vanished. Did he run out of money? Alright, you didn't stream yesterday. Oh, I guess he was off sending gifts long distance, and got tired of you, and dumped you." Su Yu saw the insulting words he posted on the public screen, and turned red with anger. Her big eyes were even red. Seeing him start to lash out at Su Yu, Li Fei hurriedly diverted the fire, saying, "You piece of trash, spouting nonsense. If you want to fight, just do it. Oh, why so much talk? Is your lack of strength compensated by your words? You really lower the standard. Oh, the rain has stopped, and the sky is clear, and you think you're capable again. Are you so eager to be beaten? Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Don't let me down, little chicken. I give you time to call all the people in your circle over. Let's see who goes down first." After that, the king mocked before returning to the female streamer's live streaming room. Li Fei gritted his teeth and began to spend heavily in his Yaya account to prepare for the upcoming battle. On one side, the two were at odds. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Lin Yifan finished gifting 100 million and exited the Tiger Bud live streaming room. He found Tong Yin and Wan Yue, two Tiger Bud female streamers, and privately sent them a WeChat request to add them as friends. As for the dance female streamer who had gifted nearly 30 million, Lin Yifan ignored her. After adding the two, they both actively sent messages to Lin Yifan. "Tong Yin, Piao Miao Gij, after I finish streaming, I'll send you benefits." The message was followed by a shot. "Wan Yue, Piao Miao to go, if you want to play games, remember to look for me. I'll come online anytime to help you rank up." Lin Yifan looked at Tong Yan's WeChat message about the benefits, raised an eyebrow, and revealed a sly expression. Although he hadn't considered developing a romantic relationship with any girl in this time and space, he was solely focused on completing his spendthrift task quickly and returning to his original world. However, when it came to such an opportunity presented to him, Lin Yifan wouldn't pretend to be a saint. He would take what he could get. Afterward, wiping his mouth, he felt no guilt. After all, they came willingly for the money with clear intentions. Lin Yifan regarded it as a mutual benefit. Thus he responded to her with a flirty emoji saying, "I'll wait for your benefits." Then he opened one used message and replied, "Alright, when I feel like playing games I'll message you." After finishing the reply, Lin Yifan returned to the main WeChat page. Seeing new messages in the Yaya King group, he opened it to take a look. Others not in Yaya, if you have time, come to the Yaya Guzheng streamer Yuyu's live streaming room. Get your bullets ready today, we're going to have a match with Wang Xiao and them. Under the message was a screenshot, which was a chat screenshot from Su Yuyu's live streaming room. The most eye-catching line was from Wang Xiao, the king of the dance streamer, saying, "All the people in Li Fei's circle are trash. Are they fighting in Su Yuyu's live streaming room?" Lin Yifan frowned. Although he didn't intend to fall in love or develop feelings with anyone, he still had a good impression of Su Yuyu. In his heart, he regarded her as a true friend, not just a tool for his spendthrift tasks. Regardless, since he had encountered this, he should go take a look. He just happened to have 100 million left in Yaya, so he would conveniently go and spend it. In the live broadcast room, Su Yuyu had privately asked her best friend Chen Li for her YY account. If the situation turned dire, she would log into Chen Li's YY account and donate 6 million to herself. She absolutely could not lose this time. Performing poorly in front of so many people was unacceptable. If she still lost, even after donating 6 million to herself, she would have to withdraw from YY. Two kings entered Su Yuyu's live broadcast room, who were the previously unseen king brothers from Li Fei's group. Now there were 6 kings on Su Yuyu's side. For this PK, both Su Yuyu and Li Fei tacitly chose not to message Lin Yifan. Su Yuyu felt that Lin Yifan had already spent over 10 million on her, and she felt embarrassed to ask him for help. Li Fei felt that he was partly responsible for the situation today. Moreover, having established a relationship with someone like Lin Yifan, he did not want to bother him over a small matter. It was not worth consuming the newly formed bond. After waiting for a while, the battle officially commenced. The kings from both sides began to summon spaceships, and the numbers on the PK bars soared. However, the difference was not large, they were neck and neck. The moment the battle began, the PK values surged past 5 million votes, with both sides having contributed over 5,000. The dance streamer on the opposite side was shouting hoarsely in front of the camera, cheering for her king brother. Even Su Yuyu was infected by her enthusiasm, nervously watching the PK progress bar, and began to rally votes in her live room. However, compared to the jumping and shouting of the opposite streamer, Su Yuyu's vote rallying appeared much more composed. The fierce battle between the kings stirred the blood of the ordinary viewers in the live room. Even the ordinary fans began sending various small gifts to support their streamer. In no time, the PK vote count surpassed 10 million. The intense battle and the flood of full platform announcements instantly attracted the attention of the entire platform. Countless visitor fans flocked into the two streamers' live rooms, dumbfounded as they watched the kings lavishly spend. Seeing so many dukes, marquises, and earls among the visitors, the dance streamer suddenly had a spark of inspiration and thought of a way. She hurriedly posed in front of the camera, trying to entice these capable visitors to gift her. Most of the money her king brother spent would have to be refunded. But the tips from these passerby visitors did not need to be refunded. That was a significant income. This tactic indeed worked well, as the PK value of the dance streamer noticeably increased faster than before. 5 minutes later, after Su Yuyu's PK votes surpassed 60 million, the rate of increase began to slow down, as Li Fei and the others' account balances were nearly depleted. At this time, the opposing votes were about to reach 80 million. Although their vote growth rate also slowed down, there was still a gap of nearly 2 million Huaxia coins. Just as Su Yuyu was about to log into Chen Li's YY account to donate money, Lin Yifan's king account entered Su Yuyu's live room. Seeing Lin Yifan suddenly appear, Su Yuyu exclaimed, "Enjoy, brother Yifan." The viewers in the live room saw Lin Yifan's king account and immediately exclaimed on the screen, "That man has returned." Li Fei, who was seriously sending gifts, heard Su Yuyu's voice and also saw Lin Yifan's king account. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and quickly typed a greeting to Lin Yifan on the screen. Then he continued to send gifts without stopping. Lin Yifan smiled and posted a message on the screen, "You guys, if something happens, you don't call me. If I hadn't checked the group, I wouldn't have known what was happening." Su Yuyu stuck out her pink tongue and shyly said, "I didn't want to bother you, brother Yifan. I was just about to donate some money myself." Lin Yifan quickly interrupted, "Silly girl, since I'm here, don't waste your money. Just sit back and watch with me here. Who dares to bully you?" After saying that, Lin Yifan joined the ranks of lavish spenders. The PK votes in Su Yuyu's live room surged immediately. Upon seeing Lin Yifun's statement, Su Yuyu's heart fluttered, as if wrapped in a warm current. Her heart was filled with a sense of happiness. This feeling made Su Yuyu want to cry. She was originally just an ordinary girl and a 9-to-5 office worker. If it weren't for the fortunate encounter with Lin Yifun, she would still be struggling to work for a living. After work every day, she had to do part-time live streaming to deal with those visitors with ulterior motives. When had she ever experienced the feeling of being protected or being doted on so extravagantly? Chun-Li, who had also sent a few thousand to support her best friend, finally saw the wealthy big brother that Su Yuyu had mentioned. However, when she saw Lin Yifun's last words to Su Yuyu, she was envious to the point of turning purple. Well, of course, if she had such a thing. What a domineering statement. Chun-Li felt as though she were watching a domineering president. She couldn't help but sigh that her best friend was so lucky. Having already been noticed by a wealthy big brother and earned over 7 million after this PK, she would probably earn a few more million. Why did her best friend just become a millionaire like that? Chun-Li felt as though her entire world had been turned upside down. Su Yu, you better refund me those few thousand I just sent you, rich person. Chun-Li lamented internally. When the votes on the opposite side finally reached 90 million, they found that not only had Su Yu caught up, but her momentum had also intensified. The kings on the opposite side were stunned. It was only when they saw the banner on the screen that they discovered a despair-inducing alternate account name. The king account that had just risen and then disappeared had actually returned. Seeing this, the few kings whose YY balances were already depleted exchanged glances. How could they continue? They had just managed to reach 90 million votes and had poured in about 9 million, just as they were about to exhaust Li Fei and the others. This mysterious king had actually appeared in the opposite live room. What a joke. Now they could only pray that this newly risen king was not strong and would run out of money after spending a few $100,000. But looking at the increasing vote count, they all knew this was just a fantasy. As the votes on the opposite side stagnated at over 90 million, Su Yu slowly began to surpass them. In the end, she broke through 100 million votes, and the numbers were still changing constantly. They lost. The kings in the opposite live room looked forlornly at the numbers on the screen, having given up struggling. Even the streamer on the opposite side, upon seeing the name of the alternate account, Xiao Suizhua, he looked at Su Yu with jealousy. She hated that such a wealthy big brother was not hers, and why he had to choose this little streamer. How wonderful it would be if it were my older brother, I wouldn't have to exhaust myself flying around delivering things. Just by satisfying this one older brother, I could easily crush everything. When Su Yuyu's PK votes reached 150 million, the opponent was still stuck at over 90 million votes. Everyone knew that in this unprecedented PK, Su Yuyu had won with an absolute advantage. However, Lin Yifun did not stop. He single-handedly kept refreshing the vote count, leaving everyone in both live streams dumbfounded. 200 million votes, still not stopping. 300 million votes, and it continued to climb. The onlookers felt they might go crazy as it had reached 30 million. Excluding the 6 million votes previously amassed by Li Fei and the others, just with his own efforts, he had refreshed it to over 23 million. The extravagant rich man had shattered the record he had just set a couple of days ago, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of all who doubted his strength. When the final vote count settled at 500 million, Lin Yifun finally ceased his extravagant spending under the gazes of the crowd. Su Yu in front of the camera was all smiles. It wasn't just because they received 50 million in gifts from this PK, but because winning the PK meant she wouldn't have to endure the embarrassing punishment. Moreover, she didn't have to worry about breaching the contract and quitting the platform. Brother Yifun, let me return the share of the gifts you sent me along with those of Brother Huanying and the others that I received. Gifts from the guild or large amounts sent by the older brother usually require the streamer to return 60 to 80, which is an unspoken rule in the streaming industry. Many viewers are aware of this, yet Su Yu bluntly mentioned it. Such things are quite common and streamers are more than willing to return that money. Because as long as there is an older brother supporting them, the visibility and discussion generated by a single extravagant gift significantly enhance their streaming status, which is what streamers value most. Moreover, when older brothers spend extravagantly, it can encourage many ordinary fans to send gifts as well, which adds up to a considerable income. So no matter how the returns go, streamers don't end up at a loss. Lin Yifun calmly said in the live stream, "Alright, don't bother returning this small amount of money. I've never taken back the gifts I sent. Oh, just don't mention this again next time." Small money. Everyone in the live stream was taken aback. After Lin Yifun had spent over 40 million, hearing such words again refreshed the public's perception of him. Li Fei and the other kings also expressed in the live stream, what we sent was just a meet and greet gift for you, so there's no need for a return." Because of the earlier king battle, Ning Meng and Ling Mengzi had been drawn over by their older brother. At this moment, they looked resentfully at the messages from their older brother on the screen. "Brother, why didn't you say you didn't want to return in my live stream?" However, neither of the two streamers voiced this out loud. It was merely a thought. Moreover, the money that Li Fei and the others spent in their own live stream had a much lower return ratio compared to most live streams. What more could they possibly want? They could only see the envy in Su Yuyu's gaze. Speaking of which streamer wouldn't envy having such an generously gifting without needing to return the money for the gift sent? Where could one find such an older brother? Didn't you see the other streamers' eyes turning red with envy? Ning Ming and Ling Mingzhe were both thinking this in their hearts. Su Yuyu, having won the PK, asked in the live stream, "Brother Xiaosa, should we make the other side face a punishment?" Looking at the dance streamer on the other side, Lin Yifan had wished to witness such an exciting scene in his past life. However, ever since he had become wealthy, his mindset had unknowingly changed a lot. He said in the live stream, "I can't be bothered to watch it. You can decide whether to punish or not, Yuyu." Originally, the dance streamer had already taken out her phone and prepared tissues ready to perform in front of the camera as soon as Su Yuyu said to punish her. She was an open-minded woman, merely skirting the edges of propriety in front of the camera. What's the big deal? If her performance could attract the older brother who generously spent on the other side, wouldn't that be even better? Who knew Su Yuyu wouldn't give her that chance, saying to the dance streamer, "Alright, let's skip the punishment this time. Don't do such punishments again. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble." After saying this, Su Yuyu hung up the live PK. It wasn't that she was kind-hearted. Su Yuyu's kindness wasn't something she would give easily, especially when someone had already crossed the line. The main reason was that the punishment was too inappropriate, and Su Yuyu really didn't want to see it. After the excitement was over, the onlookers began to disperse, and Ning Ming and Ling Mingzhe returned to their own live streams. After witnessing the strength of Su Yuyu's older brother, the two of them didn't need any advice from their own older brother. They already knew what they should do. After starting their stream, they took turns inviting Su Yuyu for interactions, playing lively little games to boost the atmosphere. Lin Yifan greeted Li Fei and the others before exiting the platform. He pulled up his afternoon classes on his phone, confirming there were no important classes, and then found a girl from his class on WeChat. "Hey Yihan, what are you up to?" Lin Yifan planned to take advantage of the fact that he had no important classes this afternoon to go check out the house he had bought. The reply came quickly, teasingly saying, "I'm shopping at the supermarket with my best friend." "What do you want, Xiaolin?" Yihan was Lin Yifan's high school classmate, and they had known each other since high school. Unexpectedly, they ended up attending the same university in the same department and class, so their relationship had always been good, like close friends. However, after Lin Yifan started dating his ex-girlfriend in his freshman year, Yihan had appropriately distanced herself from him, leading to less contact, though their relationship had not faded. Many of their former high school classmates found it hard to understand why Yihan, who was not unattractive and had a lively personality, had remained close to Lin Yifan from high school all the way to university. Such a coincidence that the two of them hadn't ended up together seemed a bit incredible. Lin Yifan saw that Yihan had quickly replied to his message and chuckled. "Committee member Yi, I have a favor to ask of you." Yihan was the discipline committee member of their class, and she took attendance every class. However, attendance taken by the discipline committee member was different from that of the teacher. Except for extremely strict teachers and important subjects, some teachers took attendance very casually, just picking a student to call out names, and that would suffice, while elective classes might not even take attendance. But attendance taken by the discipline committee member was different. Since they were all classmates, Yihan just needed to glance to know who was absent, and her attendance results had to be reported to the counselor. So Lin Yifan didn't want to attend those unimportant afternoon classes and needed to give Yihan a heads up. Otherwise, if he lost some character points or something, it would be a big deal. "What? You want to skip class?" Upon hearing him address her as committee member, Yihan immediately understood Lin Yifan's intention. "Sure, there's nothing important in the afternoon classes, you can go," Yihan readily agreed. After all, skipping classes and dating were part of the daily life of university students. Yihan certainly wouldn't act overly strict just because she was the discipline committee member. "Alright, thank you, Yidamain. He'll treat you to your favorite stinky tofu later." Yihan was a true girl from Hunan province. Having been classmates for years, Lin Yifan already knew some of her habits. Her all-time favorite food was the famous stinky tofu from her hometown. "What do you take me for? Am I signing you in just for a piece of stinky tofu? You're dreaming. One piece isn't enough, you'll have to pay more," Yihan said with righteous indignation. Lin Yifan glanced at the messages on his phone, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He knew Yihan would say this, after so many years of knowing her, he could guess her character and what she was likely to say next. After agreeing to Yihan's terms, Lin Yifan climbed out of bed, tidied up, and left the school. He hadn't even checked out the house he had bought yesterday, and the clothes he had purchased were still at the Laputa boutique. He needed to hurry up and get the house ready so the store could deliver his clothes. Arriving at the underground parking lot of the mall next to the school, Lin Yifan found his Cullinan, got into the car, and set up the navigation. It was less than 10 kilometers from the normal university to Haijing No. 1. However, he needed to cross the Huangpu River, which would take about half an hour. Lin Yifan drove straight to Haijing No. 1, parked in the underground garage of Building 2, and took the elevator up to his floor using the access card. When the elevator door opened, Lin Yifan stepped into the corridor. The door opposite was his home. He tapped his access card against the reader next to the door, and a soft click echoed. As he opened the door, Lin Yifan entered the room with a mix of anticipation and excitement. Although he possessed immense wealth, he couldn't approach his first luxury home with indifference. In his previous life, he had toiled endlessly just to afford a small apartment of about 100 square meters in a small city. He never imagined he could now live in such a luxurious house. Entering the spacious living room, his first impression was one of vastness. Indeed, the living room was larger than the entirety of his previous home. The clean walls and floors, the neatly arranged furniture, and the perfectly coordinated decorative paintings created a harmonious atmosphere. The entire room was styled very simply. The floors, walls, and ceilings were all white. Even the shoe cabinet, bookcase, and TV stand were white. The sofa and the carpet in front of it were made of gray fabric, while the black piano next to the TV stand became a highlight in the color scheme of the decor. However, Lin Yifan was puzzled about whether this house should be considered a duplex or a split level. If it were a duplex, the height was clearly more than that of a typical duplex, exceeding 5 meters. But if it were a split level, the entire house was not completely divided into 2 floors. At the very least, the entrance area of the living room was interconnected. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yifan pushed it aside and suppressed his joy as he surveyed the layout. With the main door as the central axis, to the left was the sofa and TV cabinet area, and beyond that was a spacious outdoor balcony facing the Huangpu River and the Bund. To the right of the living room was the dining table and kitchen, along with stairs leading to the second floor. The open kitchen, equipped with brand new utensils, made cooking here feel like a pleasure. Directly opposite the entrance was the corridor leading to other rooms. Lin Yifan walked straight through the living room towards the corridor, intending to check the rooms on the next floor first. Inside the corridor, there were 3 doors in total. The middle door was on the left side, while there were 2 doors on the right. Lin Yifan opened the left door and peered inside. It was the gym he had seen in the auction video, although the video did not convey the actual size of the gym. Now that he saw the gym's space with his own eyes, Lin Yifan couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Stepping back, he looked at the 2 rooms on the right. The one closer to the living room was a mahjong room, and the one deeper in the corridor was a guest room. Lin Yifan then took the stairs to the second floor, standing in the corridor on the second floor, looking down at the living room and open kitchen, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. The layout of the second floor was relatively simple: 1 super luxurious master bedroom, 4 additional bedrooms, plus a study. All the bed linens and covers had been freshly put on by the property management after the auction. The towels and bath towels were all high-end brands that hadn't even been unwrapped. Lying on the 2-meter wide bed in the master bedroom, the soft mattress and comfortable bedding made it hard for Lin Yifan to get up. After struggling several times, it was only when Lin Yifan reminded himself that everything here belonged to him that he reluctantly crawled out of bed. Coming down to the living room, Lin Yifan walked out to the balcony, which was furnished with a tea table and rattan chairs facing each other and a hanging basket in the corner. Sitting in the hanging basket, Lin Yifan gazed at the surging waters of the Huangpu River below and the bustling Bund, an indescribable sense of grandeur welling up from his heart. As the hanging basket swayed gently, Lin Yifan lost himself in this feeling. After sitting for nearly an hour, he felt as if he had just awakened from a grand dream. This luxury apartment was fully furnished, from furniture and appliances to daily necessities. If Lin Yifan wanted, he could move in right away. However, the refrigerator was empty, containing nothing at all. Additionally, although towels and toothbrushes were all set, the wardrobe and shoe cabinet were both vacant. Thinking of the wardrobe and shoe cabinet, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that the clothes he had bought from Laputa were still at the store. He had intended to have them delivered directly to the house after purchasing it, but it had been delayed until today. Lin Yifan found the boutique sales assistant he had added previously in his phone and sent her a message. Zhou Fei, who was organizing products in the store, heard her phone ring. She took it out and, upon seeing the message, exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that rich guy just messaged me." Her colleague nearby curiously asked, Fei, which rich guy messaged you? When did you get acquainted with a rich guy? It's Mr. Lin, who spent over $1 million on clothes a couple of days ago. What did he say? Other colleagues hearing about Mr. Lin gathered around, eagerly probing for details. Zhou Fei glanced at the message and smiled. He asked me if I was busy and if I had time to send over the clothes. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and reply. Just as Zhou Fei finished speaking, a new message came through, a WeChat location. Zhou Fei opened the location, her expression slightly stunned as she said to her colleague, "It seems to be Haijing No. 1. Her colleague snatched the phone to take a closer look, astonished as she exclaimed, "It really is Haijing No. 1. My goodness, he really is from a wealthy family living by the Huangpu River. Wow, isn't this a real-life, domineering CEO?" Fei seized this opportunity. Who knows, you might become the heroine like Cinderella in a drama. Zhou Fei sighed, her mind clear. How could that be? Even if I wanted to, he might not even be interested. Besides, marrying into a wealthy family is not as simple as it is in the dramas. A colleague rolled her eyes and urged, Faye, are you foolish? Who cares if he likes you? You need to be proactive and seize the opportunity. Are you just waiting for him to approach you? Another colleague chimed in with advice. Exactly. Even if you can't marry into a wealthy family, being a rich man's mistress isn't shameful, right? Who knows, he might just give you some pocket money that's more than your salary for several months. Zhou Fei felt a little swayed by the women's words, and just then her phone buzzed again with a message. Since she had too many bags to carry alone, another colleague helped her load the remaining clothes into the car. On the way to the parking lot, her colleague kept chatting, insisting that Zhou Fei must seize this chance and take the initiative, urging her not to miss such a rare opportunity. Upon reaching the parking lot and locating the car, Zhou Fei placed the clothes in the trunk. After thanking her colleague, she drove off in the store's car towards the nearby mall. Zhou Fei picked out some fruits and vegetables in the mall, thinking about how Lin Yifun's new home had nothing, and that cooking would require more than just vegetables, so she also headed to the meat and seafood section to buy some chicken, duck, and fish. After purchasing everything, Zhou Fei took photos of the selected items and sent them to Lin Yifun. Mr. Lin, the items you requested have been purchased. Please let me know if there's anything else you need. Lin Yifun was lounging on a soft, comfortable sofa watching television. Hearing his phone ring, he picked it up to see it was a message from the store's sales assistant. After looking at the photos of the items, Lin Yifun replied, Beautiful, could you please help me buy some spices and rice as well? Zhou Fei responded, No problem, I will go get them for you right now. Alright, thank you for your efforts. Let me know how much it costs once you're done, and I'll transfer it to you. Zhou Fei replied, No need to transfer the money, it won't cost much. Consider it my gratitude for your previous purchase, Mr. Lin. Zhou Fei politely expressed her gratitude and declined Lin Yifun's offer to transfer money, continuing to help him select the necessary items. She was a smart person. Lin Yifun had spent over $1 million on clothes last time he bought from her, earning her a commission of over 10,000. With additional sales incentives, this order equaled nearly 2 months of her income. For such a big client, the opportunity to build rapport was rare. As long as she left a good impression with Lin Yifun's spending power, just one visit could yield her more commission than what she spent today. Thus, Zhou Fei unhesitatingly chose to pay out of her own pocket to buy these items for Lin Yifun. If he insisted on paying later, she wouldn't refuse outright, but she would still say the polite things. If Lin Yifun didn't pay, it would mean he owed her a favor, and he would likely consider her first when buying clothes. To put it another way, even if Lin Yifun didn't acknowledge the favor, Zhou Fei wouldn't suffer much of a loss. After all, that commission was brought in by Lin Yifun. Once she had gathered all her purchases with the help of the mall staff, Zhou Fei wheeled the items directly to the car in the underground parking lot and loaded everything inside. After thanking the staff, Zhou Fei drove directly to Haijing No. 1. Half an hour later, she arrived at the entrance, but since it was an outsider's vehicle, she couldn't enter the community. Zhou Fei sent a message to Lin Yifun. Mr. Lin, I have arrived at the entrance of the community, but I cannot enter. Lin Yifun replied, I will call the property management now, oh please wait a moment. After responding to Zhou Fei's message, Lin Yifun dialed the property management number and explained the situation. The management quickly assured him they would grant access immediately. Thinking that Zhou Fei might not know the exact location of his home, and seeing that she would be carrying a lot of items, he politely requested the property management's assistance. The property management readily agreed. Soon the security at the entrance allowed Zhou Fei to go through, and even sent a guard to guide her. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, the guard helped Zhou Fei move all the items into the elevator, and used the property management's access card to grant her direct elevator access to Lin Yifun's floor. When the elevator arrived at the floor where Lin Yifun's apartment was located, Zhou Fei's first sight was the face that had frequently appeared in her mind over the past few days. Mr. Lin. Zhou Fei greeted him with surprise. Lin Yifun looked at the load of goods in the elevator, while Zhou Fei, surrounded by bags, smiled at him and said, Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Fei quickly waved her hand, saying, It's my duty to serve a big client like you. Lin Yifun smiled and began to help move the items, prompting Zhou Fei to quickly assist as well. After moving the items out of the elevator, Lin Yifun took Zhou Fei with him as they carried everything to his home. Upon entering the luxurious apartment behind Lin Yifun, Zhou Fei was stunned by the interior's beauty, standing frozen in place. Wow, what a beautiful house. This was the first thought that popped into Zhou Fei's mind. Lin Yifun placed the items down and looked up to see Zhou Fei still in shock, resembling his own reaction when he first walked into the house today. Thus, he completely understood Zhou Fei's reaction. Hey, wake up. Zhou Fei was roused by Lin Yifun's call. Noticing his teasing smile, her cheeks flushed. Not daring to look at the house anymore, she quickly lowered her head shyly and carried over the items. Oh no, did Mr. Lin see me being so naive? Would he look down on me in his heart? Zhou Fei awkwardly moved the items, feeling anxious. Once everything was inside Lin Yifan, clumsily, Zhou Fei volunteered at once, telling Lin Yifan to rest as she took the task from his hands, methodically organizing and arranging the perishables to be stored neatly in the refrigerator. Seeing her deft, tactile manner with the tidying, Lin Yifan did not sit there ungraciously. Instead, he remained at her side, passing things and lending a hand. He watched Zhou Fei crouch and place various cuts of meat into the cold storage. The graceful curve of her back caught his eye and made him involuntarily swallow. Frankly, to work in a luxury boutique in a metropolis like Husher testified that Zhou Fei was pleasant-looking and well-proportioned. In his former life, Lin Yifan had been a struggling nobody who toiled for a living. Had he not obtained a system and the consequent vast fortune, a woman of Zhou Fei's promising prospects would not even have been within his reach. Even now that he was wealthy enough to rival a nation, his mindset could not be transformed overnight. He still thought like an ordinary man. Wealth comes in different guises. Some are nouveau riche, others hail from venerable families. Such refinement requires time to mature. Lin made idle conversation with Zhou Fei as they worked. By the way, I don't think I know your name yet. I'm Zhou Fei. Mr. Lin can call me Fei Fei, my colleague. Zhou Fei said this without turning her head as she continued arranging the fridge. Lin glanced at his watch and asked, Fei Fei, can you cook? Yes. When I'm at work, I can only eat at the store, but after my shift, I always go home to cook. Takeaway isn't nutritious, too much is unhealthy. Well, then it's nearly lunchtime. If it's not too much trouble, why not cook here? Eat first, and then return to the shop. They'll tag along and have a meal as well. At his words, Zhou Fei turned in surprise, then quickly masked her delight, and with a touch of shyness replied softly, all right. Having finished tidying the refrigerator, Zhou Fei selected a few ingredients and began preparing them in the open. This time Lin Yifan did not interfere. He sank into the sofa and watched television, his mind occupied with thoughts of his next extravagant plan. His current pace of extravagant spending was unsatisfactory. If he did not quicken it, when would he ever return to his wife and child? Meanwhile, Zhou Fei stood in the comfortable open kitchen, her thoughts quietly fluttering as she prepared the midday meal. Lin inviting her to cook at his place would afford them more time alone together, and that little fact filled Zhou Fei with an inexplicable thrill. She resolved to present her very best to make this meal memorable and leave a favorable impression. The open kitchen itself seemed to brighten her spirits. Gazing at the spacious, sunlit, immaculate luxury kitchen, Zhou Fei could not help but sigh inwardly. It was nothing like the cramped kitchenette in her rented room, where fetching anything meant bending into cabinets and turning with care not to knock something over. If she could live in such a mansion, cooking every day in that open kitchen, then after a meal reclining on a comfortable sofa to binge a drama. In the evening to sit on the balcony and admire the glittering lights of the Waiton, then, when sleepy, to sink into bed, such a life would be blissful beyond measure. No wonder those colleagues were so eager to marry into wealth. Some even actively courted rich, aging men. Thinking this, Zhou Fei cast a furtive glance toward Lin Yifan on the sofa and let her mind wander into a sweet daydream. If only she could marry such a young, prosperous, handsome man. How wonderful that would be. She knew it was unlikely, yet that did not stop her from indulging in the fantasy. Lost in these endless imaginings, the ingredients had already been washed and cut. The rice was on the stove, the soup simmered gently. Next came the stir-frying. Zhou Fei quickly collected herself and set about the cooking with earnest concentration. This meal must not falter. She had to do her utmost to please Lin Yifan. Over half an hour later, it was already 1130 m, and the aroma of food began to waft through the living room. Drawn by the scent, Lin Yifan came over with a smile and asked, Fei Fei, it smells amazing. May I try some? I'm starving. Hearing his praise of her cooking, Zhou Fei's heart blossomed. She smiled and replied, just wait a moment, it will be ready soon. A few minutes later, Zhou Fei placed the dishes on the table and invited Lin Yifan to sit and eat. Lin picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and tasted it. His eyes brightened, and he offered genuine praise. Fei Fei, your skill in the kitchen is no small thing. The flavor is truly delightful. Opposite him, Zhou Fei had been nervously wondering whether a young master like Lin Yifan would take to her cooking. Upon hearing his compliment, she smiled, her eyes like crescent moons, and said, thank you, Mr. Lin. Try the other dishes and see if they suit your taste. Lin picked up another dish and said, don't keep calling me Mr. Lin. My name is Lin Yifan. Just call me Yifan. Hearing Mr. Lin all the time feels awkward. With a mouthful of fish, Zhou Fei made a muffled affirmative sound and nodded. Inside, she was secretly delighted. The change in address suggested their relationship had grown a little closer. After the meal, Zhou Fei took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. As she was nearly finished, Lin came over and asked, Fei Fei, you're not in a rush to return to the shop, are you? Zhou Fei shook her head. The shop isn't urgent. Yifan Ji, did you need me for something else? She assumed Lin had more tasks in mind. But Lin smiled and said, if there's nothing pressing at the shop, rest a little before you go back. Thank you for... He patted the sofa beside him and added, sit down and watch a movie to rest. Oh, what would you like to watch? Zhou Fei glanced at the space beside Lin and felt her heart begin to quicken. They were adults alone together in a room. What might follow was already taking shape in her imagination. She hesitated only for a heartbeat, then without resistance, sat down beside Lin Yifan. Though nervous, she spoke softly. Let's watch a horror film. I love them, but I don't dare watch them alone at home. At the mention of a horror movie, Lin's thoughts stirred. Wasn't that a pastime lovers relished? Having said it, Zhou Fei's face flushed so deeply with embarrassment that it seemed almost to glow. Heavens, why did I so eagerly suggest watching a horror film? The meaning behind it is obvious even to a blind person. Lin Yifan chuckled as he searched for horror movies, saying, watching a horror film requires the right atmosphere to be interesting. After speaking, he summoned the intelligent housekeeper equipped in the mansion, giving the command to close the curtains and turn off the lights. Once Lin Yifan issued the command, the curtains on the balcony and other windows slowly drew shut, and the lights in the living room dimmed. The living room was engulfed in darkness, as if immersed in the night, with only the glow from the television illuminating the space. At this moment, Zhou Fei was so tense that her small hands were clenched into fists on her knees. As for what exactly she was nervous about, whether it was the horror movie or the potential events that might unfold, even she herself couldn't distinguish. After selecting the horror film to watch, the movie began to play on the television. Lin Yifan lazily leaned back on the sofa, while Zhou Fei sat up straight, appearing somewhat constrained. As the film started, both of their minds gradually focused on the movie. A few minutes later, terrifying scenes began to appear, accompanied by chilling music. Lin Yifan, leaning on the sofa, clearly saw Zhou Fei's body stiffen as she trembled slightly from fright. Lin Yifan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing she was both inexperienced and eager to watch. Suddenly, a horrifying scene flashed on the screen, causing Zhou Fei, who was already fully immersed in the movie, to scream and lunge into Lin Yifan's embrace. Lin Yifan, who was watching the television, was momentarily stunned. With a beauty in his arms and catching a whiff of her faint fragrance, he instinctively placed his hand on her waist to hold her. Zhou Fei's reaction of diving into Lin Yifan's arms was a natural response to the movie's fright, but once Lin Yifan wrapped his arms around her waist, she also regained her composure. Feeling the warmth of the hand on her waist, Zhou Fei's body softened, losing even the strength to sit up. Both of them remained perfectly still in their embrace. In this embrace, they pretended to continue watching the movie. With a beauty in his arms, Lin Yifan's thoughts were entirely diverted from the film, battling his inner desires. Ultimately, he could no longer resist, and his hand began to slowly wander across Zhou Fei's waist. Zhou Fei, nestled in Lin Yifan's embrace, felt a tingling sensation where his hand passed, and her breathing gradually became slightly rapid. The battle concluded with Lin Yifan emerging victorious by overwhelming advantage, leaving only a mess behind. The two quickly tidied up the battlefield, embracing each other tenderly. Lin Yifan stroked Zhou Fei's hair and asked, Fei, do you regret it? Zhou Fei shot a flirtatious glance at Lin Yifan in his embrace, shaking her head to indicate that she did not regret what had just happened. Lin Yifan was nearly tempted once more by her little glance. How about skipping work this afternoon? Zhou Fei had now become his woman, and Lin Yifan instantly thought of a plan to indulge. That's not possible. Oh, I didn't ask the manager for the afternoon off in advance. Zhou Fei replied, her voice lowering shyly as she added, besides, I really can't take it anymore. Zhou Fei lifted her face, still tinged with blush, biting her lip as she hesitated. Lin Yifan was taken aback by her words, then held her tightly with affection, saying, all right, but before that, don't you need to ask for leave from the store? Upon hearing the mention of asking for leave, Zhou Fei suddenly remembered that she hadn't returned after being out for so long and hadn't replied to any messages. Her colleagues at the store must have guessed what was happening. Embarrassed, she hurriedly sat up from Lin Yifan's embrace and pulled out her phone from her bag. Upon looking at her phone, she found that her colleagues had indeed sent multiple messages. Initially, they were asking when Zhou Fei would return. Gradually, the messages transformed into speculations filled with envy. Zhou Fei covered her face with her hands. This was bad, as she would be teased by her colleagues for a long time. However, since they had guessed the truth, and she wasn't overly worried, she decided not to reply. Mainly, she didn't know how to face her colleagues' gossip. Just as she was preparing to send a message to the manager, Lin Yifan suddenly spoke up. By the way, Fei, is your store for sale? Zhou Fei was taken aback by Lin Yifan's question, feeling confused. For sale, eh? Why would a perfectly good boss sell the store? It had a monthly revenue of over $1 million, and it was a newly opened store that had only been running for 3 months. The boss would have to be out of their mind to sell it. Let me think. Do you have your boss phone number? Lin Yifan asked. Yes, Yifan Gu, what do you need our boss? Zhou Fei casually found her boss number in her contacts and handed it to Lin Yifan, while guessing in her mind. Could it be that Yifan Gu wants to take over the store since I've become his person and hand it over for me to manage? Lin Yifan didn't answer Zhou Fei. Instead, He input her boss number into his phone and dialed it. The call connected quickly. Hello, who is this? Lin Yifan, holding Zhou Fei in his arms, said to the person on the other end, Hello, is this the owner of the Rapida store? Yes, may I ask who you are? Hello, I am Lin Yifan. I'm calling to inquire about taking over your Rapida. Lin Yifan. That name sounds familiar. Wait, you wouldn't be the Lin Xiao who spent 500 million at the Shangri-La auction the other day, would you? Lin Yifan was taken aback. Could it be that this boss was also present that day? He nodded and said, Yes, that's me. I'm calling to ask if your store is available for transfer. I can offer a premium for it. On the other end, a loud laugh erupted. Haha, Lin Xiao, you are too polite. The fact that you are interested in my store shows my good taste and location. Forget about any premium, just transfer the amount I invested to me, and the store will be yours. By the way, which Rapida store are you interested in? Do you want the entire store, or just the inventory? I need to give you. Upon realizing that it was the wealthy young master who had spent 500 million at the auction, calling him the boss no longer considered accepting Lin Yifan's premium offer. Being recognized by such a wealthy young master was already quite fortunate, so the boss was more than happy to grant Lin Yifan a favor and outright decline the offer for a premium transfer. Lin Yifan was surprised to hear the boss ask which store he was interested in. It turned out that this boss was also a big player owning multiple stores in the market. It's the store in Liyuan Plaza Commercial Street. Oh, I want the entire store. Oh, that store? It has only been open for a little over 3 months. When I took it over, the transfer fee was 58000, and the 3-year rent plus 1-year deposit totaled 200. The inventory's cost value is around 1.6 million. Since Lin Xiao wants the entire store, the renovation cost me around 200. I can give you a half-price discount, so let's say 100. Overall, it would be approximately 2.48 million. If you find that acceptable, we can settle on 2.48 million. After hearing this, Lin Yifan roughly calculated in his mind, and indeed this price was fair. If it were just the inventory transfer, the renovation wouldn't be included, but there would be an increase in the transfer fee. Transferring the entire store is different. The inventory and renovations are bundled together, and the transfer fee usually does not increase, or only increases slightly. However, the renovation is included, but it is calculated based on the condition. A more crucial point is that this store has only been running for 3 months, with all renovations being new, and the business is still doing well with monthly profits. Currently, it is Lin Yifan seeking to take over the store, not someone forced to sell due to lack of business. The boss is willing to offer a discount on the renovations based on Lin Yifan's reputation. This means the boss has invested so much money, opened the store for just 3 months, and has already lost half of the renovation costs without doing anything. It's essentially a good opportunity for Lin Yifan to establish a favorable connection. Under normal circumstances, this proposal would be quite advantageous for Lin Yifan. The question is Lin Yifan a normal person? No, he is not. He needs to indulge in extravagance. He wishes for the shop to require as much money as possible. If it weren't for the system warning him that spending extravagantly must be justified, Lin Yifan would have been eager to spend 24.8 million or even 250 million to take over this shop. However, this method of spending money had long been blocked by the system. Boss, business is business, let's be straightforward. Your new store is doing well, and I am willing to take it over for 2.48 million, which is very fair and reasonable. But I won't take advantage of you. I am not someone who likes to owe favors. Under normal circumstances, this shop can recoup its costs in just over a year, and thereafter it will be pure profit. If you are willing, I will pay double the price to take it over, just as compensation for your loss. The boss on the other end of the phone was stunned. It was his first time hearing that someone would voluntarily offer a premium for a shop, and even double the price. Is this how the wealthy operate? Completely disregarding profit and maximization of benefits. On the phone, Lin Yifan was discussing the premium with the boss of Laputa. Zhou Fei, who was nestled in Lin Yifan's embrace, was taken aback by his extravagant approach during the conversation with her boss. After a long discussion, the boss finally agreed to Lin Yifan's takeover of his shop at double the premium, concluding the deal for 5 million. The extra tens of thousands were due to the boss calculating the clothing at just 1.6 million, while Lin Yifan discerned that the value of the clothing was much higher than that, so he simply added a few extra thousands to round it up. The two agreed to meet in the evening at the shop to sign the transfer contract, and then they chatted for a bit. Lin Xiao, I have a question I can't understand. With your wealth, you shouldn't be interested in a small business like mine. Why would you consider taking over this shop? Perhaps worried that there were things Lin Yifan couldn't disclose, he added, of course, if it's inconvenient for Lin Xiao to say, just treat it as if I never asked. Lin Yifan's hand was playfully exploring within Zhou Fei's clothing as he smiled, and said, there's nothing inconvenient about it. I primarily bought this shop because of Fei Fei. Hearing her name mentioned in front of the boss along with his teasing, Zhou Fei felt her face flush with embarrassment. The boss on the other end paused and asked, Fei Fei, is it our Zhou Fei? After receiving Lin Yifan's affirmative response, the boss instantly understood and secretly marveled at his employee's good fortune to have a connection with someone like Lin Xiao. Understanding why Lin Yifan wanted to take over the shop, the boss didn't think much more and ended the call after some small talk. After hanging up, Lin Yifan stole a kiss from Zhou Fei and smiled. Now you don't have to worry about asking for leave. Even if you skip work, it won't matter. Zhou Fei didn't know how to respond to him. Just because he found asking for leave to be too troublesome, he bought the shop at double the price. Big brother, is it really appropriate for you to spend money like this? Don't your family care about you? Seeing Zhou Fei's lack of response, Lin Yifan playfully slapped her on the rear and said, "Come on, let's go out for a bit." Zhou Fei was left feeling numb from the slap and asked in confusion, "Where to?" "To buy you a car to make it convenient for you to commute." Hearing that he wanted to buy her a car, Zhou Fei's heart trembled. Is this the reward for climbing into the upper class? No wonder those women go to great lengths and spare no expense to get into wealthy families. Some even willingly become the mistresses of wealthy men, completely disregarding the fact that they have families. In the past, she would mock such women while watching dramas. But now that it was her turn, she fell silent. How delightful. "Miss Yu, I'm sorry." Zhou Fei silently repented in her heart. However, she could never have imagined that Su Yuyu and Lin Yifan were currently just friends. She was the first woman in Lin Yifan's life in this world. If considering the order of arrival, she was still the rightful main consort. Gathering her guilty feelings, Zhou Fei smiled and playfully said to Lin Yifan, "Do I have a chance to refuse?" Lin Yifan shook his head and smiled, "No." "Then let's go." Zhou Fei naturally linked her arm with Lin Yifan's. Arriving at the garage and seeing Lin Yifan's Cullinan, Zhou Fei paused for a moment before returning to normal. Anyone who can buy such a large house in Haijing Eho wouldn't be short on a Cullinan. Nothing surprising. In the car, Lin Yifan asked, Fei, what kind of car do you like?" Lin Yifan didn't expect to hear such an unexpected answer from her. This was mainly due to Zhou Fei's mindset. She thought Lin Yifan was in a relationship with Su. Lin Yifan didn't expect to hear such an unexpected answer from her. This was mainly due to Zhou Fei's mindset. She thought Lin Yifan was in a relationship with Su Yuyu, and she was the third party. So even though she had already grown close to Lin Yifan, Zhou Fei didn't dare to assume she was important to him. In this context, Zhou Fei maintained her rationality and didn't dare to casually ask for a luxury car like a B. She knew that even buying a BBA would just be pocket change for Lin Yifan. For him, buying such a car was like, but Zhou Fei feared that if she asked for too much, Lin Yifan might dislike her. Hearing her mention a car worth around 100,000, Lin Yifan could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Forget it, I'll choose for you. Even 100,000 car feels beneath me to give as a gift." Lin Yifan started the car, heading straight for the car market. Upon arriving at the car market, Lin Yifan didn't contact Li Fei, mainly because he was afraid that if Li Fei heard he was buying a car with his connections, he might find a way to get a discount from the boss, or even chip in to give him a gift. This would absolutely not be good news for Lin Yifan, who was in a spending mood. So if it weren't for wanting to buy a Rolls Royce, he would have avoided contacting him to prevent him from causing trouble. After all, no matter how rich someone is, they won't pass up a discount. It just doesn't make sense. Just thinking about Li Fei's enthusiasm after notifying him gave Lin Yifan a headache. Didn't he just contact the boss of Laputa? The reason the boss agreed to the double price was precisely because the shop was operationally sound. Lin Yifan parked the Cullinan in front of the Porsche 4S store. Zhou Fei, sitting in the car, was stunned when she saw the 4S store before her. She had originally thought that even if she bought a car, the maximum would be a BBA costing 300,000 to 400,000. After all, no matter how much she liked her partner, spending that much on a car would be sufficient. Who knew Lin Yifan would take her directly to the Porsche 4S store? Fei, why are you still dazed? Let's go, we're here to look at cars." Zhou Fei in a daze followed Lin Yifan out of the car and walked into the Porsche 4S store. Lin Yifan asked the sales consultant, "Do you have any cars around 1 million RMB that would suit a young woman?" The sales consultant glanced at Zhou Fei standing beside Lin Yifan, still wearing her black uniform, and enthusiastically replied, "Sir, for female drivers, I'd recommend the Panamera, the 911, or the 718. Which model appeals to you most?" Lin Yifan turned to Zhou Fei and said, Fei, the car is yours. Choose whichever you prefer. Don't worry about price." Zhou Fei snapped back to attention and answered without hesitation, "Do you have any SUVs?" Lin Yifan looked surprised. "Wouldn't you prefer something more compact?" "Why an SUV?" Zhou Fei smiled gently and coquettishly added, "I've changed my mind. I want an SUV. Is that all right?" Of course, whatever you choose. Let's take a look at SUVs." The sales consultant, envious and effusive, remarked, "Sir, you truly dote on your girlfriend. For SUVs, consider the Mekong or the Kian. I'll show you both models right away." Zhou Fei had suddenly opted for an SUV because she wanted ample interior space, enough room for Lin Yifan's future whims. Having accepted her new reality as Lin Yifan's companion, Zhou Fei naturally sought ways to please and delight him. The three entered the SUV showroom, where rows of Macangs and Cayennes gleamed in various colors. The sales consultant explained to Zhou Fei, "Ma'am, if you prefer something more compact, the Macang may be ideal. It's slightly smaller than the Cayenne. However, if interior space is your priority, the Cayenne offers marginally more room. First, examine their exteriors and interiors. See which resonates with you more." Zhou Fei circled both models, then sat inside each to experience the cabin firsthand. After stepping out, she weighed her impressions carefully before turning to Lin Yifan and saying, "Yifan, I think the Cayenne suits me better." Lin Yifan smiled and asked, "What color do you prefer for the exterior?" Zhou Fei scanned the row of Cayennes and pointed to the vibrant red one. "That one. The red one." Lin Yifan nodded and told the consultant, "We'll take this one. Full payment by card." At those words, both Zhou Fei and the consultant froze in astonishment. The consultant's reaction mirrored that of the one who'd served Lin Yifan when he purchased the Cullinan. How could such a decision be made so swiftly after walking in? Zhou Fei, meanwhile, had assumed Lin Yifan was merely showing her around today, never imagining she'd select the car and finalize the purchase immediately. Ignoring their stunned silence, Lin Yifan settled onto the sofa and placed his bank card on the table. The consultant quickly recovered and calculated the total cost 1.2 million RMB. Zhou Fei handed her ID to the consultant while Lin Yifan completed the card payment. Once the temporary license plates arrived, they were ready to leave. Only then did Lin Yifan call Li Fei. Li Fei, strolling leisurely through the auto trade market, answered Lin Yifan's call, learning his friend had arrived at the Porsche dealership and was waiting for him, and hurried over immediately. Entering the showroom, Li Fei moved with the familiarity of someone visiting his own store. Even the consultants greeted him politely. Spotting Lin Yifan seated on the sofa, he approached with an easy grin. Yet upon noticing Zhou Fei sitting close beside Lin Yifan, Li Fei paused, briefly startled, before seamlessly resuming composure and greeting Lin Yifan as usual. "Brother Yifan, why didn't you tell me you were buying a car? The dealership owner and I are good friends. I could have secured you a special discount." Lin Yifan rubbed his forehead, just as he'd anticipated. "That's precisely what I feared, you offering me a discount." Then Li Fei added, "Oh, by the way, Brother Yifan, is this your wife? You haven't even introduced us yet." Now comfortable enough with Lin Yifan, Li Fei teased freely. Lin Yifan ignored the wife remark and simply introduced them to each other. After finalizing all paperwork, the consultant mentioned complimentary interior accessories, including floor mats, and invited Zhou Fei to choose her preferred colors and styles. Zhou Fei apologized politely to Lin Yifan, and Li Fei then followed the consultant, after receiving Lin Yifan's silent nod. No sooner had she left than Li Fei leaned in closely toward Lin Yifan. Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered, "Brother Yifan, you're incredible. Just days ago you brought a stunning beauty to my shop, and now you've swapped her for someone else. So which one is the real Mrs. Lin?" Lin Yifan chuckled dryly. "What nonsense are you thinking? They're just friends, nothing more." Li Fei winked slyly and grinned. "Brother Yifan, I totally understand. Really, back in my day, I had quite the colorful romantic history, including university girls no less." Lin Yifan ignored his ribaldry and got straight to business. "Brother, I called you here to ask a favor. My car won't be convenient to drive away today. Could you arrange for someone to deliver it to Haijingyihao?" "No problem at all. Consider it done. I'll dispatch a staff member from the shop right away." Lin Yifan handed Li Fei the keys to his Cullinan and said, "Thanks. I appreciate it. Park it in the underground garage of Building 2 and leave the keys with property management at the entrance." Li Fei took the keys, winked mischievously, and said, "I'll handle it right away. Won't disturb your plans. Let's catch up soon for a proper drink." Lin Yifan nodded. Li Fei departed with the keys. When Zhou Fei returned, having selected her accessories, she found Lin Yifan alone on the sofa and sat beside him. "Where did your friend go?" Lin Yifan drew her into his arms and replied, "I asked him to return my car to Haijingyihao. I'll ride with you instead. No need for two vehicles." "Fine. I'll follow your lead. By the way, Yifan, when will Mr. Xiao come to hand over the shop?" Mr. Xiao was Zhou Fei's employer. "Around 5 or 6 this afternoon. Do you have other plans later?" Lin Yifan shook his head. "No, anything." Zhou Fei's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Could we go to the cinema this afternoon? I haven't been to a theater in 8. Why not? We'll leave as soon as the car's ready," Lin Yifan replied with a smile. "Thank you," Zhou Fei exclaimed joyfully, and kissed him lightly on the cheek. After a short wait, the consultant delivered the temporary license plates. Zhou Fei collected the plates' vehicle documents and keys, then drove the gleaming red Cayenne, now parked at the main entrance, out of the dealership and straight to a nearby mall. They parked in the mall's lot and ascended to the private cinema on the top floor. "Yifan, what film would you like to watch?" Lin Yifan scanned the digital display listing upcoming screenings, then pointed to a Hong Kong film. "Let's watch this one." Zhou Fei rushed to the front desk and requested a double private room. After making the payment, the staff led the two to the movie room. Following Zhou Fei's instructions, the staff played the requested movie. Once the film began to play on the big screen, the staff left the room, closing the door behind them. The sofa in the private cinema room resembled a two-seater sofa. However, this sofa was electric and could be transformed into a semi-reclining bed. After both sat down, Zhou Fei pressed a few buttons on the remote control, and the leg extension panel emerged while the backrest gradually reclined. Once in a semi-reclining position, Zhou Fei set the remote down, resting her head on Lin Yifun's shoulder and wrapping her arms around his waist as they began to watch the movie. Lin Yifun's hand naturally rested on Zhou Fei's waist, and the two reclined on the sofa, enjoying the film in such an intimate posture. In the dimly lit room halfway through the movie, Lin Yifun was deeply engrossed in the plot. Suddenly sensing Zhou Fei's movement, Lin Yifun smiled wryly and said, "Little girl, behave yourself. Don't play with fire, or you'll be the one suffering later." Unexpectedly, Zhou Fei propped herself up with one arm, looking down at Lin Yifun, who was lying on the sofa, and playfully said, "Come on, who's afraid of whom? There are only tired cows, not worn-out fields." After saying that, she provocatively glanced at Lin Yifun. When Lin Yifun had bought her a Porsche, Zhou Fei had been at a loss for how to repay his kindness. The only way she could reciprocate Lin Yifun was through this small gesture, so Zhou Fei set aside her shyness and took the initiative. She believed her teasing would make Lin Yifun unable to resist pouncing on her. Even though she wasn't feeling well at the moment, she intended to endure the pain to please Lin Yifun. However, Lin Yifun shook his head, gently stroking her head, and said, "Silly girl, don't be mischievous. You're probably still uncomfortable, so just behave. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and I won't miss out on you." Zhou Fei froze at his words. A surge of emotion welled up from her heart, and in the darkness her eyes misted over. Lin Yifun's sudden tenderness struck deep within her, warming her heart. After 2 hours, the movie finally came to an end. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. As Lin Yifun stepped out of the private cinema, he received a phone call from Mr. Xiao. Originally scheduled to come at 6 in the afternoon to sign the transfer contract, Mr. Xiao informed him that he had handled things on his end ahead of time and was on his way. If Lin Yifun was free, he could sign the contract at the store earlier. Lin Yifun also wanted to get things settled as soon as possible, so he arranged to meet Mr. Xiao at the store. Seeing that Lin Yifun had business to attend to, Zhou Fei drove him to the store. The bright red Kian parked in front of the Rapida store, and Zhou Fei's colleagues, thinking it was a customer arriving, hurried to the door to greet them. However, when her colleagues saw Zhou Fei getting out of the car, they could hardly believe their eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Without caring about her image, she shouted to the other colleagues in the store, "Ladies, come quick. Help me see if I'm hallucinating." There weren't many customers in the store at the moment. The other sales associates were either tidying up or chatting. Upon hearing their colleagues' call, they rushed to the entrance. While asking what's going on, "Why the fuss?" As several colleagues saw Zhou Fei walking in just as she closed the car door, they immediately erupted into a chorus of screams. She had only stepped out to deliver clothes for half a day, yet her colleague with whom they had spent so much time had returned driving a luxury car. It seemed she really had captured that rich young master. Otherwise, where would such a luxury car come from? But this was too fast, as she had just gone out in the morning to deliver clothes and returned in the afternoon in a luxury car. Just as they were preparing to gossip, they saw Lin Yifun getting out of the passenger seat and quickly composed them. "Mr. Lin, good afternoon." "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Good afternoon, young Master Lin." Hearing the women greet him in a flurry and thinking about how he was about to take over this store, Lin Yifun smiled in response. "Good afternoon, ladies." The women enthusiastically welcomed Lin Yifun into the store, serving him tea and water with great warmth. Seeing Lin Yifun so easygoing and without airs, they also relaxed, chatting animatedly. "Young Master Lin, our Fei hasn't returned all afternoon. Was she almost unable to come back?" "Young Master Lin, has our Fei been captured by you?" "Young Master Lin, when are you inviting us to have wedding candy?" Hearing the straightforward inquiries from the women, Lin Yifun felt overwhelmed. He smiled wryly and cast a pleading look toward Zhou Fei, who was being pushed aside and ignored by everyone. After receiving Lin Yifun's signal for help, Zhou Fei quickly squeezed in, blocking her overly inquisitive colleagues. "Ladies, could you please be a bit more reserved? Don't scare him away, okay?" Little did she know, as soon as Zhou Fei stepped in, she instantly drew all the firepower toward herself. "Oh, our Fei is feeling pained." "It's probably not pain. It seems little Fei is jealous, afraid we'll steal her man." "Don't worry, little Fei, we won't steal your man." As Lin Yifun watched Zhou Fei being teased and at a loss, a middle-aged man's voice came from the entrance. "What are you all doing during work hours? Gathering like this, what does it look like?" Upon hearing the familiar reprimanding voice, the girls in the store quickly dispersed, suppressing their laughter and calling out in unison to the middle-aged man who entered. "Mr. Xiao." The boss, Xiao Yong, walked into the store with a stern face. Because the employees had gathered together, he had not noticed Lin Yifun's presence. It was only when the employees were frightened and scattered that they recognized the familiar face who had calmly spent $500 million at the auction. He hurriedly bent down to greet him, changing his expression to a smile, as he reached out saying, "Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't see you in the store just now." Lin Yifan politely shook his hand and smiled, saying, "You're too kind, Mr. Xiao. Thank you for your willingness to part with this store." Mr. Xiao smiled and said, "Oh, come now, young Master Lin is paying double the price. To be honest, I still made a profit. I invested just over 2 million, and in 3 months, I've doubled my money. Where can one find such good fortune?" No matter who it is, they would gladly transfer the store to young Master Lin. Lin Yifan chuckled. If this matter were to be discussed, Mr. Xiao was not at a loss at all. It was a win-win situation. With just over 2 million invested, Mr. Xiao's return in 3 months was directly doubled. Such gains would be hard to find even in the stock market unless in futures. However, the risks in futures are no joke. High profits also entail high risks. For Lin Yifan, who was on the verge of bankruptcy, being able to buy a store at double the price was quite agreeable. Thus, the two quickly came to an agreement, each achieving their own goals. The employees who were idly standing by overheard the conversation between Lin Yifan and the boss and caught on to the important information. Young Master Lin is taking over this store. Does that mean they have changed bosses? Could it be that young Master Lin is willing to spend double the money just for Fei Fei to take this store? Recalling the brand new Qian parked at the door, which hadn't even had its license plates affixed, yet everyone in the store looked at Zhou Fei with envious eyes. They truly didn't expect Zhou Fei to easily win over such a wealthy young master. This kind of rich young man who is young, wealthy, and handsome is precisely the type that women dream of. Even being a mistress to such a man is a rare opportunity. Moreover, this young master is so generous, willing to spend lavishly on women. He had just met her and already gifted her a luxury car worth millions. Now for Zhou Fei, he was willing to invest heavily to acquire this store. It seems Zhou Fei would soon be promoted to store manager, wielding significant power over the entire establishment. The women in the stores speculated, thus recalling that this opportunity had originally been available to everyone and everyone had a chance. If they hadn't thought the possibility was slim back then and hadn't encouraged Zhou Fei, but instead had been a bit more proactive, perhaps it would have been them driving the luxury car now. This left all the salespeople feeling regretful. Had they known it would be so easy, they should have tried their hand at it earlier. Now it was too late to say anything. Then, young Master Lin, if there are no other issues, let's sign the transfer contract. After speaking, Mr. Xiao took out the already prepared contract from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan read through the contract thoroughly and said to Mr. Xiao, the contract looks fine, but there is one thing that needs to be amended. Please go ahead, young Master Lin. Lin Yifan glanced at Zhou Fei, who was standing with her colleagues, entirely unaware of the situation. He turned to Mr. Xiao and smiled, changed the name of the second party to Zhou Fei. What? Mr. Xiao exclaimed in shock, looking at Zhou Fei in astonishment. Writing Zhou Fei's name. Lin Yifan spent 5 million to buy this store as a gift for Zhou Fei. At first he thought Lin Yifan wanted to promote Zhou Fei to manager, but he never expected the outcome to be that he was directly giving it to her. What kind of magical charm does Zhou Fei possess to make someone like young Master Lin so infatuated that he would spend millions to win her favor? Zhou Fei, hearing her name suddenly, was still processing it when she noticed everyone in the store staring at her in shock. Only after her brain processed Lin Yifan's words did she belatedly react. Zhou Fei felt as if her mind had gone blank with a loud bang. Her entire thought process seemed to be suspended in a void, unsure how to react, standing there like a statue. For the other girls in the store, the more generous Lin Yifan acted, the deeper their regret grew. If not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they would have cried out loud to vent their feelings of regret. Mr. Xiao, being a seasoned person, quickly guessed the general cause and effect. He no longer found it strange. Such things are quite common in wealthy circles. All right, I'll go print a new contract right away, young Master Lin. Please wait a moment. Mr. Xiao hurriedly left the store to the nearby copy shop to draft a new contract. Modifying the contract was not complicated, it just required changing the name of the second party. Soon Mr. Xiao returned with the new contract, signed his name first, stamped it, and handed it directly to Zhou Fei. Instinctively took the contract, looking at the 2 thin sheets of paper in her hand. These 2 sheets represented a value of millions, and once she signed her name, she would instantly possess several million in assets. Moreover, as long as she manages the store well, she would have a stable income of hundreds of thousands every month. She knew that her life would change once she became Lin Yifan's woman. But she thought Lin Yifan would only give her some money to keep her satisfied, or perhaps a few thousand as pocket money each month. In a better scenario, he might buy her a nice house and car supporting her. However, she never imagined that Lin Yifan would be this generous right from the start. First a luxury car worth millions, and now the ownership of a luxury specialty store. The value of the store being over 2 million is not the main point. The key is that Lin Yifan has given her the opportunity to learn how to fish rather than just giving her fish. Zhou Fei looked away from the contract and raised her head, staring blankly at Lin Yifan, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Yifan smiled at her, saying, "Don't hesitate, hurry up and sign." Prompted by Lin Yifan, Zhou Fei finally accepted his kindness, picked up the pen, and signed her name at the second party's position, stamping her fingerprint. The contract was in duplicate, and Zhou Fei returned one copy to Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao took the contract and smiled at Zhou Fei, saying, "Zhou Fei, congratulations. From now on you are the owner of this store. Manage it well, and it will bring you great rewards." "Thank you, boss," Zhou Fei replied, flattered. "Oh, I'm not your boss anymore, you're the boss now." Mr. Xiao smiled, and then said to Lin Yifan, "Young Master Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. Do keep in touch when you have time, and let's get together sometime. I hope to have the honor of your presence." Lin Yifan shook hands with Mr. Xiao and said, "You're too kind, Mr. Xiao. Thank you for today's matters. Call me when you have time." After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Xiao left with satisfaction, having received the 5 million from Lin Yifan. Watching Xiao Yong depart, Lin Yifan checked the balance notification on his bank account. Upon seeing the figure, over 7 billion yuan, he instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed. In just a few days since his transmigration, Lin Yifan had scattered money recklessly across the city. In that brief span, he had already spent more than 700 million yuan, of which 500 million went toward purchasing a luxury residence paid in cash equivalent to 5 cents in nominal value. The remaining 250 million yuan was charged to his card. To an ordinary person, spending 700 million in mere days would seem utterly unimaginable. Yet even this pace felt agonizingly slow to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan reviewed his expenditures and concluded that the most extravagant single outlay had been the property purchase. Whether buying cars or storefronts, each transaction averaged only several million yuan. Tipping streamers on live platforms burned through wealth swiftly, but it was exhausting. Clearly, he needed to recalibrate his methods of extravagance, otherwise completing his objective would prove impossible. Henceforth, car and store purchases would serve only as leisurely diversions, though livestream tipping would be relegated to a secondary contingency. The true priority, the colossal expenditure, remained real estate. His thoughts pivoted instantly toward high-end properties. Turning to Zhou Fei, who was still poring over contractual documents, he said, "Fei, I'll step out for a moment. Hand me the Qian's keys." Zhou Fei hurriedly passed him the key fob. "Yifan, how long will you be gone? Shall I wait for you here at the shop?" Lin Yifan accepted the keys and nodded. "I'll return once I've finished my errands and pick you up." Without hesitation, and disregarding the presence of other staff members, he drew Zhou Fei into his arms and kissed her gently on the forehead before striding out of the boutique. After his departure, the other young women in the shop immediately gathered around Zhou Fei. "Wow, I never imagined Fei would transform overnight into the boss's wife. Fei truly has extraordinary fortune. She's captured such a prominent young master." Indeed, we're all green with envy. It's clear Fei's charm is irresistible. Even the formidable Lin young master has fallen helplessly into her tender embrace. "Boss's wife, please take us under your wing. We beg for your protection and your favor." Now working under Zhou Fei's supervision, the women naturally vied for her goodwill, surrounding her with effusive praise. Faced with her former colleagues' flattery, Zhou Fei beamed with quiet joy and contentment, yet remained grounded, neither boastful nor intoxicated by her sudden elevation. For everyone in the shop knew Lin Yifan also kept Su Yuyu close. Whether Su Yuyu was his official girlfriend or not, one truth remained immutable: Zhou Fei was indisputably his mistress. At heart, Zhou Fei knew she owed her position solely to sheer luck, having simply happened upon Lin Yifan's affections. And if she could so effortlessly become his woman, who could guarantee that these very colleagues, her former peers, would not in time also ascend to the same status beside him? She understood, therefore, that she possessed no legitimate cause for pride. Blushing, she laughed softly. "All right, sisters, enough teasing. Boss's wife, please spare me the jest." Meanwhile, back to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan sped across Shanghai's arterial roads in the Qian he'd bought for Zhou Fei, determined to spend more before the day waned. Only 3 o'clock in the afternoon remained. His target this time, the Bajiantang Villa District. Though not among Shanghai's most elite residential enclaves, Bajiantang stood firmly within the city's upper echelon, located barely half an hour away from Haijingno, one traffic permitting. Yet his destination was not the Villa District itself, but rather a prestigious local real estate brokerage, Huayuan Property. After all, he would inevitably acquire more properties in the future. It would be impractical and inefficient to search for them himself each time. Entrusting professionals would save both time and energy. As for the exorbitant commission fees brokers would later extract, to Lin Yifan such charges were less a burden and more a welcome infusion of purpose. Upon entering Huayuan Property, Lin Yifan found the office abuzz with activity. At nearly every desk a broker stood engaged in animated discussion with one or two prospective buyers. Among them sat Han Xingyun, a young woman slumped wearily at her modest workstation, head bowed in dejection. She had served at Huayuan Property for nearly a year. Under the guidance of her assigned mentor, her first 2 months had been devoted entirely to mastering Shanghai's labyrinthine roadways and memorizing the company's entire portfolio of listed properties. Once past her probationary period, she began operating independently. For several months fortune favored her, she never ranked last in the firm's monthly sales standings. The company enforced a strict policy of bottom-tier elimination. Any employee ranking dead last in internal performance metrics for 3 consecutive months would be dismissed outright. Han Xingyun had narrowly evaded dismissal each time, until recently when her luck seemed to have run dry. For the past 2 months, she had ranked last without exception. This month marked her final chance. If she failed to close even a single sale, current rankings confirmed, she would once again occupy the lowest rung. Should she remain at the bottom by month's end, as company regulations dictated, she would have no choice but to pack her belongings and leave. Real estate brokerage offered only a modest base salary, barely enough to sustain life, let alone thrive. A broker's entire income depended on commissions, rendering earnings in this profession starkly polarized. Some brokers struck gold. Closing a single luxury mansion or villa deal could yield commissions soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Others sold smaller units or newly launched developments, earning paltry commissions of merely several thousand yuan, or at best just over 10,000. Such figures might appear respectable, provided one closed at least one deal per month. Otherwise, one risked falling into Han Xingyun's predicament, surviving solely on base pay, with unemployment looming in the 3rd month. This month Han Xingyun resolved to push harder than ever, spending every day either cultivating new leads or re-engaging past prospects who'd expressed interest in viewing properties. Her heels wore through, her heels blistered raw, yet progress remained elusive. With only 1 week left in the month, hope itself had begun to fade. She did possess clients genuinely seeking homes, yet several of them she refused to serve. Among those prospects, the crassest had implied, while touring properties, that signing the contract hinged upon her spending a night with him. Others, marginally more discreet, proposed becoming her patron. If she agreed to become his mistress, they promised not only the sale, but also generous financial support. This was the inherent vulnerability women faced in the trade. A buyer sought only shelter, yet seeing a beautiful female broker, his intentions twisted unnaturally. What should have been a straightforward transaction became a sordid bargaining chip. Han Xingyun recoiled from such men with visceral disgust. Initially, she rebuked them without restraint or mercy. However, as the unemployment crisis loomed, she began to waver in her thoughts about leaving this place. With her qualifications, what kind of good job could she find? Under the pressure of life and reality, Han Xingyun's resolve started to weaken. Especially in the last half-month, she had put in countless efforts. Every day she rushed around showing properties to potential clients, only to end up without a single transaction. Han Xingyun's thoughts of compromise grew stronger, and she hesitated several times about whether to accept reality. She planned to choose one of the interested clients who seemed more agreeable to her, but she simply couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Today she had spent another day showing a new client properties, and even her lunch was just a hasty affair. After a day of rushing around, all she received in return was a client saying they needed to compare more options. After sending the client off, she dragged her exhausted body back to the office as the dinner hour approached. She plopped down in front of her desk, feeling utterly drained. As if to vent her frustration, Han Xingyun kicked off her somewhat constricting high heels and leaned on her desk, feeling disheartened and lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Han Xingyun had been leaning there for a while, someone knocked on her desk. She thought it was the manager coming to reprimand her, and she lifted her head dejectedly. When she saw a young boy standing in front of her desk smiling at her, Han Xingyun immediately stood up. She hurriedly asked, "Sir, how can I assist you?" Lin Yifan looked around and said to the only free consultant in front of him, "Sorry, I want to buy a house, but your colleagues are all busy, and I saw you were resting, so I came to bother you." Upon hearing that it was a client wanting to buy a house, Han Xingyun's eyes instantly lit up, and she hurriedly put on her shoes. Then with a beaming smile she asked, "Hello sir, my name is Han Xingyun. What kind of house are you looking for?" Lin Yifan first introduced himself, and then said, "I want to see houses in the Banjianfang Villa area. I wonder if your company has any listings." Upon hearing about the Banjianfang area, Han Xingyun's excited expression diminished significantly. This young man, if he was looking for an apartment or a small unit, she would still believe him. But as soon as he mentioned the Banjianfang Villa area, she thought he might just be curious and wanted to take a look. Still, she lifted her spirits and maintained a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, we do have several properties for sale in the Banjianfang area. Do you want to learn more or go see them in person?" Well, regardless of whether he was just looking, she thought a dead horse could be treated as a live one. As she had persisted this long, so one more trip wouldn't matter. Han Qingyun reassured herself in this way. Lin Yifan said, "It's getting late, let's go see the properties." "Okay, I'll get the keys, and we can talk while we walk." After obtaining the keys to the Banjianfeng Villa listings, the two walked out of the office. Han Qingyun intended to hail a taxi, but Lin Yifan walked to the roadside and pulled out the keys, pressing a button. Then under Han Qingyun's dazed gaze, a brand new bright red Kian lit up with the unlocking lights. Lin Yifan opened the driver's door, preparing to get in, but noticed Han Qingyun was still standing there in a daze. "Come on, why are you dawdling? It's going to get dark soon." Hearing Lin Yifan's call, Han Qingyun snapped back to reality and hurriedly got into the passenger seat. Lin Yifan set the navigation and drove Han Qingyun towards the Banjianfeng Villa area. On the way, Han Qingyun pondered. Although she guessed from the young man's attire and the million-dollar vehicle that he should be a rich second generation, upon hearing that he wanted to view properties in the Banjianfeng Villa area, Han Qingyun still felt uneasy. The standalone villas there easily cost tens of millions, each with some even reaching hundreds of millions. Compared to these property prices, Lin Yifan's vehicle didn't seem persuasive. Forget it, if he really was just looking, she could still think of ways to recommend him properties in the city. Compared to houses worth tens of millions to billions, city properties priced at tens of thousands per square meter should be affordable for this young man's financial capacity. As long as she completed this sale, she wouldn't have to worry about unemployment for a while. She also wouldn't have to engage in insincere dealings with those older men. Thinking of this, Han Qingyun felt a little relieved. When they arrived at the Banjianfeng Villa's, dusk illuminated the entire villa area. Han Qingyun directed Lin Yifan to drive to the location of the company's listings. Upon arriving at the entrance of the standalone villa, she mentioned they both got out of the car. Han Qingyun walked to the gate of the standalone villa and used the company's key to unlock the iron gate. Han Qingyun led Lin Yifan into the yard, while opening the main door of the villa, explaining the basic information about the property. As Han Qingyun explained, Lin Yifan toured the entire villa. The villa was a traditional Chinese courtyard built on water, covering an area of about 2 acres. The house was surrounded by walls, making the yard feel slightly quiet. Lin Yifan inquired about the price, and this small villa was priced at 56 million. Lin Yifan did not comment, planning to check the remaining listings first. Han Qingyun, however, thought he was shocked by this price and was contemplating which location in the city to recommend to him on their way back. Yet she heard Lin Yifan ask to see the remaining listings. The customer is king, so Han Qingyun had no choice but to accompany him as they walked to the next villa. The next two standalone villas were generally similar in style, differing only in land area and interior decoration. One was priced at 72 million and the other at 110 million. After viewing these 3 villas, Lin Yifan thought for a moment and asked Han Qingyun, "Miss Han, do you have any more expensive houses? I want to see them." Lin Yifan was feeling frustrated when he bought the Haijing Yihua building. Although he and Chun Haijun had inflated the price to 500 million, its actual value was still around 200 to 300 million. He never expected these standalone villas to be cheaper than the duplexes. On the other hand, Han Qingyun was even more frustrated than him. If it weren't for wanting him to buy properties in the city, she would have liked to roll her eyes at him. He was clearly unable to afford it, but still pretended to be wealthy. Feeling angry but unable to vent at, Han Qingyun simply threw out a property that had been listed with her company for a long time. This property was worth several times more than the most expensive one they had just viewed, but it also had a larger area. "Mr. Lin, there is indeed a property like this. The owner has had it listed with our company for several months, but due to the high asking price, it has never been sold." Upon hearing the price was too high, Lin Yifan's eyes immediately lit up. "Where is the house?" "Take me," Han Qingyun explained. "Mr. Lin, the situation is this: the owner intends to negotiate directly with clients, so the keys are not with our company. But if you'd like to see it, I can call the owner right away." Lin Yifan urged. "Then please do so immediately." Han Qingyun sighed inwardly and stepped aside to dial the owner's number. After a brief conversation with the owner, Han Qingyun returned to Lin Yifan's side. "Mr. Lin, the owner is on his way. Let's wait here for a moment." The two sat on a bench beside the road in the villa estate, exchanging casual remarks about the property to pass the time. 20 minutes later, a Bentley drew to a halt not far from them. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit alighted from the car, his face shadowed by quiet distress. Spotting him, Han Qingyun led Lin Yifan forward. "Mr. Wu, this is Mr. Lin, the prospective buyer interested in your property. I sincerely apologize for summoning you at such a late hour." "No trouble at all. After all, you are helping me sell the house." Suppressing his inner despondency, Mr. Wu mustered a courteous demeanor as he exchanged pleasantries with Han Qingyun, and then appraised Lin Yifan with a practiced, discerning gaze. His perception far surpassed Han Qingyun's. In an instant, Lin Yifan's attire registered not merely as clothing, but as a precise social cipher, evoking an unmistakable image of affluence and influence. "Mr. Lin, I trust Miss Han has already given you a general overview of the property. Shall we proceed directly to the viewing?" We can discuss pricing afterward. With that, Mr. Wu unlocked the courtyard gate and ushered them inside. After guiding Lin Yifan through every room of the villa, they settled onto the spacious sofa in the grand first-floor living room. Mr. Wu asked while Mr. Lin, how do you find the property? Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. He was genuinely satisfied. Though only slightly larger than his previous villa, this one offered vastly more expansive grounds. Moreover, its interior design was markedly more inventive and refined. It's quite impressive. May I ask, what is your asking price? Mr. Wu paused briefly, then raised 3 fingers. I originally purchased it for 240 million yuan. Given recent market appreciation, I'm adding only modestly. I'll let it go to you for 300 million yuan outright. 300 million. Lin Yifan pondered for a moment, then replied, the price is acceptable. I won't bother viewing others. This one will do. Hearing this, Mr. Wu's face lit up with genuine delight. Han Qingyun, who had been standing idly by, froze upon hearing Lin Yifan declare his intent to purchase, utterly stunned. 300 million yuan. Numerous previous prospects had admired the villa, but recoiled instantly upon learning the price. Yet this young client accepted it without hesitation. Realizing the deal was imminent, Han Qingyun suppressed her rising elation and swiftly began calculating her commission in her mind. Since this was a resale transaction handled solely through introduction, the brokerage firm's standard commission rate was 0.4% of the sale price, meaning a 1.2 million yuan fee on a 300 million yuan deal. For luxury properties, the firm allocated 40% of the commission to the individual agent. After rapid mental arithmetic, Han Qingyun arrived at her share. 48,000 yuan, nearly 500,000. Had she truly just earned tens of thousands in a single stroke? It felt like a dream. Just over an hour earlier, she'd been agonizing over dwindling sales performance and the looming threat of unemployment. Yet fortune had reversed itself with astonishing speed. To Mr. Wu, Lin Yifan's immediate, unwavering decision elevated him several tiers in stature, transforming him from a mere buyer into a figure of rare decisiveness and means. Mindful of his own precarious situation, Mr. Wu asked urgently, Mr. Lin, might we sign the contract today? Fearing his eagerness might seem unseemly, he quickly added, rest assured, the title deed has been thoroughly vetted by Huayuan Real Estate, and the firm stands as guarantor throughout the transaction. Their credentials are fully valid. You may confirm this with Ms. Han. Lin Yifan turned his gaze toward Han Qingyun. Having worked at the firm for years, she knew these procedural. She nodded affirmatively, confirming Mr. Wu's statements. Lin Yifan relaxed, but curiosity lingered. May I ask why you wish to finalize the contract tonight? To be candid, I operate an import-export business. Recently, I dispatched a cargo shipment valued at 500 million yuan from Shini port bound for home. But en route, a catastrophic storm struck, sinking every vessel in the convoy. Since then, I've been overwhelmed, managing the aftermath day and night. Vessel losses, compensation for crew fatalities, cargo damage, and contractual penalties, all converged into a single crushing financial hemorrhage. Had it been only those liabilities, I might have weathered the storm by diverting working capital from the company to cover the shortfalls. But coincidentally, our bank loan matures imminently, and our cash flow is critically insufficient. Selling the villa became unavoidable. Lin Yifan nodded slowly, comprehension dawning. So that was it. He needed the 300 million yuan infusion urgently to stabilize his enterprise. Very well. Since you require liquidity now, and since aiding someone in urgent need outweighs assisting the merely indigent, we'll sign the contract tonight. Mr. Lin, thank you, truly. You have my word, every step of the title transfer will be handled meticulously on your behalf. He retrieved the pre-prepared contract from his briefcase. After Lin Yifan reviewed, signed, and affixed his seal, he transferred 300 million yuan directly into Mr. Wu's account. Subsequent conveyancing procedures would be managed entirely by Mr. Wu and Huayuan Real Estate. Lin Yifan required only to appear for formal signature requirements. Another 300 million gone. Indeed, completing the mission demanded precisely such high-value transactions. As he spoke with Mr. Wu, a cascade of extravagant notions suddenly surfaced in Lin Yifan's mind. He realized his earlier perspective had been too narrow. Extravagance need not entail physical purchases or tipping. It could be reimagined entirely. Stock trading, future speculation, even launching an investment firm, each held untapped potential. Ordinary investors sought profit, thus scrutinized stocks with meticulous care. But he required no such prudence. He could simply identify a stock plunging steeply in the market, then buy at its peak and sell at its nadir. Futures trading promised even greater intensity. Employing maximum leverage, he could take diametrically opposite positions, by then await the inevitable margin call with serene detachment. Likewise, for venture investments, his ideal target was any project deemed unpromising, anything lacking credible vision or traction. Projects others rushed to fund held zero appeal for Lin Yifan. Those others shunned. That was precisely where he would invest. Unapologetically, unreservedly, with audacious finality. Lin Yifan grew increasingly excited, his thoughts spiraling uncontrollably in his mind. He soon recalled gambling on stones, a game renowned for its dual nature of heaven and hell with a single cut. This thing is quite appealing. Although the price of the raw stones ranges from thousands to millions, which isn't considered expensive, it is advantageous because it doesn't require much effort, unlike the arduous task of live streaming rewards, and the money goes quickly. Once he is set on a purchase, he can simply have the stone vendor cut it. If the stone is discarded after cutting, then the money is spent right. The system just doesn't allow him to destroy cash in a destructive manner. However, gambling on stones is not regarded as destroying cash. Though cutting stones essentially equates to burning money, this is merely exploiting loopholes within the system's rules, taking advantage of a bug. Lin Yifan clapped his hands and made up his mind. He would set off tomorrow. Let the stone gambling begin. President Wu signed a contract with Lin Yifan, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then apologized as he said he needed to return to the company to handle some matters before leaving. Lin Yifan dropped Han Xingyun back at Huayuan Real Estate and said, "On the way, Miss Han, I'll leave the house matters to you. Just give me a call when you need my signature." Han Xingyun, now shaking off her previous disappointment, smiled cheerfully and said, "Mr. Lin, it's my duty. We will handle the property transfer for you, so don't worry." Lin Yifan drove his Qian with one hand while using the other to display his WeChat QR code to Han Xingyun. "Miss Han, let's add each other on WeChat. I will need to buy houses in the future, and it's better to go directly to you for that." Sure, thank you so much for your care, Mr. Lin." Han Xingyun's face flushed with excitement as she hurriedly took out her phone to scan the code. She hadn't expected to close such a significant deal today and even establish a relationship with such a major client. Hearing that he would buy again in the future, wouldn't that mean she wouldn't have to worry about her performance anymore? With such a major client, what was there to fear about being at the bottom of the rankings? As long as Lin Yifan recognized her, even if she were last for 3 consecutive months, the boss wouldn't dare to fire her. After dropping Han Xingyun off at the entrance of Huayuan Real Estate, Lin Yifan drove away in his Qian, heading towards Laputa. After Lin Yifan's car had driven far away, Han Xingyun, holding the contract, walked briskly into the company, heading straight for the manager's office. Upon entering the office, Han Xingyun handed the contract to the manager with a beaming smile, saying, "Manager, this is the deal I just signed, please have a look." Manager Zhou received the contract with some astonishment. He hadn't expected this underperforming employee who was about to be fired to actually secure a deal. However, as he flipped through the contract, his nonchalance instantly vanished. "This villa sold?" Manager Zhou asked in shock. Han Xingyun maintained her smile, revealing a hint of pride, as she replied, "Yes, the contract is right in your hands, isn't it?" Manager Zhou glanced at the buyer's signature. Lin Yifan. These 3 characters seemed somewhat familiar. He suddenly realized wasn't that the name of the wealthy young man from the Haijing Yihao auction. As one of the top real estate agencies in the Shanghai market, Huayuan Real Estate naturally pays close attention to real estate news. At an auction like Haijing Yihao, Manager Zhou, being part of a leading company in Shanghai's real estate, he had witnessed Lin Yifan spend over 500 million to acquire the penthouse at Haijing Yihao. He never expected this young master to come to his company to buy a villa just a few days later. Now Manager Zhou was contemplating one thing: what was the relationship between this Lin young master and Han Xingyun? Otherwise, how could such a good fortune fall into her hands? After all, Manager Zhou was not only aware of some sordid affairs in the real estate circle, but had also personally experienced them. Some female employees would actively approach him to get introductions to resources, even offering themselves. Could it be that Han Xingyun had also done something similar with that Lin young master? Of course, Manager Zhou wouldn't dare to directly ask Han Xingyun about such matters. He could only speculate. Looking at Lin Yifan's contact information on the contract, Manager Zhou's mind began to churn with devious ideas. If he were dealing with an ordinary client, the manager certainly wouldn't bother competing with an employee for resources. However, for such a high-quality major client, Manager Zhou didn't want to let go. As a manager, it was quite normal to use some underhanded means to snatch away major clients. Han Xingyun had seen enough of such incidents during her time at the company. Seeing Manager Zhou's restless eyes, she sensed his ulterior motives. Thus Han Xingyun casually mentioned, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin said he would need to purchase property in the future, and that it's better to deal directly with me via WeChat for that." Manager Zhou was indeed taken aback by Han Xingyun's words. The two of them had even added each other on WeChat, and he had specifically said to contact her for future property purchases. Manager Zhou wasn't sure if what Han Xingyun said was true, but he didn't dare to take the risk. He could only suppress his small thoughts. With a chuckle, he said to Han Xingyun, "Xingyun, you did well on this deal. Since young Master Lin said he will be looking for property, you should take the initiative and maintain a good relationship with the client, striving for more success and larger deals." Han Xingyun smiled coldly in her heart, while keeping a calm appearance, and replied, "Don't worry, manager, I will take good care of our major client." Manager Zhou waved his hand and said, "All right, you just follow up on this deal." Han Xingyun left the contract in the manager's office and walked out. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan was driving back to the Laputa store to pick up Zhou Fei. However, Zhou Fei encountered some trouble inside the store. A young man dressed in high-end fashion entered the Laputa store arm-in-arm with a provocatively dressed young woman. "Baby, I'll buy you a bag today, and then we'll go have a feast. You don't need to go back to school tonight. I'll drive you back." The young man flirted with the college student in his arms. The girl shyly responded, "Jianga, stop it, let's talk." The young man laughed heartily, knowing that although she hadn't agreed openly, she was merely playing hard to get. A sales assistant in the store saw the customers enter and hurried over. Jiang Kaishuan, holding the woman, said to the sales assistant, "Show us your bags." The assistant quickly gestured for them to follow. "This way, handsome." The three walked towards the bag counter. After taking a few steps, Jiang Kaishian spotted a familiar figure and suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Zhou Fei." He seemed uncertain as he called out. Zhou Fei, who had her back to Jiang Kaishuan, was adjusting the clothing display in the store, as it would be her shop in the future, and she needed to manage it well. Suddenly hearing a familiar voice, Zhou Fei turned around sharply. Jiang Kaishuan, seeing the once familiar face, smiled broadly and said, "Oh, it really is you." The girl next to Jiang Kaishian felt a surge of insecurity as she noticed her boyfriend seemed to be quite acquainted with the beautiful saleswoman. She playfully asked, "Brother Jiang, who is she? Do you know her?" Jiang Kaishian looked Zhou Fei up and down, dressed in her sales uniform, and coldly replied, "Know her? Of course I know her, as she was my ex-girlfriend." With that, he spoke to Zhou Fei with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "I didn't expect you to have fallen to such a state working in sales. After everything you've been through, you must regret your impulsiveness back then." The surrounding staff watched the scene in disbelief, sensing that there was a major story hidden between the two. Zhou Fei looked at the man she once deeply loved and calmly said, "Regret? You've thought too much. The only thing I regret is not breaking up with you immediately after discovering you were cheating and actually believing the nonsense of a scumbag like you." Jiang Kaishian had intended to look down on Zhou Fei as the victor, wanting her to realize how wrong her decision to dump him was. He hoped to see Zhou Fei's pain and regret, which would bring him a sense of satisfaction. As a second-generation rich kid, this was Jiang Kaishuan's first experience of being dumped by a woman. He arrogantly believed that only he could dump women and never considered that a woman would voluntarily leave him. Yet Zhou Fei had proven to be the exception. Just because he played around with other women, Zhou Fei had unhesitatingly proposed a breakup. Even though Jiang Kaishian had merely treated Zhou Fei as a fling, being dumped by a woman left him feeling unsettled. Originally feeling uneasy because of this matter, Jiang Kaishian did not expect to run into Zhou Fei working, now planning to enjoy her look of regret, hoping she would plead to come back to him. Just as Jiang Kaishian was secretly pleased, he was taken aback by the sudden words that came from her mouth. Zhou Fei, this despicable woman, not only showed no remorse, but also openly insulted him as a scumbag. Jiang Kaishuan's veins bulged in anger. He completely disregarded their past connection and sarcastically retorted to Zhou Fei, "You're just being stubborn, haha. My girlfriend. I can casually give her designer bags, take her to high-end restaurants for lavish meals, and she has luxury cars to pick her up everywhere. And you only deserve to work in a store like this, working yourself to the bone with an income barely enough to live in this city, saving for months just to buy a bag." Zhou Fei listened coldly to Jiang Kaishuan's words, watching him flaunt himself like a clown in front of her, feeling nothing but ridicule. Even before she met Lin Yifan, Jiang Kaishuan's grandstanding had already failed to stir any emotion. She didn't want to continue entangled with a person like him. Lin Yifan might return at any time, and Zhou Fei did not want to create misunderstandings. "How my affairs are none of your business. Just mind your own, and now please leave my store." Zhou Fei coldly issued the eviction order. "Your store?" Jiang Kaishian was taken aback, then burst into unrestrained laughter. "You must be delusional. Do you know how much it costs to open a store in a commercial area like this? Can you afford such a store?" Zhou Fei, too lazy to respond, said to her colleague beside her, "Lily, please escort them out if our store won't do business with him." Upon hearing Zhou Fei's words, Lily, who had been watching, promptly replied, "Okay, boss." With the support of the boss, Lily naturally had no qualms in delivering the eviction order to Jiang Kaishuan. "Sir, our boss has spoken. We will not do business with you. Please leave." Lily had roughly guessed the situation while eating snacks. Jiang Kaishuan's infidelity was one thing, but now he was insulting others so shamelessly. As a fellow woman, she naturally stood by her boss. Jiang Kaishian simply did not believe that this store belonged to Zhou Fei, thinking that this saleswoman was merely playing along with Zhou Fei's act. "What are you even? Call your boss out if I want to see how long you two bitches can keep up this charade." Jiang Kaishian cursed loudly in the store, and the other salespeople could no longer stand by. One of the girls stepped forward and coldly said, "Sir, please mind your language. Sister Fei is indeed our boss now, If you continue causing trouble, we will have to call the police. Hearing a second salesperson confirm that Zhou Fei was indeed the boss and boldly mention calling the police, Jiang Kaixian was suddenly filled with doubt, his mind beginning to waver. It looked plausible. Could this store really belong to Zhou Fei? How could she possibly have enough money to open a shop in such a commercial area? Could it be Zhou Fei was being kept by someone? It had to be. If she wasn't being supported, how could she possibly come up with such a large sum of money? Understanding these connections, Jiang Kaixian sneered. Zhou Fei, I never expected you to be so cheap. I thought you were more noble than that. Isn't it just for money that you're entangled with those rich old men? I underestimated you. I admire you really. If Jiang Kaixian's previous mockery of Zhou Fei didn't matter, this remark truly struck at the heart. Fuming, she clenched her teeth, preparing to tear off the facade and retort when a young man's voice came from outside. Am I an old man? Just returning. Lin Yifan heard Jiang Kaixian's words at the door and teased as he walked into the store. He approached Zhou Fei and wrapped her in his arms, his sharp gaze fixed coldly on Jiang Kaixian as he said, What? You come into my store to make trouble and insult my woman. What do you think you are? Seeing the imposing Lin Yifan, Jiang Kaixian couldn't help but frown. This was the person who paid for Zhou Fei's store. His attire suggested he was wealthy. Could he also be a rich second generation? A sarcastic smile appeared on his pale face, hollowed out by indulgence. Oh, I didn't expect someone would actually step up for you. Buddy, how's it feel to be with a woman left over by me? Speaking of which, you should really be grateful. If it weren't for me teaching her a thing or two, you'd probably still be struggling to enjoy her, huh? Jiang Kaixian aimed to use this incident to provoke Lin Yifan, hoping it would embarrass him. If Zhou Fei hadn't mentioned her past to Lin Yifan, then revealing it now would surely cause this young, impetuous, rich kid to lose his composure. After Zhou Fei was dumped, he would accompany her to play slowly. As if savoring that taste, Zhou Fei felt a surge of anger when she heard him speak such words in front of Lin Yifan and saw his lewd actions. She was about to lose her composure and rush at him, but couldn't break free from Lin Yifan's strong arm. Lin Yifan tightly embraced Zhou Fei and comforted her with a gentle tone. Silly girl, I don't care about your past. Why are you so angry? What girl hasn't encountered a few scumbags in her youth? Let's just treat it like a dog bite or a prick from a needle. What's in the past is in the past, so let's not dwell on it. Hearing Lin Yifan's words, Zhou Fei instantly calmed down. She might not care about Jiang Kaixian or anyone else's opinions, but she valued Lin Yifan's thoughts. She thought Lin Yifan would turn and leave after hearing this, but instead she heard such warm words, and her autumn-like eyes instantly turned red. Tears of emotion streamed down her face as Zhou Fei could not help but lean into Lin Yifan's embrace, holding him tightly, afraid that if she let go he would vanish. This scene made the other girls in the store envious. They were originally angry at Jiang Kaixian for being a scumbag and felt sorry for Zhou Fei. Now they wished they could take Zhou Fei's place, just to rest in that comforting embrace. Hearing Lin Yifan compare himself to a dog and say that his love was a needle while openly displaying affection for Zhou Fei was infuriating. This made Jiang Kaixian's face turn red with rage, and he gritted his teeth as he said, Dare to insult me? Fine, if your store can still operate, I'll change my surname to yours. After saying this, he took out his phone and called his uncle at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Lin Yifan merely watched him leave to make the call without intervening. He sat down on the sofa in the rest area while holding Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei didn't expect things to escalate like this. She worriedly said to Lin Yifan that Jiang Kaixian's uncle is from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Is there going to be trouble? Don't worry, at most they'll find an excuse to shut down the store. Let's see what tricks he can pull. They'll find someone to see if they can handle it. Lin Yifan sent a message to Li Fei briefly explaining the situation. As for whether Li Fei had the ability to handle it, Lin Yifan wasn't concerned. Even if Li Fei couldn't resolve it, if it came to the worst, it would just mean closing the store. What's the loss of the 3 million invested? Others might feel distressed, but would Lin Yifan care? If they really had to close down, he could just invest a few more million to open a new store for Zhou Fei. After all, he had more money than he knew what to do with. However, this incident also served as a wake-up call for Lin. No matter how wealthy he was, he lacked connections. The only people he knew were Li Fei and a few others. In the future, he needed to find ways to expand his network. Although money could solve many problems, if they really did close the store, Lin Yifan could directly contact the relevant authorities to resolve the issue with money. But if he did that, it ultimately wouldn't be satisfying. Not long after, several staff members in blue uniforms walked in, with Jiang Kaixian following behind, looking smugly at Lin Yifan and Zhou Fei. It seemed to say, this is the consequence of offending me. The leading middle-aged man with a fat face and big ears bluntly asked, who is the person in charge of this store? We received reports that this store is selling counterfeit goods and defrauding consumers, so we came to understand the situation. He was Zhou Kaixian's uncle Zhou Xing, who worked at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Upon receiving his nephew's call about a store owner bullying him, Zhou Xing happened to be near the commercial street and immediately came to help his nephew. Lin Yifan looked at Zhou Xing with a cold smile and said, defrauding consumers. When did we ever defraud consumers? If we are selling counterfeit goods, fine, bring out the evidence, and we will accept the punishment. You are the person in charge of this store, right? We will investigate the evidence, but since there is a report now, this store has to close down for a few days for rectification. Zhou Xing, with a stern face, started with official jargon, directly demanding a shutdown for rectification, intending to seal the store for a few days first. Lin Yifan was about to question him. At that moment, a loud voice came from the doorway. Oh, who has such poor eyesight to dare come here to cause trouble and demand a closure? Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yifan smiled, swallowing back the words he was about to say, and sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs to watch the show. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Li Fei swaggered into the store. He looked at the leading Zhou Xing and showed a hint of disdain. Are you the one who wants to close my brother Yifan's store? Zhou Xing's face darkened when he saw Li Fei's attitude. Who are you? Are you planning to obstruct our normal law enforcement? Haha, what normal law enforcement? Li Fei mocked. I believe you know the law enforcement process better than I do. I don't want to waste my breath on you. You are from the Pu district, right? I want to call and ask your bureau chief how your team is being led. After saying this, Li Fei directly dialed a number, and after a few rings it connected. Haha, Fei kid, what brings you to call this old man today? On the other end of the line was Feng Jia, the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau in Pu district. Li Fei's father had run a business in Hu City for many years, networking with many people, so dealing with the district's bureau chief was a piece of cake. Later he left Hu City to expand his business elsewhere, leaving all connections in Hu City for Li Fei to. While managing the business in Hu City, Li Fei had to deal with these regulatory departments, including the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, whom he referred to as Uncle on normal occasions. Li Fei politely said into the phone, hee Uncle, phone with you saying that you're still so young. How can you call yourself an old? Feng Jia laughed heartily at Li Fei's words and said, alright, you kid just knows how to say nice things. What can I do for you today? Getting to the point, Li Fei said seriously, Uncle Feng, hey, race the thing. Today my brother had a conflict with a rich second generation named Jiang Kaixian at his store in Liyuan Commercial Street. Originally, this kind of small matter shouldn't trouble you. It's just a few days of closure, but my big brother. Li Fei lowered his voice at this point, glanced at Lin Yifan, and continued speaking to the person on the other end of the phone. My big brother has an unusual background and is likely from a prominent family in the capital. If this matter escalates. Li Fei did not say anything further. He had already conveyed what he needed to say without being overly explicit. With someone as cunning as Feng Jia, it was impossible for him not to understand the implications of Li Fei's words. Given his relationship with Feng Jia, as long as Li Fei took the matter upon himself, Feng Jia would not remain indifferent. However, with the mysterious figure of Lin Yifan present, Li Fei naturally had to put on a show of strength in front of Feng Jia. After all, establishing a connection with the elite of the capital would enhance his own reputation, showcasing that he could befriend such influential figures. Although Li Fei mentioned to Feng Jia that Lin Yifan was likely someone from a prominent family in the capital during their time together, he had already convinced himself that Lin Yifan was indeed the young master of such a family. After hearing Li Fei's words, Feng Jia fell silent on the phone. Upon hearing the name Jiang Kaishuan, he already knew who Li Fei was referring to. However, that was not the main point. He picked up on the underlying message in Li Fei's words. It surprisingly involved the affluent families of the capital. If this Lin Yifan were truly the young master of a prominent family, the influence he wielded should not be underestimated. Li Fei's concerns were serious. If mishandled, this could significantly impact his own career. After pondering for a moment on the phone, Feng Jia said in a deep voice, Xiao Fei, I understand. He'll make a call to inquire further. He added, by the way, thank you for your help with this matter. Before hanging up, Feng Jia specifically expressed his gratitude to Li Fei. Li Fei understood that he had essentially helped Feng Jia diffuse a potential crisis. Returning to Lin Yifan's side, Li Fei signaled him, indicating that everything had been handled. Jiang Kaixuan's uncle felt a jolt in his heart when he heard Li Fei mention calling his superior. He was ready to act decisively and close the shop first to avoid prolonging the issue. As long as he closed the shop, if this person could indeed pull strings with his superior, he could always negotiate later. Who would have thought that just as he was about to issue the order to close the shop, a phone call came in. Seeing the caller ID, he was secretly alarmed. It was indeed Feng Jia calling, and it came in quite fast. He answered the call with a bitter expression. Hello, leader, what instructions do you have? On the other end, Feng Jia asked straightforwardly, Zhou Xing, are you currently at a shop preparing to close it down? Yes, leader, I received a complaint call from a consumer alleging that this shop is selling counterfeit goods and deceiving customers, so I plan to temporarily close it for a few days to investigate. Jiang Kaixuan's uncle Zhou Xing was still trying to wriggle out of the situation. However, Feng Jia bluntly exposed him over the phone. Consumer. Wasn't your nephew just trying to make trouble for them without reason? They've already called me about it. Seeing that the young man was indeed able to summon the director, Zhou Xing was somewhat taken aback. However, since the situation had escalated this far, he simply stopped pretending. After all, Feng Jia was about to be transferred, and his own backing was the incoming deputy director who had always been at odds with Feng Jia. A county official is not as powerful as the current management. A former director about to be transferred while I am the department head backed by the new director, I have nothing to fear from him. Leader, I don't understand your point. Since I've received a complaint call, I should investigate according to regulations. I don't believe my actions are wrong. Seeing that he no longer regarded him with respect, Feng Jia realized it was due to the upcoming personnel changes and that subordinates had begun to harbor different thoughts. Feng Jia suddenly laughed in anger. If you want to court death, that's your business, but don't drag me into it. You're blindly taking up for your nephew without even understanding the situation. Let me tell you, if you dare to close their shop, don't even think about whether your backers can protect you. Even you yourself won't be able to keep safe. I don't want to say anything unnecessary. Now immediately take your people back to the bureau or consider the consequences for yourself. After saying this, Feng Jia hung up the phone without hesitation. Hearing the busy signal on the phone, Zhou Xing was stunned, standing there with a face ashen. Anyone who navigated the bureaucratic world was no fool. Feng Jia's message was clear. This shop had a strong backing. If he were to close the shop, not only would his own position be at risk, but even his backing, the deputy director, would also face repercussions. Another reason for his shock was Feng Jia's attitude. He never expected Feng Jia to get so worked up over a mere shop, especially with his imminent transfer. Zhou Xing had not anticipated this situation. However, if he dared to blatantly confront Feng Jia even with his connections, it could spell disaster for him. After all, Feng Jia was still in office and was the director. If the top official were to tear the facade and resolutely deal with him, it would not be particularly difficult. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Xing finally had to grit his teeth, retract his team, and leave reluctantly. Seeing his uncle answer a call and leave without saying a word, Jiang Kaixian was dumbfounded. He hurried outside to catch up with his uncle, who was about to get into the car. Uncle, what's going on? Didn't you say you would help me deal with this reckless boss? Why are you leaving? Having lost face, Zhou Xing looked at his wayward nephew and scolded angrily. Deal with it? What do you mean deal with it? You're always causing trouble, and you dare provoke someone without even understanding their background. I think you're the one who doesn't know the danger. What did you say? Jiang Kaixian murmured, my mother is your sister, right? What did you say? He quickly shook his head and said, Uncle, does the other party have a significant background? Zhou Xing shot him a glance, coldly mocking. If someone can make Feng Jia disregard everything to come to their aid, what do you think? So we just let him go? Zhou Xing scolded in frustration. What else? Do you want to arm wrestle with them? Do you even have that capability? After finishing, Zhou Xing ignored his nephew and turned to get into the car and leave. Jiang Kaixian looked back at the shop with a face of unwillingness, ultimately leaving with a sullen expression. Li Fei in the store saw that the situation was under control, and since he had a few minor matters to handle, he explained the situation to Lin Yifan before leaving the Laputa specialty store. After leaving Laputa, Li Fei had already kept this matter in mind. He planned to contact a few people later to conspire together to properly deal with the arrogant Jiang Kaixian, making him understand that some people should not be easily offended. Perhaps with Lin Yifan's influence, he might not even need to take action himself to deal with Jiang Kaixian. However, the nature of the act would be different depending on whether he took the initiative, so when it was time to act, he still needed to express his stance through action. Lin Yifan escorted Li Fei out of the store, and after he left, he returned to Zhou Fei's side, glanced at the time, and smiled at her, saying, Fei, are you hungry? Seeing that the matter had been resolved by the person Lin Yifan called, Zhou Fei happily replied, a little bit, I was just waiting for you to have dinner together. Then let's go eat. After saying that, he took Zhou Fei's hand and left Laputa under the envious gazes of the other girls in the store. After the two finished dinner at a high-end restaurant, Lin Yifan suggested that Zhou Fei not go back and instead stay at the Sea View No. 1 for the night. Remembering what Lin Yifan had said after their first time, Zhou Fei's face turned slightly red as she nodded in agreement. Once they returned to Sea View No. 1, Zhou Fei voluntarily went to take a shower first. After she finished wearing an elegant gray bathrobe and stepping out with her hair still damp, Zhou Fei, resembling a water lily, made Lin Yifan swallow hard, and he couldn't wait to rush into the bathroom. While Lin Yifan was showering, Zhou Fei wandered around the house for a while, eventually making her way to the grand balcony overlooking the river. Her delicate hand rested against the tempered glass railing as she gazed at the myriad lights of the skyscrapers below and listened to the occasional horn of ships passing by on the river. From this vantage point, she could fully appreciate the vibrancy and splendor of the bond. The scene before her gave Zhou Fei a dreamlike feeling. Thinking back to when Lin Yifan first entered the store, she had underestimated him due to his cheap clothing. Little did she expect him to spend over $1 million in one go, allowing her to earn nearly 2 months' salary from that sale. After Lin Yifan's shopping, Zhou Fei was very pleased with the big order and had occasionally fantasized about it. She imagined that if she became the girlfriend of such a rich second generation, she would no longer have to worry about living expenses, could live in a luxury mansion, drive nice cars, and enjoy a life envied by ordinary people. However, she knew this was just a fantasy. It was clear to her that such rich second generations might not be interested in ordinary girls. Even if they were, it would likely just be a fleeting whim. Who would have thought that today, after delivering some clothes, everything would unfold like this, and a luxury car even more expensive than she imagined would arrive? Although it wasn't a mansion, it was a store worth over $1 million. This gift was no less than giving a mansion. How long would Lin Yifan like her? Or rather, how long would it be before she was discarded like a toy that had lost its novelty? Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Just as Zhou Fei was lost in thought, a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her slim waist, and a voice gently sounded in her ear. Startled by the sudden voice, Zhou Fei slightly shivered before reacting and grasped the large hands resting on her abdomen. Leaning against Lin Yifan, she sighed softly. I was wondering if everything today was just a dream. It all feels so unreal, as if I could wake up from this dream at any moment. Lin Yifan, resting his chin on Zhou Fei's head, was momentarily taken aback, before laughing. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Whether it's a dream or not, even if you wake up, everything here is real. Zhou Fei didn't dwell on this anymore. She was an open-minded person. Rather than overthinking and adding unnecessary worries, it was better to enjoy the kindness this man had towards her in the present. Having come to this realization, a sweet smile returned to Zhou Fei's face. She turned around, lifted her head, and kissed Lin Yifan. Then, with her eyes slightly closed, she softly said to Lin Yifan, Yifan. Zhou Fei's face flushed, pouting her lips, looking as if she was inviting him. Since she had taken the initiative, Lin Yifan naturally would not refuse. The details here are omitted. After a fierce battle, Lin Yifan finally laid down his arms and ceased hostilities, while Zhou Fei had no energy even to get up and wash up, falling into a deep sleep in his arms. Lin Yifan pondered about going to gamble on stones tomorrow and gradually drifted into dreamland. The next morning, Zhou Fei woke up first. Feeling playful, she playfully teased Lin Yifan with her hair. Awakened by the tickling, Lin Yifan saw Zhou Fei looking refreshed after a good night's sleep, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Fei, I need to tell you something. Just as Zhou Fei was causing mischief with her hair, Lin Yifan caught her red-handed and gave her back a gentle pat. Hearing his words, she asked, what is it? I have to go out for some business today, and will come back after I'm done. All right, I'll wait for you to come back, Zhou Fei said, not pressing Lin Yifan about what he was going to do. Lin Yifan's hand wandered over Zhou Fei's smooth waist as he said, also, I will be entrusting an agent to help me transfer this apartment to you. Oh. Zhou Fei suddenly sat up straight upon hearing this, forgetting about her exposed body trembling in the cool air due to the blanket slipping off. Last night, she thought that although she hadn't received a mansion, a store was a good gift. Who would have guessed that today Lin Yifan would even say he wanted to give her this apartment? The top-notch apartment in Seaview No. 1. Zhou Fei had seen the news about it. The penthouse sold for 500 million yuan, and now it was being given to her. What kind of man supports a woman with such a house? Perhaps those wealthy men who keep young models or celebrities would do such things. The problem was that she was just an ordinary salesperson. Although she looked decent, there were plenty of girls like her, and she certainly didn't seem worth that much. In Zhou Fei's mind, being kept would at most mean buying a house in the suburbs and getting a 400 to 500 yuan car. That would already be considered quite generous. Who would have thought Lin Yifan would actually want to give her a 500 million yuan riverside luxury apartment? Zhou Fei felt dizzy, as if she were walking on clouds. Yifan, why are you so good to me? Zhou Fei leaned against his chest, asking dreamily. Lin Yifan stroked her hair, smiling as he replied, silly girl, you are my woman. I have this ability, so naturally I will treat you well. Moreover, if one day I am no longer here, these things can ensure that you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, allowing me to rest easy. When Lin Yifan mentioned not being here anymore, he referred to completing his mission and returning to his original world. After all, Zhou Fei, as his first woman in this time and space, was someone he naturally wanted to ensure had a good future. However, Zhou Fei, unaware of the implications, felt a jolt in her heart upon hearing this. She thought Lin Yifan's departure meant he would abandon her after losing interest. Sadness surged in an instant. Holding back the tears welling in her eyes, Zhou Fei tightly embraced Lin Yifan, momentarily at a loss for words. Oblivious to her unusual behavior, Lin Yifan unconsciously stroked her hair, his mind focused on the plans for gambling on stones today, strategizing on how to spend as much money as possible. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei repeatedly comforted herself in her heart. Wasn't this the outcome she had anticipated? Since everything was already set in stone, she decided to stay by Lin Yifan's side and cherish the time they had before he left. After comforting herself, Zhou Fei forced a smile, perked herself up, and got out of bed to prepare breakfast for Lin Yifan. Once she left the bedroom, Lin Yifan continued to ponder over gambling on stones. The largest gambling stone market in the country is in Uli City, Yunnan Province, which borders Myanmar and serves as the distribution center and wholesale market for jade in Southeast Asia. Therefore, if one wants to gamble on raw stones aside from Myanmar, Uli City is the best place to go, as it has an abundance of raw stone supplies for Lin Yifan to lavishly spend. However, going alone would be too boring. Who should he invite to accompany him? Zhou Fei had just taken over the shop and needed to learn how to be a boss, so Lin Yifan didn't plan to take her away at this critical moment. Su Yu had just resigned and didn't need to work, so he could invite her. However, Lin Yifan already knew from their previous conversation that she had enrolled in a CPA tutoring class to prepare for the intermediate accountant qualification exam. There were only a few women Lin Yifan had met in this world. Who should he take to gamble on stones? At that moment, a woman in a black uniform floated into Lin Yifan's mind. After some thought, Lin Yifan decided to send her a message. "Are you there?" He sent a message to a contact named Yang Qian from Huaxia Bank. Almost immediately, he received a reply, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm here." The message was accompanied by a smiling. Seeing her cute expression, Lin Yifan smiled and typed, "Manager Yang, how have you been lately? Is work? Thanks to you, Mr. Lin, because of your deposit, the branch has promoted me to the vice president to maintain a relationship with a valued customer like you." Yang Qian sincerely thanked Lin Yifan for her promotion to vice president. Had it not been for Lin Yifan depositing over 350 Huaxia coins into her account, how could she, with no background or connections, become a vice president of a branch? The deposit of 3.5 trillion Nanyuan was enough to attract other banks like sharks smelling blood, as such a large sum would bring considerable benefits to any bank. When the funds were initially deposited, even the headquarters was alerted and called immediately. After learning the situation, the headquarters had to take appropriate measures to maintain a good relationship with such a significant client. As the sole connection between the bank and Lin Yifan, Yang Qian was naturally promoted by the headquarters. However, these past few days, Yang Qian had been busy adjusting to her new role as vice president and had not had the chance to reach out to Lin Yifan. She didn't expect Lin Yifan to take the initiative to message her today. Seeing that Yang Qian had become a vice president merely because of his money left in the bank surprised Lin Yifan. He replied, "It's nothing, you. After all, money deposited in any bank is still just that. No need to thank me." Yang Qian replied, "That's true, but I became a vice president mainly because of your money. By the way, Mr. Lin, did you contact me today to withdraw a large amount of cash or to handle some business?" "No, I just wanted to ask if you have any free time in the next few days. I'm planning to go to Uli City, Yunnan Province, and I would like you to accompany me to handle some matters." Yang Qian, sitting in the vice president's office of Huaxia Bank, pondered for a moment upon receiving the message. She stroked her still fairly flat belly and felt a bit hesitant. Yang Qian was hesitant because she was almost 3 months pregnant. A month ago, when her period was delayed by half a month and hadn't come, she went to the hospital with her boyfriend for a checkup and found out. The doctor advised her to take care of the pregnancy, as the first 3 months are the most critical for avoiding miscarriage. However, now that her major client had asked her to accompany him on a business trip, Yang Qian found it hard to refuse, especially as she was trying to build a closer relationship. After some thought, she concluded that since she was already 3 months along and the fetus was stable, as long as she was careful on the trip, there shouldn't be any major issues. Having made up her mind, Yang Qian replied, "No problem. I'm already the vice president, so I have more flexible working hours and can accompany you to Uli City." "Great, then prepare yourself, bring some change of clothes. We have a flight this afternoon, and we might stay there for a few days." "All right, I'll finish up my work and pack my things now. Mr. Lin, just send me a message when you're ready to set off." After their conversation, Zhou Fei had already brought breakfast into Lin Yifan's bedroom. On Yang Qian's side, she first found the office of the president to inform him about her upcoming schedule. Upon hearing that Yang Qian was accompanying the bank's biggest client on a business trip, the president immediately stated that he would take care of her work, allowing her to focus on taking care of the important client. After leaving the president's office, Yang Qian drove back to her residence. Her boyfriend saw her return home during working hours and quickly asked why she was back at this time. Yang Qian pulled out her suitcase, and while packing her clothes, she said, "A big client from the bank asked me to accompany him to Uli City for business, probably involving a large amount of money." Her boyfriend's expression flickered for a moment, then he thoughtfully helped her pack her clothes, saying, "You need to be careful on the road. You're pregnant, so don't exert yourself." "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself and the baby." Yang Qian smiled as she sat on the bed watching her boyfriend help her organize her luggage. "How many days will you be gone?" "We have an appointment for our wedding photos, and we also need to discuss wedding arrangements. I'm not sure how many days it will take. If I can't make it back before our scheduled time, you should reschedule the photography session with the studio." The two parents were engaged in a casual chat while Yang Qian, having packed her luggage, waited at home for Lin Yifan's departure notification. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan, after finishing breakfast, greeted Zhou Fei and then headed out. He sat in the car and first asked Yang Qian for her ID number, purchasing 2 tickets for their afternoon flight to Lishur before driving to the school. Lin Yifan planned to consult the department head at the school regarding his time on campus, hoping to find a way to avoid having to stay at school every day, as it was quite inconvenient. Lin Yifan still wanted to experience a complete college life, naturally not considering dropping out. However, taking a leave of absence would effectively extend his graduation time, which was not what Lin Yifan desired. Ideally, he wanted to avoid staying at school every day, returning only when he had time to experience life on campus, while still obtaining his diploma on schedule. As for whether he could succeed at all depended on how he negotiated with the department head. If it didn't work out, he would have no choice but to take a leave of absence. All the way, Lin Yifan pondered how to negotiate with the department head. When the car stopped at the school administration building, he finally had a preliminary plan. He got out of the car and headed straight for the department head's office. Upon finding the office, he saw Dean Xiao Wenjie browsing through documents inside. Lin Yifan knocked on the open office door. Xiao Wenjie, wearing glasses and looking somewhat worn, looked up, shifting his gaze from the documents to the entrance. Seeing Lin Yifan standing at the door, he kindly smiled and said, "Hello, student. What can I do for you? Come in and talk." Lin Yifan walked up to the dean's desk and politely said, "Hello, Dean. I am Lin Yifan, a student from the 20th cohort of the Business Administration Department. I'm here to discuss my study time on campus with you." Xiao Wenjie, upon hearing this, asked with concern, "Study time? Are you unwell and considering a leave of absence, or is there another reason?" Lin Yifan shook his head and said, "Dean, it's not about taking a leave of absence. I want to discuss whether the school could be less strict about my study time on campus." Xiao Wenjie finally understood what Lin Yifan meant. "You mean you want the school to not monitor your study time on campus?" Lin Yifan nodded. Xiao Wenjie immediately furrowed his brows, put down the documents in his hand, and spoke to Lin Yifan in a slightly serious tone. "Lin Yifan, as a student, your primary task is to study. Do you really think the school can just ignore your study time? Without a reasonable justification, I cannot agree to such an absurd request." Lin Yifan replied calmly, "Dean, I'm unable to stay at school every day due to business matters, but I don't want to drop out or take a leave of absence. That's why I want to discuss my study time with you." Before Xiao Wenjie could respond, Lin Yifan hastily added, "Of course, if you can agree to my request, I am willing to donate 500 million na to the college for its infrastructure development." This was Lin Yifan's trump card he had thought of on the way. The Business Administration Department had long wanted to expand its teaching building and library, but due to funding allocation issues at the Normal University, the planned expansion had been delayed. Furthermore, Lin Yifan wanted the dean to understand that his family was affluent, and that the business he referred to was not just a part-time job or a small business for extra cash, but a genuine enterprise. Being able to casually donate 500 million na to the school indicated that he had already reached the pinnacle of life before graduation. For ordinary students, a diploma is merely a stepping stone into the workforce. However, since he was so wealthy, he didn't need a diploma to earn a living. That was one reason. The second reason was that Lin Yifan guessed the dean would find it hard to refuse a donation of 500 million na, which would be sufficient for the college to build a new teaching building or support academic research. This involved the status of the Business Administration Department within the Normal University. Considering all these factors, the dean would likely not be able to refuse his modest request. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yifan mention the 500 million na donation to the college, Xiao Wenjie he looked at the student in astonishment, never expecting that there would be someone so affluent in his department. Xiao Wenjie weighed the situation in his heart. To be honest, he really couldn't refuse a donation of 500 million na. With that money, he could accomplish so much during his tenure. If he refused Lin Yifan's request, and Lin Yifan decided to drop out or transfer the school, as a college dean, it was entirely normal for Xiao Wenjie to arrange this within his authority. Agreeing to Lin Yifan's study time request was not a big deal. After some consideration, Xiao Wenjie hesitantly said, "Lin, I can help arrange your study time on campus, but you must attend the semester exams, cannot fail too many subjects, and you must earn enough credits. Otherwise, I cannot issue you a diploma." Lin Yifan was overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly assuring Xiao Wenjie, "Don't worry, Dean, I will definitely attend the exams on time and earn enough credits." "Thank you, Dean." Xiao Wenjie nodded, and since the matter was settled, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll arrange it for you shortly. From now on, just come back to school when you have time and remember to attend the exams on time. Don't make it difficult for me." "Okay." Lin Yifan happily nodded and then asked, "Dean, shall I transfer my donation to you now?" Xiao Wenjie quickly waved his hand, smiling wryly, "Please don't put me in a tough spot. If such a large sum goes through my personal account, the supervisory department will come after me tomorrow. They'll give you the college's official financial account. You can transfer to that account and just note it as a donation for education during the transfer." After saying that, Xiao Wenjie retrieved the college's financial collection account and handed it to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan entered the account number on his mobile banking app and transferred the 500 million na donation as per the dean's instructions. After the transfer was successful, Lin Yifan showed the transfer page to Xiao Wenjie. Seeing that the money had been transferred, Xiao Wenjie nodded and pondered, then said to Lin Yifan, "Lin, normally, when a member of society donates to the school, we should hold a recognition ceremony and a donation event. However, your situation is quite unique. If we hold a donation ceremony, you will become a well-known figure at the school. Everyone will be watching your every move, and if they see you frequently absent from school, it could create a negative impact, so." Lin Yifan quickly interjected, "Dean, I understand what you mean. I don't need such a donation ceremony. Oh, just consider it an anonymous donation." Lin Yifan said, "Dean, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave now. I need to head to Ule City this afternoon." With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Yifan left the dean's office, returned to the parking area downstairs, opened the door of his Kalinin, and drove away. Unbeknownst to Lin Yifan, as he entered the Kalinin, a girl nearby happened to witness the entire process of him getting into the car, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Yifan sent a message to Yang Qian saying he was on his way to pick her up for the airport, and Yang Qian promptly shared her location. While showing a client around a property, Han Qingyun saw Lin Yifan's call and hurriedly moved aside to answer it. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Han Qingyun's clear and melodious voice came through the speakerphone. While driving, Lin Yifan said, "Miss Han, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it, Mr. Lin?" "I have a property in Building 2 of Haijing Yihao that I would like to entrust you with for the transfer of ownership to someone, as I will soon be heading to Yunnan province and cannot handle the transfer personally. I will send you her phone number shortly. Please contact her directly and take care of this for me, all right?" "No problem. I have all your personal information from when you purchased the Atrium Villa, so the necessary documents for the transfer are ready. You will just need to come in for a signature at the end. Thank you for your help." "You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Lin, will the payment for the property be transferred to you by the other party, or should our company collect it on your behalf?" "No need for that. The property is a gift and should only be transferred." Oh, got it. All right, I have to go now, as I'm driving. I'll hang up." Lin Yifan ended the call, and while waiting for the traffic light, sent Zhou Fei's phone number to Han Qingyun, continuing on his way to Yang Qian's home. Han Qingyun, still in shock over Lin Yifan's mention of the property being a gift, felt a storm of thoughts brewing within her. The properties in Haijing Yihao started at tens of millions. How could this young master be giving it away for free? Could it be to settle a debt? That shouldn't be the case. He had just spent 300 million Nyan to buy a villa with 8 rooms. If he were settling a debt, why buy a house in the first place? It seemed unnecessary. As she was lost in thought, her phone rang. Lin Yifan had sent a name and phone number. Han Qingyun dialed the number, and after a few rings it was answered. "Hello, who is this?" Hearing a young woman's voice, Han Qingyun had a bold guess, but she suppressed her thoughts and focused on the task at hand. "Hello, is this Miss Zhou Fei?" "Yes, it is. Who are you?" "Hello, Miss Zhou. My name is Han Qingyun, and I am a real estate consultant with Huayuan Realty. Mr. Lin Yifan has entrusted me to handle the transfer of a property to you, and I am calling to see when you would be available to complete the transfer." He really intends to give me the house." Zhou Fei, who was at the store, exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the purpose of the call, not expecting everything to unfold so quickly. "A mansion valued at 500 million Nyan is about to be mine." Han Qingyun replied, "Yes, that is how Mr. Lin instructed me. So when can we meet to handle the transfer?" "I am currently at the Laputa store on Liyuan Commercial Street. Please come find me here." "Okay, I will be there soon." After hanging up, Han Qingyun returned to her client, and after getting their consent, she called another colleague from the company to take over her duties. Once her colleague arrived, promptly Han Qingyun gathered all the necessary documents and headed straight to the Laputa. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan arrived at the building where Yang Qian lived. As he had sent a message earlier, Yang Qian was already waiting for him downstairs. After getting out of the car, Yang Qian greeted Lin Yifan with a smile as she waited by the roadside. Noticing the young man accompanying her, Lin Yifan smiled and nodded at him before asking, "Who is this?" Yang Qian introduced, "Mr. Lin, this is my boyfriend. He is helping me carry my suitcase down because I am not." Lin Yifan shook hands with Yang Qian's boyfriend and greeted him, then turned to Yang Qian with a hint of concern, saying, "If you're not feeling well, you should have told me earlier, so I could make arrangements." Yang Qian quickly waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing, I'm fine, there's no big issue." "Mr. Lin, please don't worry." Yang Qian didn't want to leave a bad impression on her first request to Lin Yifan and hurriedly explained herself. "This?" Lin Yifan hesitated. "Isn't this reckless?" Seeing Lin Yifan's uncertainty, Yang Qian's boyfriend quickly reassured him, "Mr. Lin, don't worry. Qian is fine. To be frank, even if she had any issues, it wouldn't concern you at all." Hearing this, Lin Yifan frowned, but upon seeing Yang Qian's pitiful expression and realizing it was too late to find someone else, he ultimately agreed. Lin Yifan helped put Yang Qian's suitcase in the car, said goodbye to her boyfriend, and drove towards the airport. The flight was scheduled to depart at 1 p.m., and it was already past 10 a.m. It would take nearly an hour to reach the airport. Once at the airport, they would be ready to board, and the timing was just right. During the drive to the airport, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian chatted casually. Yang, you mentioned earlier that you're not feeling well. What's wrong? Please tell me so I can be careful and avoid any problem. Lin Yifan asked the most concerning question. Mr. Lin, let's not call me Dean Yang in private, or just call me Yang Qian or Qian Qian. Yang Qian said somewhat shyly in front of Lin Yifan. Her identity as the vice president seemed insignificant. Actually, I don't have any major issues. It's just that I'm nearly 3 months pregnant and can't lift heavy objects, which is why my boyfriend helped me downstairs. It won't affect our trip. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, That's good. I can rest assured now, otherwise I'd be worried all the time. Yang Qian covered her mouth and smiled, saying, It's mainly because the first 3 months are unstable. The doctor advised me to be cautious at work. Now that I'm almost 3 months along, the fetus is much more stable. So you're still calling him your boyfriend? Now that you're expecting, when do you two plan to hold the wedding? Speaking of her wedding, Yang Qian beamed with quiet joy. We've already begun preparations. First the bridal photos, then the ceremony after the baby arrives. That sounds wonderful. Do remember to invite me. I'd love to join the celebration, Lin Yifan said with a warm smile. Of course, we'll send you an official invitation. Yang Qian then asked curiously, By the way, Mr. Lin, what brings you to Yueli City? Jade gambling. Lin Yifan replied cheerfully while driving. Yang Qian had assumed Lin Yifan had summoned her for something important, only to learn he was heading to Yueli City for jade gambling. But why bring her along? She knew nothing about jade appraisal. No matter, her priority was pleasing this high-value client. Even if he hadn't invited her, she would have sought every opportunity to deepen their rapport. Now fortune had handed her one effortlessly. Mr. Lin, have you ever dabbled in jade gambling before? Lin Yifan shook his head. Not at all. Only heard of it. Thought I'd give it a try. Yang Qian voiced her concern. Jade gambling carries considerable risk. People say a single cut can plunge you into poverty or catapult you into wealth. Without deep expertise and seasoned judgment, winning is nearly impossible. Lin Yifan smiled faintly. Do you really think I'm the sort who frets over gains or losses? At those words, Yang Qian suddenly remembered Lin Yifan was a scion of immense wealth, over 350 million yuan, and held an unquantified balance on his Union Bank black card. Would such a man truly care about the stakes of jade gambling? As they chatted idly, the car pulled into Shanghai International Airport. Lin Yifan parked in the terminal's lot and escorted Yang Qian to check in. After collecting their boarding passes, both for first class, they entered the airline's VIP lounge. They relaxed briefly in the lounge while economy passengers waited anxiously beyond. Soon a flight attendant guided them through the VIP boarding channel ahead of everyone else. First class sat directly at the front of the jetway adjacent to the cockpit, whereas economy seating began behind the entrance. With only 2 rows, 8 seats total, it was compact by design. After all, this was a domestic route to a secondary tier city. The airline wisely avoided over-provisioning first-class capacity to prevent wasteful underutilization. Lin Yifan had flown many times before, but always in economy. He'd never set foot in first class. Now liberated from financial constraint in this life, he purchased first class without hesitation, not merely for luxury, but to savor it fully. Stepping inside, he understood instantly why it bore the name. The legroom between rows could easily accommodate another full row. Unlike economy, where taller passengers found their knees jammed against the seat back ahead. Each first-class seat was a sumptuous 3-sided leather sofa, spacious, reclining, and designed for true repose. Economy offered no such indulgence. Even armrests were shared between neighboring seats. Guided by a stewardess, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian settled side by side, while the other first-class passengers took their assigned seats under gentle direction. Hardly had they settled when renewed commotion echoed from the gate. Economy passengers beginning boarding. Half an hour later, the din subsided. The cabin doors sealed, and as the aircraft awaited tower clearance, the safety briefing commenced, with a poised stewardess demonstrating procedures from the foremost seat. Once the demonstration concluded, attendants returned to their stations. The plane shuddered lightly, then reversed slowly under tug vehicle guidance. Reaching its designated position, the twin engines roared to life. The aircraft taxied forward, accelerated down the runway, and surged toward takeoff speed. Lin Yifan felt a powerful thrust against his back, a mild wave of discomfort rising within him. So he closed his eyes and leaned back to rest. As velocity climbed, the nose lifted sharply, and for a fleeting instant his stomach dropped, the unmistakable sensation of liftoff. The aircraft climbed steadily until leveling off at cruising altitude, whereupon attendants rose and moved among passengers to deliver service. The same stewardess who'd led the safety demo approached Lin Yifan, smiling softly. "Sir, may I offer you a beverage? Or perhaps some water?" "An iced cola, please," Lin Yifan replied. "Certainly." She turned to Yang Qian beside him. Mindful of her pregnancy, Yang Qian requested only bottled water. After noting preferences from the remaining 5 first-class passengers, the stewardess returned to the galley to prepare. When she reappeared bearing a silver tray, Lin Yifan noted his cola and Yang Qian's water, while the others' orders ranged from hand-ground coffee to artisanal cocktails. A wry smile flickered across his face. Though now unimaginably wealthy, his habits remained stubbornly provincial, ordering like someone who'd spent a lifetime in economy. It being a midday flight, lunch was served shortly after beverages. A rich, savory aroma soon filled the first-class cabin. With practiced grace, the stewardess delivered meals to each guest: chilled milk, fresh fruit, and a premium bin. Lin Yifan lifted the lid. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, a modest cut of beef, sweet and sour spare ribs, and crisp seasonal greens. The steak wasn't exceptional, but the meal far surpassed anything offered in economy. After finishing, Lin Yifan signaled for cleanup, exchanged a brief greeting with Yang Qian, then reclined fully and closed his eyes. He drifted into slumber, awakening only when the stewardess's voice murmured near his ear, "Sir, we're preparing for descent. Please return your seat to the upright position and fasten your seatbelt for safety." Lin Yifan adjusted his seat just as the aircraft began its descent. Moments later, turbulence jostled the cabin. Then came the firm, steady thud of landing gear meeting tarmac, followed by a smooth glide to the jet bridge. The moment the plane came to a full stop, attendants ushered first-class passengers off first. Emerging from the terminal, Lin Yifan graciously wheeled Yang Qian's luggage to the taxi stand. They headed straight for the Huading Grand Hotel in Yueli City, booked 2 deluxe suites, and retired to their respective rooms to freshen up. Not long afterward, Lin Yifan stood before Yang Qian's door and knocked gently. As Yang Qian was organizing her luggage, she heard a knock on the door and opened it. "Xiao Qian, are you tired? If you are, you can rest for a bit, and we can go to the stone gambling market later," Lin Yifan said at the door. Yang Qian smiled and replied, "I'm not that delicate, all right. It's not like I've been walking all the way, or I've either been on a car or a plane. How could I be tired? Then let's go now and experience the charm of stone gambling." The two of them closed the door and called a taxi at the hotel entrance, instructing the driver to take them to the largest stone gambling market. The taxi driver stepped on the gas, expertly navigating to their destination. Upon arriving at the Yueli stone gambling market, the place was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of people and machinery. The market was large, with rows of stalls arranged neatly, although these stalls appeared somewhat rudimentary. The so-called stone gambling stalls were simply makeshift shelters erected in the open space of the market, providing basic protection from the wind and rain. The environment and decorations were not extravagant, with piles of dull stones casually placed on the ground inside the stalls. Against the wooden walls of the stalls were wooden racks, which also held some unassuming raw stones. However, these raw stones were somewhat different from those on the ground. The stones placed on the racks had been evaluated by experienced masters, indicating a higher possibility of. Groups of people gathered around various stalls in the market, whispering discussions, while some frequent gamblers pulled out professional flashlights, shining them on the raw stones in an attempt to uncover traces of jade. Lin Yifan casually led Yang Qian to a relatively quiet stall. Upon noticing customers, the stall owner promptly welcomed them with enthusiasm. "Do you two want to see some materials? What price range are you looking for? I can assist you with introductions." "No need, we'll take a look ourselves first, and if we need anything, we'll call you." Lin Yifan declined the owner's sales pitch. "All right, feel free to browse," the owner said, understanding and leaving to attend to other customers. After the owner left, Lin Yifan strolled to a wooden rack, surveying the raw stones displayed there. There were a total of 8 raw stones on this row of racks, varying in size and shape. The largest one was as big as a car tire, while the smallest was only the size of a fist. Among them, 3 stones had been opened. Although this was Lin Yifan's first real encounter with stone gambling, he had read quite a few novels about it in his past life, including those involving stone gambling. While novels are fictional, some aspects are not. Lin Yifan had a habit of researching unfamiliar things, so even though he had no prior experience with stone gambling, he was aware of some basic knowledge. For instance, the raw stones with open windows are colloquially referred to as half-gamble materials, while those without are known as full gamble materials. Just as Lin Yifan was assessing several raw stones, Yang Qian, looking at the few broken stones in front of her, asked, "Mr. Lin, does this raw stone, which looks no different from regular rocks, hide beautiful jade inside?" Lin Yifan chuckled and explained, "Not necessarily. Some raw stones contain jade while others are just stone. It's also possible that there's jade inside, but the quality is too poor to be worth anything." Yang Qian asked in confusion, "There are so many nuances. Is it possible to tell which piece contains jade?" Lin Yifan shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "If we could tell whether or not there was jade, it wouldn't be called stone gambling, would it? Before the raw stones are cut, no machine can detect what lies inside, and even the most experienced stone gambling masters cannot definitively determine the contents of a raw stone. No wonder people say that stone gambling is either heaven or hell with a single cut." So how should one choose? Just randomly pick with eyes closed? Yang Qian exclaimed, curiously inquiring. Lin Yifan replied, an experienced stone gambling master can still roughly judge the possibilities inside based on the stone's exterior, but the chances of guessing correctly are not high. So when it comes down to it, experience plays a part in stone gambling, but luck is even more significant. Yang Qian nodded thoughtfully, while Lin Yifan's gaze fell on the smallest raw stone on the rack. This fist-sized raw stone was a half-gamble material with a window the size of a finger opened on it. Through the window, the jade flesh was visible, clearly showing jade inside. As for what kind of jade it was, Lin Yifan, who did not often deal with jade, could not definitively determine its quality. He could only guess it might be glass type or ice type. Many people assume that the glass type is definitely very valuable, but that's not necessarily true. The value of jade is primarily determined by its type, clarity, and overall assessment. Additionally, the size of the jade piece that is opened and the presence of flaws like inclusions or cracks also affect the final value. If we were to discuss the value of type, clarity, and color separately, among the types of jade, the glass type is indeed the most expensive. If we talk about the clarity of jade, the more transparent and lustrous the jade is, the higher its value. In terms of color, green tends to be worth more than other colors. However, these factors need to be considered comprehensively to determine the final value of jade. For example, if the same color and clarity are compared, if this piece of green jade is glass type, it would be the renowned glass type imperial green, the most expensive existence among jades. However, if it were a bean type, the value of this jade would diminish significantly. The fist-sized open window material in front of him had quite good type and clarity, but it fell short in color. It was not imperial green, but rather a slightly transparent hue. If it were imperial green, this open window material would be quite valuable. However, even if it were imperial green, the size of this raw stone limited its value. The entire raw stone was only fist-sized, and even if it were filled with jade once cut, it could only be made into 2 or 3 pendants and a few ring faces, not suitable for making a bracelet. The potential value of the open jade varies significantly based on whether it can be made into a bracelet. Just as Lin Yifan was about to reach out to take a closer look at the raw stone, unexpectedly a hand reached out at the same time from beside him. Lin Yifan looked in surprise at the owner of the hand, seeing a young man in his 20s with an impressive demeanor also preparing to take the material. Noticing that they were both aiming for the same material, they withdrew their hands simultaneously. Lin Yifan, seeing the young man's gesture, felt a sense of camaraderie and asked with a smile, "Brother, do you also want this piece?" The young man nodded and politely replied, "My grandmother's birthday is coming up soon, and I plan to give her a meaningful gift, so I intend to buy this piece, hoping to uncover some jade to carve a Buddha statue for her to bring her some joy." He then negotiated with Lin Yifan, saying, "Brother, do you think you could part with this piece and let me buy it? I've been searching for quite a while and finally found a piece that is somewhat suitable." Lin Yifan, seeing that the other person intended to buy the material as a gesture of filial piety, immediately replied, "No problem. Since you plan to use it as a birthday gift, I'll let you have this piece. I can buy any other piece." The man, touched by Lin Yifan's understanding, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother, I really appreciate it. If I had missed this piece, I don't know how long it would take me to find another suitable one. You're too kind. He'll go check out other materials." Just as Lin Yifan was about to turn to look at other raw stones, the man called out to him, "Wait a moment, brother." Lin Yifan turned around in surprise and asked, "What's up? Is there something else?" The man pulled out a business card holder from his pocket and handed Lin Yifan a card. "Brother, let's get acquainted. My name is Sun Xiaowu. I owe you this favor today. If you ever come to Hu City, remember." Lin Yifan accepted the business card and introduced himself, then asked in surprise, "You came from Hu City?" "Yes," Sun Xiaowu replied with a wry smile. "I've been here for several days buying several pieces of material. I've also spent money hiring experienced masters to help me inspect them, but every time they either got ruined or the jade quality was unsatisfactory. I'm almost at my wit's end." Lin Yifan took the business card and smiled at Sun Xiaowu, saying, "Then I wish you good luck with this piece. I might stay here for a few more days, and let's gather again when I return to Hu City." Sun Xiaowu's eyes brightened. "Yifan, you're also from Hu City. What a coincidence. Let me save your number. After I return to Hu City, I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you for your kindness today." Lin Yifan shared his mobile number with him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sun Xiaowu took the piece of material and called over the stall owner, asking, "Boss, how much is this piece?" The stall owner looked at the material in the man's hand and immediately began showering him with flattery. "Boss, your eye for quality is truly remarkable. Although this piece is small, it's from an old pit of glass type. The chances of finding jade inside are particularly high." Upon hearing this, the owner pondered for a moment, seemingly reluctant, and said, "If you want it, I can let it go for 5800. Can you lower the price? For such a small piece, 5800 is a bit too much." Sun Xiaowu was not swayed by the owner's sales pitch and directly began to haggle. Mainly, Sun Xiaowu had heard such talk too many times in the past few days. Whenever he showed interest in a piece of raw stone, the stall owners would invariably claim how good their stones were and how likely they were to yield jade. Yet every time the stones turned out ruined, causing son Zia's money for materials to go down the drain. While he didn't intend to cause trouble for the owners, he couldn't naively believe in the so-called possibilities touted by them. The stall owner, appearing troubled, said, "Dude, this piece really isn't expensive at 58000. Just look at the window position, it's genuinely transparent white ice of glass type. Such a raw stone for 58000 isn't a bad deal, right?" Listening to their negotiation, Lin Yifan watched with keen interest. Sun Xiaowu ignored the owner's words and said, "The quality of the jade meat at the window position is useless if no one knows what's inside. I've already cut 2 pieces of window material today, and while the jade meat at the windows looked beautiful, they all collapsed with one cut." The owner hesitated at Sun Zia's words and finally said, "I can only reduce the tail end of the price any lower, and I really can't sell it." Seeing that the price offered by the owner was indeed reasonable, Sun Xiaowu glanced at the window position of the stone in his hand, nodded, and bought the piece. After handing the owner 580 yuan, the owner asked proactively, "Dude, do you need help with the stone cutting?" "Yes, if jade gets cut out, I can go find a sculptor for processing." The owner happily said, "Great. Please follow me, I'll help you start the machine right now." After saying that, the owner turned to the stone cutting area to prepare for the cutting. Sun Xiaowu looked at Lin Yifan beside him and invited, "Yifan, do you want to come along and take a look?" Lin Yifan, not in a hurry to pick raw stones, and having never witnessed the stone cutting process, agreed to Sun Zia's invitation. The 3 of them went to the stone cutting area together. The stall owner said to Sun Xiaowu, "Dude, your piece is relatively small, so it's unnecessary to cut it. If such a small raw stone isn't cut, well, even if there's jade, it would be wasted. I recommend just polishing it to avoid damaging any jade inside." Sun Xiaowu nodded, handing the raw stone to the owner. "All right, you're the professional, I'll listen to you." The owner took the raw stone, fixed it on the stand, and began to polish the surface with tools. As water splashed on the grinding wheel where it met the raw stone, the owner slowly polished around the window of the raw stone, misty water vapor flying out from the other side of the grinding wheel. After polishing for about 10 minutes, the window area expanded several times. The owner placed the raw stone in clean water to rinse it off and took a look. Seeing the material clearly, he raised his head and helplessly said to Sun Xiaowu, "Boss, this piece." Sun Xiaowu took the piece from the owner's hand with a grim expression. Lin Yifan also leaned in to take a look, noticing that the interior revealed by the polished surface transitioned from the previously glass-like white ice jade to a stone-like appearance. Sun Xiaowu sighed helplessly and said to Lin Yifan with a wry smile, "This is the 3rd piece of window material I've ruined today. No wonder people say that window materials are all rogue materials. Usually what you see is the best position." Lin Yifan sympathetically patted his shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Brother, that's just how stone gambling is. Before cutting, no one knows what's inside." Sun Xiaowu threw the ruined raw stone on the ground, wiped his hands dry with a tissue, shook his head, and sighed. "Brother, I won't accompany you any longer. I still need to look for other materials. I must find jade for the birthday gift. Alright, I also plan to try my luck with a few pieces. Let's see who finds jade first." After bidding farewell to each other, Lin Yifan returned to the rack where he had just viewed the raw stones, preparing to search for his target and try a few pieces. Yang Qian said beside Lin Yifan, "Mr. Lin, the person you just met has had all his stones cut poorly. Do you want to choose another shop?" Yang Qian saw that Sun Xiaowu had just failed at this stall, believing that this stall was unlucky and not suitable for purchasing raw stones, suggesting Lin Yifan switch to another vendor. However, Lin Yifan was unmoved, thinking that the inability to obtain anything was actually better. He smiled at Yang Qian and said, "This isn't a bad thing, it's like a lottery. The more people who fail to draw before us, the greater our chances of winning." Yang Qian felt that Lin Yifan's logic was a bit strange, yet found it somewhat reasonable, ultimately choosing to remain silent and quietly accompany him as he selected materials. Lin Yifan called over the stall owner and pointed to the largest raw stone on the shelf, asking him, "What is the price for that largest raw stone?" The owner glanced at the stone and held up 2 fingers, saying, "Boss, this stone is 209 yuan. Alright, let's do a bank transfer and have it cut for me." Lin Yifan was quick about it, pulling out his phone to transfer the payment to the stall owner, leaving the owner momentarily stunned by such a straightforward transaction. Having served customers for many years, he rarely encountered someone who paid so readily without haggling. After receiving the payment, the owner smiled and said, "Please follow me, they'll have the master assist you with the cutting." The stall owner quickly called over the stone movers outside to bring the largest raw stone to the cutting machine, then found the cutting master and asked Lin Yifan, "Boss, how would you like it cut?" Lin Yifan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let the master decide. After all, he is the professional and knows better how to cut." The owner nodded, signaling the master to proceed. The master skillfully marked the lines on the raw stone, adjusted the cutting machine, closed the dust cover, and turned on the switch. The cutting machine roared to life, spinning rapidly, while a water pipe sprayed water onto the cutting blade. The water that was sprayed served to cool the blade during the cutting process, protecting both the cutting machine's blade and the stone, preventing damage from high temperatures. As the cutting machine started, its roaring sound attracted some nearby stone selectors to gather and watch the cutting process. When the master slowly pressed down the cutting machine, a bit of stone dust still escaped from under the dust cover. Through the observation port of the dust cover, the situation inside could be seen. As the cutting blade raised a cloud of gray dust, suddenly a hint of green dust was ejected as the master continued cutting. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "It's green, it's green. Now we just need to see what kind of jade." I recall this stone was the one priced at $200. If it's just ordinary jade, it might still fail. The crowd murmured as some customers who had seen the stone at this stall naturally remembered the $200 raw. Yang Xian watched the stone intently, her hands unconsciously clutching her clothes. 200,000, whether it would rise or fall, depended on what this cut would reveal. In contrast, the person involved, Lin Yifan, appeared calm and carefree, as if the stone being cut was not something he had purchased. Once the cutting machine finished, the stone was split in half, and the master immediately turned off the machine. Only after the cutting blade completely stopped spinning did he open the dust cover before the crowd. The situation inside was immediately revealed to everyone. One stone lay split in half, with a mass of green jade in the center of the cut surface. Someone experienced in the crowd immediately expressed disappointment, saying, "What a pity this stone cut out such a large piece of jade, yet it is merely of the flower blue variety. If it had been glassy jade, it would have been a windfall." What are you thinking? This market has only opened a few glassy jade pieces this year. It's not that easy to encounter glassy jade. Exactly, don't even mention glassy jade. Even if it were ice type or glutinous type, that would be good enough. To get a piece of flower blue jade for $200 is a huge loss. As the crowd discussed, there were also many businessmen specialized in purchasing jade stones among the onlookers. They lurked in the gambling stone market, not participating in the bets. However, whenever a stall had a customer cutting a stone, they would gather around. If jade were cut out, they would approach the seller to negotiate a purchase. After buying the jade, they would take it back for processing into finished products, displaying them in their own wholesale halls for buyers from all over the country. Though it turned out to be just a piece of flower blue jade, several businessmen immediately approached Lin Yifan. Although the quality of this material was not good, it was cheap and suitable for making low-end jade accessories for bulk sales. "Boss, are you selling this material?" One of the approaching businessmen spoke up, while the others remained silent, waiting for Lin Yifan's response. Though these businessmen were competitors, to avoid vicious competition that would disrupt the market, they had established a set of unspoken rules. As soon as one peer inquired about the price, the others would wait. Ultimately, who got the jade depended on whose final offer satisfied the seller. Lin Yifan nodded and said, "Of course, I need this kind of ordinary material. You can make an offer." The businessman who spoke extended his hand, but Lin Yifan was taken aback. Seeing Lin Yifan's expression, the businessman understood that it was Lin Yifan's first time in the gambling stone market, and he was unaware of the rules. Such novices are quite common in the gambling stone market. Many tourists from across the country come here, some to experience the thrill of gambling stones, others hoping to strike it rich by uncovering rare jade. The businessman smiled at Lin Yifan, saying, "In our line of work, we negotiate prices using hand signals, commonly referred to as swallowing golden sleeves. This prevents price leakage and helps maintain good relations. From the look of the boss, you probably don't understand the hand signals, so let me teach you the set of gestures for negotiating prices. Once you learn, we can discuss the price." Afterward, the vendor leaned close to Lin Yifan, teaching him hand gestures that represented various numbers and what gesture to use for the unit. These hand gestures for negotiating prices are not difficult to learn after teaching it twice, and giving a few examples. Lin Yifan grasped all the gestures. Seeing that Lin Yifan had learned, the vendor smiled and said, "All right, let me quote a price to you." Lin Yifan nodded, extending his right hand to shake hands with the vendor's right hand. The vendor then pulled out a thick silk scarf and draped it over their clasped hands so onlookers could not see their hand signals. Beneath the silk scarf, the vendor's fingers moved skillfully, pinching Lin Yifan's hand a few times. Lin Yifan mentally reviewed the gestures he had just learned, comparing them with the signals the vendor had just made, instantly understanding the vendor's quote. Seeing that Lin Yifan had understood, the merchant withdrew his hand from under the silk scarf and stepped aside, while the other merchants approached Lin Yifan one by one, making hand gestures to quote their prices. After several people had finished quoting their prices, Lin Yifan had already memorized the offers they had given. The highest quote was 5500 na yuan, while the lowest was 4300 na yuan. This meant that even if Lin Yifan sold the piece of flower green jade he had just acquired for 5500, he would still incur a loss of 145000. In the end, Lin Yifan nodded at the merchant who had made the lowest bid and said this piece of jade is yours. With a beaming smile, the merchant walked over to Lin Yifan, took out his phone, and transferred 43000 to him. Then he found a worker in the market dedicated to transporting goods to have the purchased stone delivered to his shop. The other merchants, seeing that the jade had already been sold, did not say much and dispersed to continue searching for stones to process. After the payment was settled, just as the merchant was about to leave, Lin Yifan called out to him. "Excuse me, where can I find more expensive gambling stones? I mean the kind that costs tens of millions to hundreds of millions for a single raw stone." These merchants had been navigating the market for years and were well acquainted with its affairs. Asking them for information was always a reliable choice. The merchant, who was called, stopped in surprise, staring at the overly young lad in front of him, thinking he must have misheard the mention of tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Seeing Lin Yifan's nonchalant demeanor, the seasoned merchant came to realize that this youth was likely the son of a wealthy family. He cheerfully replied, "Sir, there are no raw stones of tens of millions to hundreds of millions in this market. Such stones only appear at public bids." Public bids in Myanmar. Upon hearing public bids, Lin Yifan's mind immediately recalled Myanmar's public bid, which was well known for its grand events. The merchant shook his head and said to Lin Yifan, "There's no need to go abroad. We have two major public bids right here in Yunnan province. One is the Yuli public bid, and the other is the Angjiang public bid." "When do these two public bids take place?" Lin Yifan asked, surprised to learn that there were public bids domestically. The merchant answered with familiarity, "The Angjiang public bid was held over a month ago, and the next one will be in 6 months. The Yuli public bid is set to take place in a couple of days, and many raw material wholesalers are already on their way with supplies." Lin Yifan nodded, thoughtfully relieved that he had arrived in time. Had he delayed a few more days, he would have missed both public bids in Yunnan province, which would have been quite troublesome. The merchant pondered for a moment and added, "Of course, if you are in urgent need of goods, you can check out a stall in this market called Yuangshuan. Their raw stones are the best and most expensive in the entire market, with several worth millions. You might want to take a chance there. If luck is on your side, you might even come across a few stones worth tens of millions." Most importantly, they recently brought in a batch of prized stones. These stones were originally acquired at the Myanmar public bid, and each one is valued at over 100 million, intended for them to showcase at the upcoming Yuli public bid. Lin Yifan immediately became interested. "Where is this Yuangshuan? I want to take a look." The merchant quickly gestured for him to follow, smiling, "This way, sir, I'll take you there." Lin Yifan, accompanied by Yang Qian, followed the merchant deeper into the market. Along the way, the merchant enthusiastically chatted with Lin Yifan. Just as they were approaching a bustling stall, the merchant stopped, turned to Lin Yifan, and said, "Sir, we've arrived. This is the most famous Yuangshuan in the market that I mentioned." Lin Yifan nodded and was about to enter with Yang Qian when the merchant hesitated, blocking Lin Yifan's path, and smiling humbly, "Sir, do you think I could accompany you? If my price is close to others when you evaluate the jade, could you prioritize me?" Lin Yifan was taken aback and did not directly agree, but smiled, "Sure, as long as your price is to my liking, I will definitely prioritize you." After saying this, Lin Yifan silently thought, "Buddy, whether you can get my goods depends on how shrewd you are." Upon hearing Lin Yifan's words, the merchant immediately beamed. With Lin Yifan's assurance, he knew he would have priority as long as the prices were similar, which saved him the trouble of searching for goods everywhere. Upon entering the stall, it was clear that this shop was significantly larger than the one Lin Yifan had visited before, roughly 3 times the size, yet it felt much more crowded. This was primarily because this stall had many more raw stones, numerous shelves, and a larger number of people selecting stones, as it was the most renowned stall in the market, unmatched in popularity by others. Lin Yifan asked the merchant accompanying him, "Where are their most expensive raw stones? Take me to see them." The merchant quickly led Lin Yifan and Yang Qian inside with a smile, saying, "This way, sir. They'll first show you their best goods." As for the prize stones intended for the public bid, the stall owner does not display them openly and rarely shows them. Whether you can buy them depends on how persuasive you are with the owner. Lin Yifan chuckled lightly at the merchant's words, unconvinced. All principles in this world ultimately boiled down to insufficient bargaining chips. The stall owner had gone to such lengths to acquire these raw stones from the Myanmar public bid and kept them until the Yuli public bid auction, all to encourage buyers to compete against each other for a higher price. As long as the price he offered was irresistible to the stall owner, Lin Yifan was confident that the owner would not refuse the deal. The merchant led Lin Yifan and Yang Qian through the outer stone area to the innermost part of the stall, where a dozen raw stones of various sizes were piled on the ground, and many people were currently examining them. "So the most expensive stones are generally placed in this area. You can take a look first, they'll go call the owner for you. Negotiating for that batch of stones will depend on your skills with the owner." Lin Yifan nodded, shifting his gaze to the dozen raw stones of varying sizes laid out in front of him. Seeing that Lin Yifan was examining the stones, the merchant did not disturb him and left to take a look around the stall. He found the busy stall owner and greeted him, "Mr. Huang, I finally found you." Boss Huang at the stall turned his head upon hearing someone call him and smiled, saying, "Old, why aren't you waiting by the stone machine for the goods? What brings you to me?" Receiving goods, boss He gave a mysterious smile and said to boss Huang, "Old Huang, don't say I don't take care of you today. I've brought you a major client." "Well, thank you. After work tonight, he'll treat you to some late-night snacks." "Just how big is this client?" "They want tens of millions to hundreds of millions worth of materials right off the bat. What do you think?" Boss He beamed with pride. Boss Huang was taken aback, then his face lit up with joy, saying, "Good heavens, it seems I not only have to treat you to late-night snacks tonight, but also take you to a club. Where's that boss located? Take me over to greet them." "Hold on a moment, boss," you stopped boss Huang. "Old Huang, I mentioned your batch of materials prepared for the auction. You might want to see them later." Boss Huang pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, "All right, anyway, my materials will be auctioned too. As long as he has the means and can afford the price, it doesn't matter who I sell to. However, I must make it clear first that I have to keep the best piece of material. It's not about the money. I must reserve a good piece for the auction, otherwise if our Yuhuang Pavilion is absent from such a grand event as the ULE auction, it would damage our reputation." Boss He nodded. He understood boss Huang's concerns. In business, one must not only consider profit, but also reputation. The benefits and popularity brought by the name of Yuhuang Pavilion cannot be measured by mere money. "Don't worry, those top-tier materials of yours, I doubt he can handle even a few of them." Boss Huang smiled proudly upon him. After they reached an agreement, boss Yi took boss Huang to find Lin Yifan. When they arrived, Lin Yifan was pretending to study the materials laid out. In truth, he couldn't understand a thing. To him, these materials looked just like stones by the roadside. Who knows which one contains jade? But he had to pretend to examine them, otherwise if he just came in and bought everything, they would think he was just a fool with deep. Boss He nudged boss Huang with his elbow, gesturing towards Lin Yifan, and whispered, "Look, that young man leaning over the stones is the major client I mentioned to you." Boss Huang looked at the young Lin Yifan and frowned. "Isn't he too young? Does he have the means to look at my top-tier material?" Boss He replied, "Just earlier at the stall, he bought a raw stone for 200 without batting an eye. He even asked if I had materials worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions. I suspect he might be a wealthy second generation, so I brought him here to take a look. As for whether he has the means, well, no, by taking a look right." Lin Yifan stood up after staring blankly for a while, still confused about how to determine if any of the stones had jade. "Boss, do you have any materials in mind?" Seeing Lin Yifan standing up, boss He hurriedly approached him with a smile. Lin Yifan noticed another middle-aged man beside him and thought this should be the owner of Yuhuang Pavilion. Lin Yifan pretended to be satisfied, nodding and smiling. "These materials are indeed quite good, much better than those at the previous stall. No wonder Yuhuang Pavilion is the most famous in the market. The quality is impressive." Hearing Lin Yifan praise his stall, boss Huang immediately responded with a beaming smile, "This boss has a keen eye. Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Youwei, the owner of Yuhuang Pavilion. May I ask your surname?" "No need for formalities. My surname is Lin." "Mr. Lin, do you see anything you are interested in? Let me know, and I will give you a quote." Lin Yifan looked at the 10 or so raw stones on the ground and asked boss Huang, "What are the prices for these stones?" Boss Huang pointed out each raw stone, stating a price for each. After boss Huang finished introducing the prices of the 10 or so stones, Lin Yifan sighed internally. The cheapest piece was only around 1.5 million, and the most expensive was just 12 million, while most were priced around 3 to 4 million. If placed in the market, the prices of these materials would indeed be considered top tier. After all, asking an average person to spend several million on the gamble of whether there is jade inside is no simple task. Lin Yifan nodded and said to boss Huang, "I want all these stones packaged together. Can you help me calculate the total cost?" Upon hearing Lin Yifan's casual tone of wanting everything packaged, boss Huang felt somewhat suffocated. Boss Yi was stunned. Yang Qian, who was following Lin Yifan, was also dumbfounded. The customers who were originally looking at the raw stones turned their attention to boss Huang and Lin Yifan because of the presence of the owner of Yuhuang Pavilion, and upon hearing Lin Yifan's words, they were collectively shocked. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Yang Qian's expression changed with shock, and without thinking of the fact that this was Lin Yifan's own money, she urgently interjected, "Mr. Lin, that's too risky. Buying all of them would cost tens of millions. Why not start with 1 or 2 raw stones?" Lin Yifan reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm confident." He then leaned closer to Yang Qian and whispered, "Besides, tens of millions in Na Yuan is nothing. Even if I lose it all, it doesn't matter." Upon hearing this, Yang Qian realized that Lin Yifan was not short on money at all. Just the 11 billion Na Yuan stored in his Picali card was enough for him to splurge. Moreover, she thought she had no relationship with him and had no grounds to stop him. He was spending his own money, and she had just acted impulsively. Realizing her loss of composure, Yang Qian quickly blushed and stepped aside, no longer speaking. Finally, boss Huang came back to his senses, swallowing hard in disbelief and asking, "Mr. Lin, are you saying you want to buy all these more than 10 pieces?" "Yes, all of them." Lin Yifan replied as if it were a matter of course. "I've looked at these materials, and they are indeed quite good. This proves that Yu Huang Pavilion has a good reputation, and I trust your name. Boss Huang smiled wryly upon hearing this, Mr. Lin. With your words, you put a lot of pressure on me. However, I must clarify that the reputation and goodwill of Yu Huang Pavilion only signify that the materials are good, but cannot guarantee that every piece will yield a product, nor can it ensure that what is produced will definitely be good jade. I hope you understand this to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings later. To be honest, Huang Yue was somewhat worried the young man in front of him could produce so much money, indicating an extraordinary background. If he bought these stones and lost in the gamble, and in his youthful exuberance he sought trouble, it could lead to major issues. Unconsciously, Huang Yue had started using the honorific term "you" when speaking to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan smiled and said, "I know this well. Gambling on stones is inherently a gamble. You can rest assured, even if I lose big, I would never blame Yu Huang Pavilion. I would only blame my own poor judgment." Mr. Huang gave a thumbs up, unable to help but exclaim, "Mr. Lin is truly generous. Since you've put it that way, let me calculate the total price for you." Amidst the astonished murmurs of the onlookers, Mr. Huang quickly calculated the total price of all the raw stones using his computer. After adding the prices of 12 raw stones, Mr. Huang pressed the last key and the calculator displayed 12 million. Mr. Lin, the total for the 12 raw stones is 12 million na yuan. I'll round it down to a package price of 55 million na yuan. Does that work for you? Sure, let's do the transfer. Have the master help me with the on-site unearthing, Lin Yifan said, pulling out his phone to transfer the funds to Mr. Huang. After the 55 million was received, Mr. Huang smiled and called for the master from his shop to assist Lin Yifan with the stone unearthing. At this moment, news of Lin Yifan spending over 50 million to purchase all the top-tier goods at Yuhuangxian spread throughout the market. Hearing that the unearthing was about to take place, both professional masters and customers rushed to the stall. Even many other stall owners came to join the excitement, eager to witness the scene of unearthing a stone worth 50 million. After securing the stone on the unearthing machine, the master began to carve lines on the stone. As the cutting machine slowly penetrated the stone, a hint of green emerged from the crack. Its cheers erupted from the crowd as if they themselves were the ones unveiling the jade. After the tension, the sight of green filled everyone present with joy. However, one person was unhappy, and that was young Master Lin. Lin Yifan looked at the green speck of dust and silently prayed, hoping it wouldn't be a good product. If it turned out to be a type of glassy imperial green worth over 100 million after spending tens of millions, he would end up not only breaking even, but also earning double. Lin Yifan estimated he would be so furious he could bleed. Wagering stones while praying that his bets wouldn't appreciate might just be a unique case for Lin Yifan. While others wished for the raw stones they bought for 1,000 to yield jade worth over 100 million, Lin Yifan hoped they were all just stones. Unfortunately, the raw stones from Myanmar were relatively reliable, and Lin Yifan's prayers were destined to be disappointed. Once the master finished unearthing the stone and washed away the dust, the situation inside the stones was revealed to everyone. The unearthing master smiled and congratulated Lin Yifan, saying, "Congratulations, boss. A good start. The first piece has revealed a full green jade. Although the quality is slightly lower, such a large piece of jade can still be considered a small profit based on market prices." Lin Yifan forced a stiff smile and replied, "Is that so, master? Thank you." After saying this, he silently added, "And my family," in his heart. Lin Yifan remembered that this piece cost 8 million. The master called the workers to unload the unearthed raw stone and prepared to continue cutting the second piece. Taking advantage of this break, the surrounding purchasing bosses gathered around to ask Lin Yifan if he was selling this piece of jade. After learning that Lin Yifan was considering selling, the purchasing bosses took turns negotiating prices with him. The boss Yi, who brought Lin Yifan to Yuhuangxian, was among them. When he quoted his price, Lin Yifan paid special attention to it, but unfortunately his offer ranked third to last, stating a price of 9 million. Lin Yifan certainly wouldn't choose him. Lin Yifan indicated he would sell to the purchasing boss, who had the lowest offer of 58 million. The boss immediately rejoiced and proceeded to transfer the payment to Lin Yifan, then called for someone to take the jade away. Meanwhile, the unearthing machine had already started working on the second raw stone, and everyone's attention shifted back to the machine. About 10 minutes later, the unearthing machine had cut the raw stone in half, but there was no sign of green from start to finish. The onlooker's heart sank, but only Lin Yifan secretly rejoiced. Upon opening the dust cover, the master washed away the dust on the cutting surface, revealing that it was still just stone, prompting a series of lamentations from the crowd. The unearthing master awkwardly asked Lin Yifan, "Boss, do you want to cut it one more time? Perhaps a second cut could reveal green." Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan felt as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Cut again. What if you were to actually cut out jade? With the system this old 6 in place, discarding it is a violation, and selling it cheaply is also not allowed. This current situation is the best outcome. Who cares whether there's jade inside? I don't care, I just want to squander. Of course Lin Yifan could choose to keep the jade he unearthed. According to the old SXS rules, as long as he turned money into assets it counts as squandering. Buying cars and houses or wagering stones all count as assets, unlike recharging on streaming platforms where you must spend everything to complete the task. However, the jade unearthed wasn't top tier. Even if Lin Yifan wanted to keep it, he would only keep the highest quality jade. He looked down on these ordinary jades and thought they just took up space at home. Forget it, since the first cut, which had the highest chance of revealing jade, didn't yield anything, there's no need to waste time. Let's move on to the next one. Since the customer said not to cut, the unearthing master fell silent, removed the raw stone from the machine, and placed the third piece. From the third piece to the sixth, every raw stone cut yielded only stone. The bystanders felt heartbroken, while Lin Yifan frowned on the surface, but secretly rejoiced. When the seventh piece was cut, a long-lost hint of green appeared at the end of the cutting machine, causing Lin Yifan's heart to skip a beat. After the cutting was completed, the master opened the dust cover and washed away the dust on the cutting surface. Once the dust was cleared, it indeed revealed jade. Some experienced professionals in the crowd smiled upon seeing the jade that was cut out. However, upon assessing the situation clearly, they shook their heads in silence, secretly lamenting the loss. The cutting master examined the jade closely and shook his head at Lin Yifan, sighing, "Boss, what a pity. This icy green jade is worth more than the first piece, but the flaws are too numerous and deep, making it impossible to craft into jewelry. It's essentially wasted." This is the nature of stone gambling. Anything can happen, especially with this kind of jade that has flaws. Clearly a good jade, yet its value is greatly diminished by the flaws like cracks and veins. If the flaws were minor, it wouldn't be too bad, merely affecting the value of the jade. The most unfortunate is a case like Lin Yifan's, where the entire jade is rendered worthless due to these flaws. Finally, Lin Yifan relaxed the anxiety that had been weighing on him. He feigned annoyance and said, "It's tough to finally see green, but it turns out to be a defective product. Let's forget about it and continue with the next piece. I refuse to believe that out of more than 10 pieces we won't find a good product." The unearthing master complied, cleaning the unearthing table and continuing to cut the eighth piece. This time they successfully cut out a complete piece of jade, and it was icy green with floral patterns. After receiving bids from the buyers one by one, Lin Yifan sold the material to one of the buyers for the minimum price of $3.2 million. As for the ninth and 10th pieces, they turned out to be 2 pieces of waste stone. Up to now, only 2 raw stones remain uncut, and Lin Yifan has only opened 2 pieces of jade, which together sold for $5.78 million. The onlookers were astonished to see Lin Yifan's $50 million shrink to just over $5 million, a tenfold reduction, making them secretly gasp at the peril of gambling on stones. It truly is heaven with one cut and hell with another. No, in Lin Yifan's case, it can't even be called hell, it should be termed an abyss. A huge pit. It is quite rare to see so many pieces of material from Myanmar's old pits collapse like this. The stone cutter was anxious throughout the process of cutting these more than 10 pieces. For no other reason, only 3 of the 10 pieces had yielded any goods, and one of those was a defective product. The experience of cutting such failures left the stone cutter apprehensive. Normally, in the worst-case scenario, even if high-grade jade couldn't be extracted from so many materials from Myanmar's old pits, he should at least be able to cut out a few pieces showing green. Yet today was so bizarre, with consecutive failures of stone. Just as the stone cutter's pressure mounted, thinking this piece had collapsed too, he noticed something unusual after washing the surface. After cleaning the cut surface, the situation inside stunned everyone. This seems not to be. After careful identification, the stone cutter suddenly formed a judgment and joyfully shouted, "Boss, we've opened jade, the gold silk type of jade. The gold silk type of jade is rather scarce in green. During cutting there is too much dust, making the faint green mixed in with the dust hard to see." The stone cutter had thought the 11th piece had also failed, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a turnaround. Although the gold silk type isn't particularly valuable, at least it can help the client recover some losses. Now the cutter no longer hoped for a price increase. As long as it was jade, regardless of the type, it would bring him immense relief, highlighting the pressure he was under. For the first time, he felt such existential doubt while cutting stones. Had he not known that all the materials in his shop were from legitimate old pits in Myanmar, he might have doubted whether the boss used materials from new pits. Otherwise, how could the rate of green be so low? Thus, when the cutter finally saw the jade, he couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Seeing the jade open, the surrounding buyers gathered around, and Lin Yifan bitterly discussed prices with them. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Lin Yifan ultimately sold this piece of gold silk jade to Boss Yi, who had brought him to Yawangshuan for the minimum price of $1.8 million. Next was the final raw stone. If this piece didn't show green, then the $55 million Lin Yifan had just thrown out would incur a loss of over $47 million. Thinking about the nearly 50 million lost in such a short time, Lin Yifan felt a lot of his frustration over the jade's emergencies. The sound of machines roared and all eyes were fixed on the last stone in the observation area. As the blade cut deeper, everything was about to be revealed. To everyone's surprise, there was not a hint of green throughout the entire process. The last piece also collapsed. The onlookers sighed and turned their gazes towards Lin Yifan, their eyes filled with a hint of pity and regret. Seeing the extremely low probability of the 12 raw stones yielding green, the stonecutter felt as if he was about to ruin his shop's reputation. Unbelieving, he stubbornly called the workers to move the stones. Not bothering to greet Lin Yifan, he prepared to cut again. Seeing his actions, Lin Yifan was puzzled. What did the master mean? Did he feel there was still a chance to save this piece? However, he did not stop the cutter. The crowd who had just prepared to disperse stopped in their tracks to see if the cutter had the skill to turn the tide. However, the result was destined to be disappointing. Lady Luck ultimately stood by Lin Yifan's side, and this cut still yielded no green. The stone cutter looked dejectedly at the stone cutting machine, unable to meet Lin Yifan's gaze. Throughout the entire process of cutting stones, the owner of Yuangshuan, Huang Youwei, had been watching from the side. Seeing 12 pieces collapse like this, he approached, ready to console Lin Yifan. Who would have thought that when Lin Yifan saw him approaching, he would be the first to ask, "Boss, I heard you have some materials prepared for public auction. Are you selling them?" "Mr. Lin, are you still intending to buy?" Huang Youwei was indeed surprised by Lin Yifan's reaction. Typically, even if one accepts reality, without cursing after a loss, they would still think that this shop's luck was poor. Even if they wanted to gamble again, they would not return to buy raw stones from this place. Yet Lin Yifan surprisingly still wanted to buy materials. This was clearly a sign of being overly invested in gambling. There are indeed materials for auction. If Mr. Lin wants, I can take you to see them. Well, what are we waiting for? Take me to see the materials. Lin Yifan nodded and said. Huang Youwei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give Lin Yifan a warning. Mr. Lin, the materials prepared for public auction are certainly not comparable to those outside. They are all carefully selected from Myanmar's public auctions, and the prices are much higher than those of the materials outside. If they weren't expensive, I wouldn't even bother looking. Lin Yifan thought to himself, waving his hand nonchalantly. As long as the materials are good, the price is not a problem. Additionally, I must make one thing clear: even with expert judgment, no one can guarantee that there is jade inside those materials until they are cut. What I can guarantee is that the goods at my stall are indeed from the old pits obtained at the Myanmar public auction. Seeing the boss acting as if he feared trouble, Lin Yifan couldn't help but laugh. All right, no need to babble. I know the rules. Hurry up and take me to see the goods. It's almost dark. Then let's go. The materials are in the warehouse. Mr. Lin, please follow me. Huang Youwei led Lin Yifan and Yang Qian to the warehouse behind the stall and took out a key to unlock the iron door. When the lights turned on, there were 8 sizable raw stones placed on the small warehouse floor. Mr. Lin, these 8 pieces were purchased at the Myanmar public auction and are top-grade goods prepared for the auction at ULE with prices starting at millions each. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. He had finally encountered top-quality materials. Boss Huang, how much are these materials in total? He'll take them all. Huang Youwei pointed to the piece in the center and said with some difficulty, Mr. Lin, I can sell you a maximum of 7 pieces. I need to keep this one for the ULE auction. Lin Yifan asked in confusion, isn't the ULE auction for selling too? Are you worried I can't afford the price? Huang Youwei forced a smile and explained, I do not doubt Mr. Lin's financial capacity, but we at Yuhuang Pavilion cannot miss out on the grand event of the ULE public auction. Our name must be showcased in such channels to maintain the hard-earned reputation we have built. All right, since you put it that way, I won't press the matter further. Please calculate the prices for the other 7 pieces of raw material. As for the piece for the public auction, I will bid for it myself later. Huang Youwei proceeded to quote Lin Yifan the prices for the 7 raw stones. The cheapest piece was priced at 130 million, while the most expensive soared to 800 million, resulting in a total price of exactly 2.5 billion nyan. However, the price Huang Youwei quoted was merely the starting bid for the public auction. He certainly could not sell it at that price. The next step was to negotiate the price, otherwise why would he sell it to Lin Yifan? After all, the auction would see much higher bids than this. Lin Yifan stroked his chin and asked, Mr. Huang, what price do you think can be accepted for these 7 pieces? Huang Youwei pondered for a moment. Mr. Lin, the price increase for each piece at the public auction varies. Some may only rise by 20 to 30% over the starting bid. However, it is also possible that certain pieces attract multiple buyers, causing the final price to multiply several times. Lin Yifan directly interrupted Huang Youwei, saying, Mr. Huang, let's be straightforward. Just quote a price for these several pieces, and we can negotiate further if needed. Huang Youwei quickly calculated in his mind and raised a finger to signal a price of 70. Mr. Lin, how about a base price plus 70%? Huang Yue estimated this based on his previous experiences and data from auctions he had participated in, knowing that prices typically increase by 50 to 60%. Although some materials could fetch double or even several times their initial price, there were also instances where certain pieces were overlooked, leading to no bids and thus failing to sell. Hence, he took the overall average, estimating a price increase of 50 to 60%, and quoting 70% allowed Lin Yifan some room for negotiation. Upon hearing the 70% quote, 5 billion plus 70% equaled 4.25 billion. Without hesitation, Lin Yifan transferred 4.25 billion directly into Huang Yue's account using mobile banking. Seeing the message on his phone, Huang Yue was momentarily stunned by Lin Yifan's swift action. He had initially thought that a lengthy discussion would be necessary, with both parties negotiating the price back and forth, ultimately leading to a compromise. Who would have guessed that the money would be transferred so directly? This made Huang Yue doubt whether he had quoted too low a price. Lin Yifan was unfazed by his thoughts and said to Huang Yue, "Mr. Huang, please have your worker move these 7 pieces of raw materials out and start the processing now." Huang Yue gathered his thoughts and quickly called for workers to move the raw stones, while he led Lin Yifan to the front processing area. Once the workers had moved the 7 pieces of raw stone beside the processing machine, the master instructed the workers to place the first piece on the machine and secure it. "Mr. Lin, how shall we cut this? Will you draw the line yourself, or would you like the master to assist?" Lin Yifan patted the stones secured on the processing machine and replied, "Let the master help me draw the line and cut it just like before." Upon hearing this, the master swiftly drew the cutting line, adjusted the cutting machine's blade to align with the drawn line, and pressed the switch to begin cutting the first piece of raw stone. As soon as the last batch of stones was cut, Lin Yifan immediately went to select more raw stones. Many onlookers who had gathered earlier to watch continued to wait in the Yuhuang Pavilion's processing area. Now, seeing that the cutting continued, a large crowd gathered again. The machine roared and dust swirled. Just as the processing machine reached 1/5 of the stone's depth, a hint of green emerged from the dust. The onlookers gasped in amazement, all exclaiming that green had appeared. With the first piece already revealing green, Lin Yifan could only hope for a top-quality jadeite. Ideally, there should be no jadeite at all, or at least a top-grade jadeite. This was Lin Yifan's thought. Top-grade jadeite could at least be made into jewelry with collectible value, while ordinary jadeite could only be sold at a normal price. After all, he had to keep gambling on stones and processing them, and in a few days, when the yearly public auction started, he would still need to purchase more. If he brought back all the jadeite regardless of its quality, it would be too troublesome. A pile of ordinary jadeite at home would be an eyesore. Once the master opened the stone, he lifted the dust cover for surface cleaning. Wow, it's imperial green, and it's of glass variety. What a rare sight. I didn't expect to witness the unearthing of top-tier jadeite today. This young man just lost several million, and now he has recouped his losses with this piece. Looks like old Huang will need to set off some firecrackers now. The cut surface of the stone revealed a vast expanse of rich, vibrant green, and murmurs spread among the crowd as they admired the stunning glass variety jadeite. The stone master, with a beaming smile, said to Lin Yifan, "Boss, we have finally fulfilled the promise and unearthed wonderful jadeite for you." Lin Yifan smiled back and thanked the master. Huang Yue also came over to congratulate Lin Yifan and then indicated he would go set off some firecrackers. This was an unwritten rule in the jade gambling market. Whenever a stall unearthed top-tier jadeite, firecrackers were set off. This served 2 purposes: to congratulate the customer for their successful gamble, and to announce to the market that their stall had produced quality goods, enticing others to come and pick stones. After Huang left, a group of merchants gathered around the rare glass variety, imperial green jadeite, resembling sharks drawn by the scent of blood. "Boss, are you selling this piece? I can offer 800 million. Only 800 million. Boss, sell it to me. Ooh, I'll give you 1 billion. Boss, as long as you sell, I'll offer 1 billion. 3 billion. Let's close the deal right now." At this point, the merchants were too eager to negotiate, carefully each throwing out higher offers. For ordinary jadeite, the merchants would adhere to the unspoken rules, as the market was flooded with low-end jadeite sources, making the difference between taking one more piece or one less insignificant. However, if top-tier jadeite appeared, they could not afford to be cautious. Everyone knew the rarity of premium jadeite, and whoever could secure such a piece could showcase it as a treasure in their store, attracting customers. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me for a moment." Lin Yifan shouted at the quarreling merchants, and once they gradually settled down, he clasped his fists and said, "I apologize, everyone, but I do not plan to sell this piece. You may all disperse." One middle-aged man among the merchants hurriedly said, "Boss, is it that you think the price is too low? The price is negotiable. How much would you be willing to sell?" Another person immediately chimed in, Yes, I can offer 5 billion. Lin Yifan shook his head, saying, "It's really not about the price. I intend to keep this piece of jade for my collection. Everyone can disperse now. After a moment of hesitation, seeing that Lin Yifan indeed had no intention of making a move, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Hearing that Lin Yifan was keeping this piece, Huang Yue simply had his master completely extract the jade from the stone. The two pieces of jade when combined were as large as a basketball. This made the group of buyers stomp their feet in frustration, their eyes filled with envy. With such a large piece and such quality, they thought not to mention 1.5 billion, even spending 2 billion would not be a loss. Unfortunately, the owner was not selling, leaving them to lament. The stone master then continued to cut the second piece. As he cut into the stone 3 or 4 centimeters, a hint of purple appeared among the dust flying from the end. No way is another good piece coming out. How lucky can one be? Could it be violet jade in there? Now that it's showing purple, what else could it be besides violet jade? Earlier we said this young brother was going to lose tens of millions, but who would have thought that he would turn his luck around, now revealing 2 high-quality pieces in a row. Although the value of violet jade is not as high as that of the glass-type imperial green, just now it is still considered top-grade jade. It seems this young brother will be able to recoup his costs with these 2 pieces. Amidst the discussions, the master completely opened the stone, and after washing it, the interior was revealed. A violet jade the size of a rugby ball was embedded within the stone. Seeing that it was indeed violet jade, Huang Yue signaled to the staff to set off another firecracker. He then approached Lin Yifan with a beaming smile, congratulating him. Mr. Lin, congratulations. 2 pieces in a row, both top-notch goods. Lin Yifan smiled politely and replied, not at all, it's mainly because Mr. Huang's materials are excellent. Huang Yue felt a surge of comfort upon hearing Lin Yifan's subtle compliment. These bosses selling raw stones would never envy customers finding good jade in their stalls, nor would they stomp their feet in frustration when a customer made a lucky bet. After all, they earned their profits from the price difference in raw stone sales, and hoped every customer would strike it rich in their stalls. Only then would their business thrive and attract more buyers. Any boss who was envious when a customer found good goods would inevitably end up going out of business. Whether it was ruining their reputation or being unable to resist the urge to gamble on raw stones, when they saw customers strike it rich, they ultimately lost everything. The sound of firecrackers once again crackled in front of the Yuangshuan stall. Some people who had just entered the market upon hearing 2 consecutive firecrackers from the same direction were unable to resist their curiosity and came over to investigate. The scene of the crowd surrounding the Yuangshuan stall made Huang Yue beam with joy. This influx of people was worth money. So without needing Lin Yifan to speak, he hurriedly urged the master to break open the 3rd piece of raw stone and even helped move the stones himself. After securing the 3rd piece, the master marked it and began to cut. As the blade penetrated a third of the way, an unusual color appeared among the dust at the end, resembling the color of pig's blood. Among the onlookers, some experienced stone gambling experts gasped as soon as they saw this situation. Master, what's going on? Yes, what's happening? Why isn't it green? Could it be that this isn't jade? Why is there blood-red dust? Could it be red agate inside? Some inexperienced players asked the stone gambling experts beside them, who looked perplexed. The experienced master shook his head and explained jadeite or jade is actually divided into 2 categories, Fei and Cui. Fei generally refers to red and yellow, while Cui usually refers to green. However, because most jadeite that is revealed is green, the public tends to think jadeite is green. In fact, jadeite comes in many colors, including red Fei, yellow Fei, black, Cui white, Cui violet jade, and so on. The violet jade just revealed and this piece of red Fei are both high-end jade. If this piece of red Fei is in good condition, it could also be a top-tier piece worth over 100 million. Upon hearing the master's explanation, those who were not very knowledgeable finally understood that aside from green and violet, there were other colors of Fei as well. Under the gaze of the crowd, the master turned off the cutting machine, cleaned off the dust, and revealed the cut surface to everyone. Inside the raw stone was a cluster of red jade, with the central piece being flawless and completely red. The red jade radiated outward, with the surrounding color gradually diminishing and irregular red streaks growing towards the periphery. Huang Yue grinned widely, quickly beckoning the staff to set off the 3rd round of firecrackers. Amidst the sounds, many in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves and rushed into the store to start selecting raw stones. With a ready example right in front of them, having revealed 3 pieces of top-grade jade, everyone wanted to ride this wave of good luck and quickly gamble on stones to see if they could strike it rich. The buyers also gathered around Lin Yifan, eagerly asking if he was selling the 2 pieces of violet jade and red Fei. Lin Yifan couldn't even be bothered to listen to their offers and directly refused, thinking that such rare jade was better kept for his collection. What use would turning it into money serve? The jade he had gambled on and revealed held a significance that was entirely different from that which he could purchase. Next, it seemed Lin Yifan's luck had run out, as the remaining 4 pieces of material revealed nothing but after all 7 purchased pieces had been opened, the crowd saw that the excitement had ended and gradually While Lin Yifan was chatting with Yang Qian, someone suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Lin Yifan focused his gaze and saw that it was Sun Xiaowu, who had previously been at the same stall as him, looking at the same piece of raw jade. Lin Yifan smiled and greeted him, asking, "Brother, did you find a suitable piece?" Sun Xiaowu forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "I lost over 100,000 again and still didn't find a good piece." After saying this, Sun Xiaowu hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Brother Yifan, I heard you found a few good pieces here." Lin Yifan nodded, pointing to the jade laid out on the table with a smile, saying, "I revealed 3 pieces, 1 glass type imperial green, 1 red fey, and 1 violet jade." Sun Xiaowu, who had rushed over, suddenly noticed the 3 top quality pieces, and his eyes brightened. "Well, Brother Yifan, do you think you could spare a small piece for me? I want to make a Buddha pendant as a gift. You can set the price I want." Argue. Lin Yifan had no intention of selling to those merchants, but he was more than happy to help Sun Xiaowu, especially since he had a good impression of him from their previous encounter at the stall. He immediately replied, cheerfully, "No problem, let's find a place for processing now, and he'll also make these jade pieces into jewelry." Sun Xiaowu was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Brother, I know a time-honored processing workshop in the market, and its sculptor is a master renowned in the circle." Once there were several severely flawed top-grade jade pieces that other sculptors dared not take on, and in the end they turned to him. After his extraordinary skills were used for carving, the resulting ornaments were exquisite works of art, gaining immense fame, and he was thus hailed as the BNK of the carving world, possessing the skill to revive the dying. However, he is now quite aged and is almost retiring, focusing on mentoring apprentices to pass on his skills, rarely carving himself. Lin Yifan was worried about not finding a good sculptor for the fine jade, fearing that these top-grade jades would go to waste, not expecting Sun Xiaowu to have such connections. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to pay a visit to this master and see if we can ask him for help with the design and Sun Xiaowu smiled confidently. "You don't have to worry about this, brother. With such good materials in front of him, he won't be able to resist. Moreover, my grandfather had a good relationship with him back in the day, so I believe he will give us some face." Lin Yifan, carrying the packaged 3 pieces of jade, followed Sun Xiaowu and Yang Qian to a low house in an alley behind the stone bedding market. The small storefronts were uneven, some wooden signs were brand new, while others were weathered and faded. After winding through the alley several times, they finally found an old storefront. The storefront had a wooden door, and the sign read Wang's Jade Carvings. The 6 large characters were once painted in gold, but after years of wind and rain the gold paint had nearly worn off. Inside, a middle-aged man was bent over a jewelry processing table carving a jade piece, and the polishing machine emitted a screeching sound. Sun Xiaowu approached and greeted, "Brother Zhou, are you busy?" The man called Brother Zhou was holding a jade pendant blank, placing it under the water flow to polish the surface outline with the sharp needle of the polishing machine. Upon hearing his name called, he paused and looked back. "Oh Xiaowu, what brings you here today? You haven't visited in 2 or 3 years, or I thought you had forgotten about us." Sun Xiaowu smiled apologetically. "Brother Zhou, how could you say that? I could never forget you and Elder Wang. This time I came to Yunnan, and my grandfather specifically asked me to visit Elder Wang." Brother Zhou put down the jade pendant, stood up, and invited Sun Xiaowu and Lin Yifan to sit in the hall while serving tea. He then looked over Lin Yifan and Yang Qian and asked with a smile, "Xiaowu, who are these 2? Sun Xiaowu introduced Brother Zhou. "This is Lin Yifan, and this beautiful lady is a friend of Brother Yifan. By the way, is Elder Wang around?" Brother Zhou nodded. "He is. At this time he should be practicing Tai Chi in the back courtyard. He'll go fetch him for you." "All right, thank you, Brother Zhou. No need to be polite, just sit for a while." Brother Zhou nodded to Lin Yifan and Yang Qian before leaving the hall to find Elder Wang. After Brother Zhou left, Sun Xiaowu said to Lin Yifan, "Brother Yifan, I got to know Elder Wang when my grandfather worked in Yunnan many years ago. My grandfather had no other hobbies but was extremely passionate about jade, so he had a very good relationship with Elder Wang. After my grandfather was transferred to Shanghai, he visited less frequently, and I usually came to visit on his behalf." Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, slightly capturing an important piece of information from Sun Xiaowu's words. Sun Xiaowu mentioned that his grandfather worked in Yunnan. Using the term "worked" usually indicates a position in government or a high-level corporate group, so it seems that this newly acquainted Sun Xiaowu is not an ordinary person. "Ha ha ha, what a rare guest. Xiaowu, what brings you here to visit this old man today?" A loud voice came from a side door, and then an elderly man dressed in a tang suit stepped out briskly with Brother Zhou following behind. Sun Xiaowu quickly stood up and smiled warmly. "Elder Wang, you flatter me. It's actually my fault for not visiting you more often, and I promise to come and see you regularly from now on." Lin Yifan and Yang Qian also stood up, waiting for Sun Xiaowu and Elder Wang to finish their pleasantries. "You." Elder Wang chuckled and shook his head. You really are the son of old Sun. Your words are always so smooth. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yifan and Yang Qian beside him. Sun Xiaowu immediately introduced Elder Wang. This is a young brother I met at the stone betting market today, Lin Yifan. I brought Brother Yifan here today to ask for your help in polishing a few pieces of jade. Elder Wang shook his head and smiled helplessly. You little rascal. If you want to carve something, just ask Brother Zhou. He's already skilled enough. He has learned about 70 to 80% of my craft, only lacking a bit in creativity and imagination. I'm just worried that Brother Zhou might not be confident enough to handle these pieces of jade. Sun Xiaowu replied confidently, then tilted his chin at Lin Yifan. Brother Yifan, take them out for Elder Wang to have a look. Oh, looks like you got some good stuff. Elder Wang, who knew Sun Xiaowa's character well, became interested upon hearing this. Having watched him grow up, he knew that Sun Xiaowu wouldn't say such things without reason. If he was this excited, it must be top-grade jade. After all, when Sun's father was working in Yunnan province, Sun Xiaowu loved to visit him, and he had seen all kinds of jades. A regular jade would not elicit such a response from the usually composed Sun Xiaowu. Lin Yifan casually took a piece of jade out of the tote bag, with the red jade being the first he displayed. When the red jade was revealed, Elder Wang's expression remained unchanged. Having dealt with jade all his life, he had seen plenty of good jades, and was not surprised by just one piece of red jade, merely nodding discreetly. However, Brother Zhou's eyes lit up, and he seemed eager to try. Lin Yifan held the red jade up to Elder Wang, who received it, and examined the piece carefully, exclaiming, indeed, this is a good material. The red color in the middle is even and bright without flaws, and the distribution of red around it is also quite good. Elder Wang, what do you think this piece can be made into? Is it suitable for jewelry or for display? Elder Wang shifted his gaze from the red jade to Lin Yifan and asked, is it Lin right? What do you want to make with it? If it's for jewelry, Brother Zhou can help you with that. If you want to make a display piece, I can personally carve it for you, but making a display piece will waste more material. Then please, Old Wang, help me make a decorative piece. It's alright to waste a bit of material, it would be quite nice to have it displayed at home as a piece of art. Lin Yifan didn't care about wasting material for the decorative piece and decisively chose to have it made. Old Wang nodded, observing the red jade in his hands, and said calmly, alright, making the decorative piece will take some time, as I need to conceptualize the final design based on the shape and size of the material before I can begin carving. This step is the most time-consuming. Lin Yifan nodded, saying, no problem. Additionally, please help me see what other materials would be suitable for crafting. Old Wang was somewhat surprised. Such a high-quality red jade was already a rare find, yet this young man had even more materials he hadn't revealed. Amidst the astonished gazes of Old Wang and Brother Zhou, Lin Yifan took out a layer of bubble wrap from his handbag and retrieved a piece of violet jade and a glass-type imperial green jade. At first, when he took out the violet jade, Old Wang was merely surprised. However, upon seeing the glass-type imperial green jade, even he with his extensive experience was shocked, let alone Brother Zhou. The glass-type imperial green jade is also graded, and based on Old Wang's experience, Lin Yifan's piece could already be considered excellent material. After examining the two pieces of jade, Old Wang spoke, the violet jade can be considered for a decorative piece, but I suggest that the glass-type imperial green jade be made into jewelry instead. The glass-type imperial green jade is uniformly green with an overall consistent color. If made into a decorative piece, it would lack depth and waste the value of this imperial green jade. Lin Yifan smiled slightly and said, alright, I will listen to Old Wang. After all, you are the expert in this area. Let's make the violet jade into a decorative piece and the glass-type imperial green jade into jewelry. Additionally, please set aside a piece of the glass-type imperial green jade for Brother Sun. This is the material I promised him earlier. Lin Yifan turned to Sun Xiaowu and said, Brother Sun, what kind of jewelry do you want? Let Old Wang handle. Sun Xiaowu nodded gratefully at Lin Yifan and said to Old Wang, please make me a plain pendant. Old Wang seemed to recall something, pondering as he asked, I just remembered, isn't my sister-in-law's birthday approaching? Xiao, are you planning to give the plain pendant to your grandmother as a birthday gift? That's right. To prepare a birthday gift for my grandmother, I spent several days searching in the stone gambling market and spent quite a bit of money acquiring materials, but I haven't found any suitable good ones. If it weren't for Brother Yifan's help, I wouldn't even know if I could find good jade for a gift. Sun Xiaowu then said to Lin Yifan, Brother Yifan, once the jewelry is completed, please have Old Wang appraise it at market value, and I will transfer the money to you. Lin Yifan merely smiled slightly and did not take up his words. Old Wang handed the jade in his hand to Brother Zhou and smiled at Lin Yifan, saying, I will design and carve the red jade and violet jade based on the material, and I will do my best to maximize the use of this glass-type imperial green jade, making various pieces of jewelry without wasting too much material. When it's done, I will call you to pick it up. Lin Yifan politely said, Thank you for your help, Old Wang. Please tell me the design and processing fee. Old Wang waved his hand, saying nonchalantly, let's forget about the processing fee. You are a friend brought by Xiaowu, so there's no need to discuss this. Lin Yifan said earnestly. Old Wang, business is business. Your willingness to help me with the design and processing is already a favor because of Xiaowu. However, one should not take advantage of kindness. What should be given must still be given. Upon hearing this, Old Wang looked at Lin Yifan with a hint of appreciation. He hadn't expected that such a young man like Lin Yifan would be so astute in dealing with others. It seemed Xiaowu had made a good friend with commendable character. Lin Yifan continued. On the way here, I asked Brother Sun about it. Generally, the cost to process a piece of jade into jewelry ranges from 3,000 to 8,000, while the design fee for decorative pieces is between 1 million to 3 million. Of course, these prices are from a few years ago. Old Wang, how about this? The processing fee for the glass-type imperial green jade will be 1 million. The design fee for the 2 decorative pieces will be 5 million, making a total processing fee of 10 million for the 3 pieces of jade. The 4 people in the room were stunned by Lin Yifan's words, having seen people bargaining to round off a figure, but never seen anyone raise the price to achieve a round number. To be honest, with Old Wang's status in the carving industry, he doesn't have to worry about making money. Over the years, he has accumulated quite a fortune, and being older, he no longer has much desire for wealth. Yet he was still shocked by Lin Yifan's extravagant gesture. Old Wang shook his head repeatedly, saying, Young Lin, it really doesn't require so much. Old Wang, please listen to me. No matter how good the jade material is, its value is limited. However, after being designed and processed by a master like you into a piece of art, the value of the material increases significantly. Compared to a piece worth billions, a processing fee of a few million is truly not much. Oh, please don't decline it. Old Wang hesitated, looking at Sun Xiaowu. After all, this was his friend. Sun Xiaowu also glanced at Lin Yifan and then smiled at Old Wang, saying, Old Wang, since Brother Yifan sincerely wants to give this, it is a sign of respect for your craftsmanship. Please don't decline. Moreover, Brother Yifan is not short of money. He spent over 4 billion just on materials today. Lin Yifan quickly chimed in. Yes, Old Wang, please don't decline. Suddenly hearing that Lin Yifan spent such a huge amount on stone gambling, even Old Wang was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this young man to dare to play so big. How could he dare? Gambling on stones has truly no foundation. If a good material doesn't come out, it is entirely possible to lose 4 billion. Many have gone bankrupt in the gambling market. However, looking at the 3 top-grade jades on the table, at least this time, he hit the jackpot. Just the processing of that glass-type imperial green jade would recoup about 2/3 of his investment. If you also count the value of the red jade and violet jade made into decorative pieces, Lin Yifan would still profit. Old Wang could only say that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Moreover, he was lucky enough to win big. All right then, I will accept this gesture from young Lin. I guarantee that the decorative piece and jewelry produced will be worthy of the price young Lin has offered. Seeing that Old Wang had finally agreed to accept his processing fee, Lin Yifan felt a weight lift from his. Having accepted Lin Yifan's transfer, Old Wang prepared to work on the design of the decorative piece overnight. No matter how Lin Yifan and Sun Xiaowu persuaded him, Old Wang remained stubbornly determined to complete the work as soon as possible.